to short some pops and some chip names. We'll have to let this one settle. NVIDIA down 3 points already and starting to look lower. Tesla had been relatively strong all morning compared to all these other Mag 7 names. It's hanging on to this 215 level, despite the fact that it just pulled back in. So pull back in, still hanging on to 15, previous close at 214. This is the one that if it can stay green, it was weak. Sorry, it was strong relatively into all of this weakness, and I still like a pop and fade on Mara as long as we're underneath that $60,000 level. So about to start a new week here. It's a holiday shortened week, but there should be plenty of action to start it off as we go on over. Drop the old countdown on. Adara is going to be ringing the old bell. There, Patty Ice in there as well. It's all good, Patrick, in 3, 2, and 1 ring. And
Patrick is such a camera hog, you know.
You know what? Like sometimes that's not an accident, man. Patrick knows what's up. He knows what's going on at 9:30. But thank you very much. Another mallet broken here at Trader TV Live.
Another mallet broken. Okay. All right. So was the green screen working there? I thought it wasn't working.
I thought it wasn't working, but it looked like it worked to me.
Oh, okay. Oh, Ramin's back, so everything's fixed. Duh.
Did you just say Ramin just said to us it's working because Ramin's back. She worked her magic.
And I believe that to be accurate.
But Ramin referred to herself as Ramin.
Right, yeah, exactly. That's how we talk. You know, so Sean's about to trade here right now. Okay, so Ramin, I'm trying to do a show here.
We're already off the rails. It's 9:30 and 47
with Brendan
seconds.
Coming back, we'd be back on the rails. It seems like we've actually derailed even more. It seems like. All right. Well, with 1 minute in, we have yet to talk about a stock. So, all right. AMD is coming back in. Real nice. I think if this short's going to be on today, like Donkey Kong, we called this short, man. We forgot to turn it over, but we had mentioned we are negative on everything today, and that seems to be the case to the downside as Intel's starting right now as well. We might have to look for VWAP fades because the market's not giving us any of these top levels that we thought we could look at. But it's a nice move down. Actually, Intel's not even moving down that much right now, as much as I thought it would. This is NVIDIA's story right now. NVIDIA is cranking down 4+% right now, goes NVDA. So, yeah, man, the bottom possibly falling out on some of these chip names. So, actually, Intel looking relatively strong compared to the rest of them. And then Tesla, of course, huge upside move right now. We said there's one long written on the sticky note, and it's Tesla. And, oh, boy, Tesla really starting to go.
Yeah, Tesla is already gonzo. I mean, I'm looking over. You just can't get anything I wanted short in. It's not available. You have to be able to adjust. If you're going pop and fade, you have to wait. So Mara's going to have to wait. Tesla is just it's just different right now. Like that is a ridiculous move up. I'm lent right over into Rivian. When I see that, I'm like, okay, well, Tesla's going up. I like to short in Rivian. Can I get short there? No, that's dropping as well. So I don't necessarily want to chase anything to the downside. I'm going to double check on Micron here. I mean, Micron initial move to the downside as well. So, I mean, the initial move, it's very clear what's happening here. I see one stock up. I'm sure there's something else out there. You guys let us know. And then I see a bunch of things down. I'm looking at SMCI, though.
120.
SMCI is oddly enough headed to the upside and looking relatively strong, despite that plunge in NVIDIA. Okay, what's going on there with SMCI?
So I have, so Tesla's turning around. We'll have started position. I think it's probably the first one right now. We're into PLTR. So let's just see if Palantir, again, just noticing relative strength in this name. I went over to it because we were talking about Palantir earlier, and I went over and it was strong into this move down in the futures. So we'll average this until this bottom, 31.20. If that breaks, we're gone. So we got to give this some room. Starting a position now in Palantir against that bottom of 31.20. I do think this market is headed lower right now, and I was going to look at, and I wrote down on the sticky note, the futures, TQs, looking at 66. So this could be a level that comes into play again right now into the bottom. So watch out for a 66 level. I'm not sure I want to get long anything until we start to see some bigger push downside right now on the Nasdaq. We're already long Palantir, looking to see for some support down here in the Nasdaq. And right now you're kind of just hovering around. I mean, it's a nice move down for sure so far today. I mean, congratulations, Dan Emmons and some of the traders out there that have been looking net short. I mean, crypto's starting to get lower, 58.9, and things are starting to go down.
Unity's flying.
It's a starter position right now. And Micron, I mean, we didn't miss anything, but Micron is a downside move that continues to go. So that's down 3.5 now. Maybe it's about finding the bottom for NVIDIA, but
That's a tricky proposition. Always find those
That's where it
bottoms.
gets ugly.
So the other thing going, of course, Unity broke out that $18. I'll have to look for a pullback, VWAP or pre-market highs for a dip to be able to get long in here. Let's go over to the desk, Adara.
The market is.
With regards to SMCI, in case anyone was missing or was wondering about this move to the upside with volume right off the open, we do have CEO Charles Liang issuing this letter to customers and partners addressing both the short seller report from Hindenburg last week and the company's decision to delay its annual reporting, basically saying that these decisions will not delay its or affect its product delivery or its solution capabilities. And it also highlighted, quote, strong financial performance, saying also here that they will meet these challenges despite, quote, internal reviews and misleading external claims. So quick summary here of the CEO's letter for SMCI as it pushes up into this 446 level, guys.
Hey, what's Apple doing?
So we did get out there on Palantir, so we'll have to slap a fail on it. It does hit that bottom, but I mean, it just went to sort of 31.15 there. So I bought it back up on momentum, trying to get back long off of that little brush up there to the downside. So we'll see if we can get it. I'm going to bid a little bit lower and watch out for that 31.10 area bottom that held right there. So we might have got flushed out there, or we might just be making a mistake by getting back in. So let's not keep adding to this, but we will add it one more time. 31.10 or so break to the downside on Palantir, and we'll be flashing out of that one. One last try on this name. Feel like it wants to get strong, but the market definitely disagreeing.
No, the market is, I mean, we're now 1.16 to the downside. Okay, Unity bounced off of 17.9 in here, so it's trying to go. It's up 9.5%, and one of the few things that's strong that isn't Tesla. So I'm into Unity off 18. We're going to give it back into VWAP on this, but wow, Tesla's just continuing to fly. I'm trying to be really patient with these chip names, 66. But I just went to say, let's go short if AMD pops into VWAP or 145, and it just promptly dropped $1 right in front of me. So I don't want to chase. I really don't want to chase. Not the way that we're heading into the downside here. At 936, I find shorting a bottom here seems perilous. I just go back to any other Monday. I know it's not Monday, but like beginnings of the week. I do not want to be short at any of these bonds. So Unity long, that looks like it's still breaking out a little bit here. If we get something over on Mara, cancel that. Maybe back into VWAP, we can try shorts back into VWAP is going to be the plan. We drop like this, I got to be patient. I'm not shorting any bottoms. Let's go to Adara.
Beware here of this SIFY. This one is a small cap penny stock here under $1. Announcing on Monday that they actually become the first company in India to be an NVIDIA co-location partner with regards to this liquid cooling, just under 10 million share float for SIFY, guys.
All right,
that's good business.
Yeah, those are what was that business?
It's a liquid cooling for the for the data centers,
yes,
right?
Right, yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, I don't know anything about that company. It's really cool stuff because data centers are ridiculously, they run hot.
They I mean, even our little server room here. All right, so just real quick here, we are long the futures. We did get that. So Palantir came out, we dipped that out there. But here we go, man. Now we're starting to rock again. Like, damn, man, you viewers know me better than I know my damn self, it seems like, because there it goes right back into it, man, on the futures again. Nice upside move. I mean, we just bought that bottom, and here we go. We are now in the money, about 20 or so handles, but it has come back. We did take another piece out, man. We're taking this out as it goes up. You know, this was always our plan. We just got a 58 out right there. We said we'd see if 66 can hold. So we took a 32 area. You know, our out's not 66. This was just an area to sort of look at. It's not, when you're trading the futures, you're not going to give it an exact area, especially in the first 5 and 10 minutes. So we're going to watch out. Here it comes right back up to the highs. We'll take some more out here at 56 for a nice little win here on the TQQs. I mean, that's at least we made some money back there. But Palantir, definitely once, twice, probably not thrice, man, as you continue to go lower here on PLTR. So let's just continue to watch these futures, and then we'll get it figured out from there. But for now,
Tesla's already at 220. It's just this.
Tesla's a monster. I mean, that was the only long idea we had. And you know what we said? 214. It does not get there. So that was a missed opportunity. But yeah, Tesla.
Yeah, you can't buy dips that don't happen.
Strong.
The same way you can't short pops that don't happen, you cannot buy dips that are non-existent. So just for Tesla, very quickly, it's at resistance now. 221 right in here. If I can't get the long into it, then when it gets up there, I didn't think we'd get there this quick. But resistance into 221.5. Any failed break of 220, I'd be thinking curl at this particular point. There have not been any pops and anything else to try to short, at least that I'm looking at. I'm going to go back over to Micron as we go back to Adair. No, Micron's down 4 and at the lows.
Okay.
Let's look here for Sable Offshore Corp. This actually is a little bit of a larger market cap here, just over $1 billion here in market cap. You have Sable Offshore Corp getting a price target increase from $20 to $26 here from TD Cowen, guys. SOC.
Yeah, we were just talking about Intel there. Now, it seems like we might have been right about Intel just in the matter of that it was relatively strong. I mean, it was the only one that was holding up, right? NVIDIA was tanking, AMD. We just talked about Micron. And then I was looking at it and said, oh, maybe we should short off a VWAP, right? And obviously that would have been good. But there goes Intel back down to the downside. So it continues to get cracked. We were looking at AMD, of course. It's just
everything.
If you're not already in the game, then you are not in the game, like some Triple H. But right there, 113 now looks like it wants to break. We said we'd let NVIDIA settle, right? But these futures are definitely not settling. So they're coming back into 19.4 right now. Longer term time frame looks like you have 19.3 coming from the 28th. So right into there, 19.3 was an area. We did splash into 19.21, but this is where we think we can go. Right now it's 113 on NVIDIA.
Wow.
Good sell over there on Friday, but it's not good, man. And a lot of us are stuck long, obviously, this name as it continues to bleed. And the future's giving it up a little bit. Probably not time to average in, man. Let's see what happens. 66 coming in here.
Yeah, I mean, everything is dropping like an absolute rock. I'm just going to go over and quickly. Okay, Apple's got a bit of a defined range. That might be something.
Oh, Apple.
But we just dipped back into previous highs on Unity. It's still up 8.5 points, but we're just cascading. The market's cascading down. Even a strong name can get cracked. If we lose 17.7, I got to jump out of this. I know it's only 20 cents on a name, which can go dollars, but at the same time, the way the market's falling, we got to respect it. There is another name on the short side that I probably should have said, but it doesn't matter now because ARM just broke lower. If we do get any chance to short a pop in one of the chip names, I've got my eyeballs and I'm being patient. It's ARM, Micron, and AMD, the ones that I want. AMD, it just has to do something off of this bottom at 142. As I said, I'm not chasing anything in the first 10 minutes when we're dumping like this. It was just too much too fast at the end of the day. There is some strength out there in Meta. And remember I said a couple of seconds ago, Tesla's getting into the target zone?
Yep.
Like, you got to be kidding me.
It's targeted.
Look at the move on Tesla just now. There was no, hey, this stock is relatively strong. Let's be patient shorting it. No, it goes to 220 and it just drops $5. There's just no bid right now. It's absolutely insane. So, yeah, that's kind of nasty on Tesla. So I'm going to slap a big fail. Like, I was like, let's be patient. Tesla's strong. Let's not short into the one thing that's going up. And that just happened on Tesla. Unbelievable. Unbelievable moves to start this day. As I said, the only thing I'm in right now is Unity, which is holding on to the breakout price. Everything else is vastly away from where I wanted to short it. This is Boeing. Boeing, I was looking pop and fade. There was a wick up $2.50, and that's a legitimate $2.50 wick, and then a complete rejection of that move up, and now it's tanking like everything else. So nasty, nasty warning so far. Let's try to, I don't want to be sitting here trying to overtrade because there's just not a heck of a lot that was part of my plan at some of these prices. Anyone looking at GameStop, this actually looks pretty solid, man. We're along this a couple times last couple of days, and this is trending up and holding VWAP. At least there's something there while I wait for the market to calm down a bit.
Yeah, so Tesla's at that 214 level now, and just to take the other side, sort of, Neil's talking about it being unbelievable. I think the move there, for sure, down $5 or $6 is nasty. We've seen, I mean, with this market making this move down, we sort of started talking that we thought this market was going to be a little weaker today than we had seen in the past, right? And so that seems to be pretty much exactly the case right now. Without the semis on board, it's tough for these stocks to get going. We already took a hit on Tesla, so we're back in this name now, though, looking to see if we can get some out. We're long at 214.80. It just went up to 215.50. I was going to get longer there if that was going to be coming in the case, but breaking through 215.50, that was kind of right there, the 200 period. But now I'm actually going to use some of these wicks, hopefully, to get out of some of these longs. We only got out of 75% here when it broke 215. We wanted to give ourselves a little bit of a chance to regroup a little bit here on Tesla. So hopefully we can rip back up. We're by far not out of the woods. I mean, we'd like to get this out at 215.50 and make some of this money back. But I think if I'm going to sit in the long right now, it would be Tesla to see if we can get that bounce. We talked about 19.3. It gets down to 19.360 right there. We've averaged into the TQs because it did come into our level of $66. So it looks like a good little out right there right now. Oh, no, and I forgot all about
Meta,
it.
Microsoft.
Yeah, we have numbers right now coming out. So let's take some more out. It's a big winner here on the TQQs. So it's a monster. The future's a monster one more time here. So there it goes. Nice trade there on the Nasdaq as we fall right into our posted level of $66. Wow, what a save that was, Adara.
We're waiting here for the S&P manufacturing PMI final here for the month of August. Previous print of 49.6, consensus and forecast here of 48, so just a few seconds until we get this final print for August. 47.9 here is what I'm seeing, so a little bit lower than the previous number and the consensus number here. We do have the S&P 500 still down about 0.7%, and we'll actually get some more PMI data from ISM at 10 a.m., guys.
Of course, it comes lower. Like, I just need it to go up. Like, if that's a longer number, then we are laughing. But we did get some out just before that number. So here comes the Nasdaq pulling back in just a little bit on that number. It's too bad because it sort of turned Tesla around as well. We're still fine. We got some out on the top there. But yeah, the futures don't really like that number right now. What was it? 47.9 versus 48, prior 49.6 on manufacturing PMI. Not great. You want to see a higher manufacturing number there.
Yeah, you'd like to see that. We've gotten some good economic data for the overall economy. We're back in a good news is good mode with the market, but it is what it is. So Unity got back to 18. I took some out there. I'm on the offer for the first time of AMD, just trying to look for VWAP. There was that bounce. So on the number, I was kind of thinking, hey, we bounce on the number, then maybe short that pop if you get it. AMD went a whole whopping 30 or 40 cents and is right back into, I guess, underneath 143. You're down 4 points. It is looking a little bit perilous here on this particular name, but there is some strength out there. I want to assure everybody, Meta just went green on the day.
Ooh.
Microsoft just broke 419 and is green on the day.
Okay.
Some things are not like others right now. So I'm sitting there like, okay, well, Unity has an upgrade from whomever upgrade. I think it was Morgan Stanley. So that's going up. It's back above the 18 level and getting another out at 1820. But we got some strength in some tech names that are worth pivoting over to. If I'm thinking, I was thinking short chips and I'm not chasing moves, well, I got to think about now the strength is in Meta and Microsoft, regardless of what I thought about this market. So I'm into Mara on a short pop. I'll get to that. But I want to see if we get VWAP or dip buys in a previous close on Meta or Microsoft. Those two look distinctly different from the others. The first thing that was part of the plan to actually get and test VWAP is going to be Mara. VWAP 1620 here. I'm short at 1615. So the first of the short the pops. After move down like that, you do have to be careful shorting the initial pop because those are some capitulation type candles on a Tuesday morning.
Yeah, it's funny. I said that. I was talking with actually Patrick, and I was like, I wonder how many times I'm going to say Monday today.
That's two for me already.
Yeah, I don't think I've done it yet. Okay, great reloads down there, man. Bang, 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 bang on Tesla as it falls right into our level. So we are getting a little bit out now. Let me take another piece out here in the 20s if we can, and then wait to see if Tesla wants to get back going. But we're long down here. We wrote down 214. It would be a shame if we weren't long 214. But we'll take some out, man. At the top, clean it out. You don't have to stay long all day. What's up, Adara? Wasn't it Adara? Yep.
Conifer CNFR as it makes a new or tries to make a new high of day here, up about 68%. Did announce here the sale of its insurance agency operations and the promotion of Brian Roney as its new CEO. Worth noting they actually did here forecast a significant revenue decline, but CNFR up near high of days. This one is a small cap, guys.
All right, small cap, eh? Right.
Yes, sir. There's a small cap for you, making some moves. The market's trying to come back in here with that halt. We'll get to it if it looks good after they open, when it reopens in a couple of minutes. So Mara gets into 1620, got 15 short, just got some out in front of 16. This is a big move initially off the open. So even if we get lower, I want to respect the fact that Bitcoin's not doing as much. There, you got a hammer candle. Oh, you got a You got a downward move at the open, but not nearly as nasty as some of the other things I'm looking at. We break out VWAP. I don't want to fight this on the way back into the upside. Back over to Unity. It wicked 18 initially, pulls back, holds on to the previous closes on the day that it broke the 18. Now trying to get back to $18, you're finding resistance. So I dip bought already once. If we don't get back above 18, I think it's parallel. It's a little bit cautious for me back on the bid. I'm there right now in front of 1780 to try to grab the long again, but I'm not loving the fact that you've rejected this 18 the second time through. So big moves in Microsoft and Meta and apparently also Amazon here.
Yeah, I see Amazon.
Yeah, Amazon as well. But I'm just trying to be patient with these chips. I feel like it could be a bit of a trap to short. If you wanted to short off the open, it's frustrating because you can get the FOMO right now, and that'll just get you into a world of hurt. So I don't want to be jumping into anything. If this is the bottom we just made to start the week, you don't want to get trapped short at that low.
Well, we're 50 handles now in the money on the futures. So that, I mean, this trade here has been it for me. I mean, we'll sit here and wait. Palantir, wow. I mean, you want to talk about a name. Like, how to have gotten this bottom, Ramin. Okay, good, you got it. Good job, Ramin. Didn't do anything. That was me. Huh? Right down there, $30.90. I mean, this is a V-shaped recovery. Like, look at this on Palantir. So we'll lose here. Not that much, but we lost early on it. But look at that recovery. How could have we done better on Palantir? I mean, I guess if we'd somehow, I mean, come on, like that wick down there. Yeah, I guess if we had picked the exact bottom of $30.80, we could have been onto something. But for right now, Palantir, wow, what a move down. And how nasty does that wick look like there on a 20-minute chart? So we know there's strength now in Palantir. We were right. You just have to wait for it. So in another dip down, I think we can try maybe in and around here again if that does work. Unfortunately, though, our Tesla trade, we have not averaged back into it, but it is down here at this level one more time. It's not super healthy right there. We'll buy some. And then now, okay, now it's starting to get back up. We just bought a little bit there. We'll see if we can get something out around 30s again. There it is. Nice little dip buy opportunity there. As we're not certain about Tesla now, as we've seen Amazon, we've seen other strong names come through. So let's just sort of lick our wounds a little bit here. We just bought some, I mean, we bought some 88s there, I guess. We just didn't right in front of you. And then we got out 35s there. So that was a nice recovery play. But the market right now, still in the world of hurt, man, could not even get back up to the 50-period moving average. Come on, Tesla. All right, Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else. Pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? Visit benzinga.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
All right, yeah, visit Benzinga.
Thank you very much there, Dara. And losing support I mean, the market's still teetering at that bottom, but losing that support. Fortunately, we're lucky that Unity got back to the $18 level, I think. Because as the market was continuing to flush, it made one bounce off the previous breakout price, was able to get 18s and then 18.07, and now you've just lost that 17.7 support. So I needed to get back above VWAP. You can want the long in the stock, and it can look strong, but once support is gone, wait for it to form another level. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just in Mara right now as it's double bottoming at 16. NVIDIA is starting to look, it's starting to look a little bit stronger. Like that is, I mean, it's easy to say that's a capitulation candle, this green one, when you have moved down like that, but that's what it's kind of looking like. But you have another wick underneath here, under VWAP, which is still bearish underneath 114. So I think this has to settle down. It seems like 114 would be the wall. If NVIDIA gets back above that, like you could really fly up and you have one of those recovery days. So my balls are going to be on this, I think, instead of AMD, the way that things are coming back up. Because if NVIDIA can take 114, that's one heck of a move into the upside. And then we talked about the strength in Meta, Microsoft, and all that stuff. Here comes Meta back into VWAP. So Meta at VWAP, I didn't have a plan of action to trade Meta today, and then Meta decided it was one of the strong stocks in the market. It's that simple. So if it can hold on to VWAP, great. We'll look for a bounce. If it can't, I'm not going to stand on a falling knife in here. Mara, again, we're just giving that one into VWAP, looking for a reload in front of 1620s. But incoming Meta, it's closer to VWAP than NVIDIA is to that 114, where I think we have to put something on. Whether you're long or short, that's the price on NVIDIA, that 114 level, and looking like it's rejecting it already. So we're not going to get to 114 NVIDIA.
So we actually did a little bit better there on Tesla. I just wanted to get to it because it broke that 213, 214.50. We said that what we would do here, and we're just trying to follow our rules, right? I mean, even when they're wrong. If 214 lost it, we wanted to get out. So we gave it to 213.50 there. But look what we were doing, though. In and out, in and out. So we didn't wind up having that much left, but still a negative trade as it breaks down. I mean, basically Tesla was this one here, trying to defend early, and there's the break lower. All right, man. I mean, it looks like the Nasdaq does want to break eventually. There it is. There's our last try. We've got a bunch out here, but it is coming back in. So now let's just do a little bit of work to see if this is worth holding at all. We said that this level down here could get tested 19.3 on the Nasdaq, and yeah. We're at 19,340 right now. This would be $65 if we ever lost that. Yeah, then that's a problem. So backing into 65 right now for the futures looks like something we might have to talk about. 64, I think it might be worth a little bit of a long right now, but I mean, what's leading this market lower? It's not going to be Apple. We looked at that one, down 1.5. Actually, this is starting to get going. But yeah, you know, until there's some strength found over here, I mean, down 6% now on NVIDIA as it just continues to make lows, it looks like. I'm going to buy a little bit here on the TQ, so we'll just push in a bid there. Sorry, that's Tesla, sorry. On the TQs, buy a little bit down here because of that level right there. But I don't think it's worth like layering into anything. We don't have any good news. We got that worse PMI number there. Futures only down 1.4. There's all the, you know, the sort of the historical data about how bad September is. I wonder if people are trying to get in front of that. But anyways, as we go right now, the Nasdaq's falling down, and it was led by Tesla. I mean, Tesla, we were talking about what a huge day Tesla was having.
It was the strongest stock.
I can't even feel my hands right now. Like, I don't know how cold it is.
It's literally freezing.
That 220 was definitely a level right there for TSLA. Nice little bounce back here. Hopefully the futures can go, and we'll make a little bit of cheese on that last little piece there. But we'll see if we can get some out for flat here at 66.10. Nice dip buy opportunity there. But we're just trying to like, if we can hold this, great, and I think we can. I mean, I think if we can get back into 66.50 area, that would be worth something. Maybe a test of VWAP would be nice if the market can get there. But we'll take a little piece out, and it's a good thing we did as the futures really teetering on that 19.3 here.
Yeah, teetering is definitely the word. So, I mean, VWAP's a line on a chart.
Something.
Support ends up where it ends up. I think that's sort of the name of the game. And as I was looking for like a higher low dip buy on Meta, settled in at 21s. There's your high lows like 19, then 20, and then we just bounced off 520 and a half on Meta. So when I saw that happen, I'm like, okay, if we can get back above, you know, now you can't even hold on to support. I'm like, can a strong name hold a higher low and just zoom back up? Like, that's what I expect with these kind of bottoms. But no, the second we get back through 21, it immediately runs stops underneath. So the one stop, we try to go long, pivoting to a relatively strong name, and suddenly Meta can't even hold a bit. AMD is just redonkulous. Like, where is your pop? There's not much of anything to sink your teeth into. I'm looking at UVXY, which is just cresting off of the highs. It's like if it does any kind of a pullback, I think you can have some bounces in here, but it's just not giving you a heck of a lot to sink your teeth into. Mara just doesn't seem to want to give me VWAP in here. I don't need that many orders. I tried to get it the last time through. Kind of chased it down a little bit and didn't get the fills. It's holding on to $16. I'm trying to reload in the teens back into that 16 area as it's starting to come back up. I still like NVIDIA for this 114 level. That's looking a little bit better as a level than AMD is currently. AMD is sort of not giving you anything. Clearly, 114 NVIDIA is your spot. You can see the selling starting to come into that one, though, right back into these lows. And crazy moves to the downside. There's nothing else you can say. And I don't want, like I said, I don't want to chase. Essentially, we got fortunate on Unity. They were able to get some out before that pulled back in. Mars worked as a short, but everything else is in this bit of a bottoming pattern here that I don't want to get trapped at the bottom of. I'd rather break something out like an NVIDIA if it can get there. Maybe Microsoft is still strong. See? Microsoft is still kind of strong.
Okay, good.
This could be something.
Need some strength here. All right, so we've just been buying dips on the futures. I mean, we're just trading the futures right now.
Yeah,
These equities appear to be broken. We just talked about that. As many names like just whipping around. Like that Tesla one, I think is a perfect example. You know, like how do you rip to 220 there and then drop basically $8 straight down, and then $7 before now finding a base and going back upside. So let's just trust that maybe the market's trying to bottom out here, and we'll pick the right name, and we pick the futures. So we'll do that. I don't know, man. You guys are right. Palantir's just dipped in. I was waiting at like 31s, basically 31.05 ish, but maybe that 31.10 is something now as Palantir's trying to get back up to the upside. So this could be a strong name as well, right? Only down 0.7. Market down 1.32. JP Morgan on that downgrade today. Yeah, sure, man. Got hit. We said that this could be a name that you're buying dips. That goes right into the pre-market. I mean, there was no trading in the pre-market, but I guess the early wick low there of 22.30. So that could be something to look at if that does wind up coming back. I mean, Micron is getting, this is a name that we had written down here as 95, 96 shorts. Sure, it was looking easy to write that down when it's 94.50, but now you're down to 91.50 for Micron. I mean, come on. This name continues to get beat up. And I know when it was up here, I was like, I don't even know what DRAM does. But now, I mean, this is all the way down to the downside. And it's, look, it has a part. I just you know, whenever we're looking at chip names, we look the other way. But right now, wow, this market's really coming down. 10 o'clock with numbers and Adara.
Did get here a slightly weaker than expected ISM manufacturing PMI for August, 47.2. So that is above the previous print here of 46.8, but below the consensus and forecast of 47.5. Stronger than expected ISM manufacturing employment for August, 46, compared to a forecast here of 43.6. In terms of construction spending on a month-over-month basis, slightly weaker than expected, negative 0.3 versus the forecast here of negative 0.2. New ISM new orders below expectations, 44.6 versus forecast here of 47.7. And ISM manufacturing prices above estimates here, 54 versus 52.5 consensus. Again, just to recap the main numbers here, ISM manufacturing PMI slightly weaker than expected. Construction spending month over month as well, and a significantly stronger than expected ISM manufacturing employment print. Big move back down here for the S&P 500, down now almost 1%. The Nasdaq a little weaker here than the S&P 500, down more than 1%, as we do have NVIDIA leading that group to the downside. Some other names to keep an eye on here include SMCI Supermicrocomputer. This one had a pretty tumultuous week last week. Now we have the CEO issuing a letter addressing both the Hindenburg short report and its decision to delay its annual reporting. We also have your Boeing down more than 7%, actually at its lowest level since late April, after getting a pretty significant downgrade here from Wells Fargo to underweight, with a price target decrease from 185 to 119. And also, as there's a potential strike going on here with its machinists, so lots to be aware of today, guys.
Thank you, Adair. I feel like you said your Boeing, and it's just like, Boeing, yes, proud Boeing shareholder. Over here. No, I'm not. So like there was, the best I could describe it is I turned to Sean when that number just dropped, and like the second the number came out, it's like they don't even care what it is. They're just dropping the bid into any economic number, and that's what happened. So Microsoft was it was breaking back out. So Microsoft bounced off VWAP. I got long. It was breaking back out this level. Number drops, it goes right back into VWAP, and now it's bouncing again. So I saw it bounce a second time post number, added again at the 80s, was able to get a 50-cent scalp trade in there because we're risking to the 40 level, so that's just better than a 1-to-1. And now if this name can hold on to VWAP, it's already been relatively strong. Let's see if it has a chance to go. I'm offering in front of 419. There just hasn't been anything that's set up because we wanted those shorts early, and I mean, what are you going to do? Like I said, I wasn't going to chase any bottom. Something had to set up for me. Mara's given some VWAP back into 16. But look at this. If we just keep lit grabbing underneath $16 on Mara and then holding the line at 16, eventually the sucker just breaks it out. That's how things work. So it's working for now. Microsoft's trying to get to that upside. And shout out to everyone in the chat yelling about the relative strength in Softy and some other names as these are starting to get back in. The market is starting to calm down a little bit here, down that 1.25. But things have leveled off, although the UVXY just got back to the high.
All right. Finally, our sort of our thesis here worked out, man. We said that I felt like the stocks were a little bit beside themselves here, and we wanted to go into futures. So I mean the fact of we just started covering right now, but the fact that this started to go back up to the upside right there, those are some great outs. We just bought 66, 65, 80s. It doesn't mean that this move, like this is what we're trying to do, scalp them out and then hold. We still have half of this position for a bigger move. But there it is, Jose, and you did hear that come through right there for the bullish move in the TQs. But that's not very bullish, that is for sure. So get some out, man. Get some out as it comes back in. I'm not averaging it in again. Like, this is how we talk about it in the wild, like learning lessons. And it's just like, we've already, we've averaged it and got it out. We've averaged it and got it out. Like, I'm not going to just now sit back here at this level, buy again, only for this thing to drop. We got to buy better prices. We got to wait for the futures to eventually slow down. And I don't know if that slowdown is coming. So we got to keep taking it out and getting lighter and lighter on this position for our futures trade. So I'm fine being wrong, but I'm not going to be wrong on like 7 names. Like let's just pick the names that we think we see something on, and if it breaks, it breaks, and that's the trade. That's trading. So we're going to sit here. That 65.50 is the bottom. I think that's a good area to think about taking some more long. I really want to give this down to 64.50. Like this little break there. That's what I mean. Like, I don't want to just like layer in right now, because if we're wrong, man, we're going to be wrong huge. So let's wait to see 65.50, a buy area there for our triple Q trade. So we're going to do that rate. Whoopsies, that was not enough shares, but we just put some bids down there. So let's wait to see if that goes. In a stock that has no idea what it's doing is Tesla. I mean, it was just at 213. It ripped up $2 straight in 2 minutes and then just fell off of that 215 level again. So we're right here right now. I mean, I like this stock. We've already seen it go. So I'm feeling like, and I know you had a good Microsoft trade there, I think that if this can go higher, then giddy up on Tesla. Like, this is the name that's been up here before. It can work. So I don't want to buy dips.
Not anymore.
It might be a breakout. Microsoft's not working.
I just reloaded and it lost a bid.
Oh, did it?
Man, okay, even Microsoft can't even hold this bid now. So suddenly, it was the only name that, I shouldn't say the only name. It was a name that I was looking at. It was this and Meta that were holding on to strength. We got the reload. It was back up into 418.5. We're like, okay, this one looks good. It goes right back into the close price and then holds the line and view up. I'm like, well, if it's going to do that, liquidity grab underneath, that's a great looking setup. If it lit grabs underneath, let's go long again and double up. Instead of waiting for it to go one level, let's just take it twice the first time through. Now you're losing the bid on Microsoft. So, all roads are seemingly leading back into this downside. All I have on is Mara. I wish I could tell you that the shorts that we liked this morning had come in. That's not true. They did, just not at any of the prices we liked. So Mara is the only thing I'm in right now. It just held on to VWAP. We're able to get it there. I do still want to find my way into a chip name short. I'm looking at AMD at VWAP. I think Intel 21 looks a little bit interesting. Tesla's actually looking strong now. I think AMD, part of the plan, it's going to make sense right in here, 143.30. It's not the level that we wanted. I was intending on shorting off a resistance, but this is a pretty decent trend to the downside. At some point, got to be willing to try to join it. You can miss the move all day long if that happens, but let's see. We can get 143s in here. We got to try. ARM is not available for me. Look at this sucker. Like we broke VWAP and looked like it was going to be a strong one. Now we just got to wait. Like, this one certainly ripped some faces off to the upside and is the only chip name that broke VWAP that I can see. So I no longer want to short that. If there's one chip name over VWAP, that's not the one I want to short.
Look, I look down and, Neil and I aren't going to be the only ones red here today. Actually, the whole floor is red. And I feel like it's really tough to join the trend. And I feel like that, psychologically, and the reason why I'm telling you that for everybody is I think that's important to know. It's like when the market's like this, it looks like such an easy short. But yet, we're not making any money short. So I just feel that sometimes you need to just dumb it down and be like, this is what it is. And even though we miss a trade, like on AMD, you can just still wait and get short. Like when these things start to pop, you cannot say, let's stop trying to find bottoms. Like, why does it look like this? And I say to myself, I want to buy 142.50. Yeah, it's been holding, but maybe when it breaks is when you want to look to go short. You know, because we look over here and I always say like, oh man, this market's only down 1.5. You know, it can get down 2. It can get down 2.5. It could get down lower. So to sit here and be like trying to base out a decision because of where the market is right now, you sort of sometimes got to zoom out and say like, you know, where exactly can we go? And I mean, the Nasdaq, we talked about this 14.3 area. Like if it loses that, we've already wicked down right there to 14.3, 19.3, 19.228. Like it's not going to get any better if we break that level. So sometimes it's like maybe wait for the short to come in and be a little more patient. And I'm just saying that because, again, like just noticing what's happening around us. And we talk about that all the time. And I know that there's some guys on our chat right here that are probably frustrated, maybe trying to catch bottoms here. And you're not alone. It happens to everybody. We just bought some nice 65.50s there. So see what I mean? That was a good trade. So now let's reward ourselves and get some out at 80. So there it goes. Like trying to be patient and wait for your positions to come in. Either you can wait for a pop higher, right, to short, or do some work and try to find some bottoms. And those, Neil, of course, as you and I know, are the trickiest things to find. I mean, trying to catch bottoms is one thing. Waiting for it to base out.
That's the harder part.
Where you have like, okay, now it's time to go. Like those are the tricky spots because it's so hard to put in a large amount of shares when the market's going against you. So sometimes with the trend, it's just so much easier. And then there goes Tesla again.
Tesla is suddenly now strong again.
Like this is what I mean. Like, you know, we'll trade strong stocks if we can find them. They're just hard to find. And like I trusted Tesla. I think I did a great job finding Tesla. But when it breaks this level, I got to get out, right? Because why? It goes down another $1 on that bottom wick. But can you hold it is the question. And you know, for me, the answer was no there.
Yeah, when in doubt, I think, good one. I just saw Chad in the chat just say it.
What's up, Chad?
When in doubt, zoom out. Like that's what you have to do in situations like this. So I was just going across the board. I mean, obviously we know Tesla 220. Ignore that dark pool wick. It doesn't really get back into 210 to give you something in here to work along off of. I'm tempted to look at Microsoft because it's still green on the day. Ignore the dark pool wicks. But this is the right area on Microsoft. Like I don't think I'm not looking at the wrong spot, right? Like Friday close, Friday resistance. Like that's the spot that if I'm either long out in front of that, or if it breaks, like your support's all the way down here or maybe at 415. So I think I'm at least looking at the right spot when it comes to that. I mean, Tesla's looking awfully strong at this point. And Cody for you videos, he said sometimes it's going to be on days like today, you can look at different names, like squeeze names, something like a GameStop. Well, unfortunately, GameStop was looking strong. There's your break at 24. Suddenly you're losing 24 for resistance. So I don't like this unless it's back above the 24 level. I can go over to Unity, which got the upgrade. Now it's starting to look strong again. So I was long Unity. It failed at 18, pulls right back into 1740. Now it's back above VWAP. This looks a little bit better to me. It was part of the plan for the long, and now it's trying to hold on to VWAP. It's kind of a blue sky setup if it can hold above the 18 level, but VWAP comes into play now. And I have a name up 9% when the market's going down that just got above VWAP. I'm going to go back over to Unity for a little VWAP consolidation long. Not many things look like this chart, so why not find strength where there already was before the market even opened?
So Juan Padilla, Uncle Sean, put me on the floor. I'll make it green. Yeah, I mean, we'll make it rain at some point too. Yeah, look, if you want to, we do have the Real Trading Campus program, which is on board right now again, so you can check that out. Are we supposed to advertise this today? They may be full. I don't even know. But go over here, realtrading.com/campus and start your goals today, especially Juan. If you are a resident of Canada, you can apply for this program. But otherwise, you can go over to Real Trading and just check them out to begin with. You don't have to join the campus program, of course. So, but yeah, that's one way to join this office. And of course, we talked about that over and over again with Brankles and Wayne and the office changing into the campus model. So we're going to have a lot, hopefully, of students or, you know, traders that are looking for that model.
Fresh meat.
Yeah, to come. Well, that's what the market looks at them. That's for sure. As we talked about that, most people will come in here and be that fresh meat. So don't be that. You know, join the campus model today and learn about proper trading before you actually execute in live. So that is the campus model. Make sure you go check that out right now at realtrading.com/campus. But All right, so that was just real quick right there. Look, we bought some more NVIDIA. I was going to talk about NVIDIA, but we bought some more TQs here, and it's just the spot that we reloaded. Let's see if we can get it again. I mean, I just can't believe we just went from there to there in 1 minute. Looks like we are now losing the bottom pretty rapido right now to the downside. So it does not look like longs are going to win. Bitcoin, a good trade there on Mara, but Bitcoin is losing right now down to 58. Breaker down to 57.9 right now as we continue to go lower, lower, lower. And yeah, man, again, psychologically, I see the same things happening over and over again. We talked about that. It's why is this such a tough day? I think if the market was ripping, you know, the office could be green. It's the downside move looking to fade these moves and buying dips. Not been correct, man. The Nasdaq is losing it on the first day of September as it continues to get lower and lower and lower.
NVIDIA breakdown at 112
again. Oh wow, it's okay. So this 64, I don't want to give it.
There's like 500,000 on this bid.
Okay, so go over to Neil's screen because I'm just checking this out. But TQs are breaking.
Yeah, 112 has about 500,000 shares on it on NVIDIA here. Oh, did they just break? Yeah, it just broke. What did I get there? 92s on NVIDIA was what I just got. Still some stickies out there.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's starting to. I mean, it got down to, what is the bottom in here? It got down to like 80 something, and now we're right back in those mid 90s. So it just broke. Like I said, there was about 500,000 shares on the bid at the 112 level. So I took the break. At the end of the day, you can want to short pops all you want. There just wasn't a short to pop. If we get back above the quarters, I'm out. There's a lot of volume churning through. Oh, wow. That's a lot. You see the volume?
Out. I did not see it.
I don't know if it's, okay, well, sorry, I wasn't a level 2, guys. I was in the chart. That's my bad. But there was a lot of volume that came in off that 90 bid the last time. So the breakdown's not necessarily going to work in here. I want to lower the day break to work right away. I don't want to get trapped at the bottom. I've been trying to short pops and pretty much everything chip related, but nothing has come to fruition. Oddly enough, I know I'm in Unity. Unity is a little bit different. It's been a strong stock, so we like that to the long side. The next play on NVIDIA, if we don't retest the low underneath 112, then we're back to waiting for something along lines of VWAP. Like, this is what the chart of NVIDIA looks like on a 15-minute. Like, you've broken bottoms, you're trending down. If it makes a bottom, great. We all like it when stocks go up, but shorting the pops has been a incredibly patient game. Like, I'm sitting here trying to get 143 on AMD. Maybe I'm able to get it the next time through, but then the third time, is that even going to be a charm? The other one, which is making some sense, is going to be Intel, not at VWAP, but just at $21. So, you know, forget about this line. That's 21.75. Forget about VWAP. If we just never break back above 21 here, this is looking like a reasonable entry point for a short trade. So Unity's back above VWAP. That's why we're long it. Right in here is just a consolidation above VWAP, simple price action. It's holding on to higher lows as the market is continuing to flush. So I do like this for a long and worthy of giving a couple of shots to. As long as this holds on to 1780, just realized I didn't have my stop in. Let's get it in now. As long as it holds on to 1780, we're going to like this to the long side. Mara is now through 16 and looking still weak. At this point, if we get back above 15.9, I want to jump out. 15 is huge support on Mara. If Mara gets to $15 today, I'm looking long because it's bounced off that level every single time it's gotten down here on the daily chart. But until we get there, I'm trailing it.
And I was just going to say, like, even when, I mean, a good, you know, kudos to Neil for trying to go short there on NVIDIA because, you know, even when we're short, it can still do those moves and take you out. And it's just like, it's a little frustrating here as we go today for sure. But there's that 112 break. I know Neil just covered it. Tesla. Yeah, I mean, again, like, it's just so crazy that we had this 214. Like, I'm sitting here in the futures, and I really, really like the futures here, obviously, to trade. And I don't know if they're going to work out. They're probably not, as we still have bottoms. But Tesla, I mean, we definitely, you know, picked the right equity, I feel like, to get long. And unfortunately, we did get stopped out there. But look at this move, right back up to 217. So, like, if we had held Tesla from 940, like, we could have just got flat. Well, we would have been up a lot because we would have averaged in. But at the end of the day, right there, 217, a decent level there for Tesla. Watch out for that one to come through right now as it's trying to get back up to that level. So 217 and change, looking like it wants to come through. All right, I mean, look, we've been patient, man. We're back to flat now. I mean, Mara, I guess, is going to be green, hopefully, as well. But this is going to be the only green stock so far, TQQs. And it's just holding on. Like, if this tanks in, then we're in trouble. But we've been averaging in. It just went up to 57 there. That didn't even get us back to green. So this is what I'm saying, like, fighting a name that I feel like we've been doing good on, and it's still not like a huge winner. So that's going to be a problem. Palantir coming back in again. I think this is a buy here for sure. It's just what I think right now is that the futures need to get going and give us some kind of confirmation. So right now we'll wait for that to happen. But Palantir down at 31 looks interesting enough to me, man. Did AMD break 140? Like how bad are we getting?
It's not that bad.
So AMD's actually...
It's not that bad. It's not bad enough yet.
Like, I look at that and think like 142 we should be going long, but then is that a trap? I mean, if anything, and I know that you tried to push that or get short, which was good at 112, but that looks like that's going to be a trigger zone too, because this is not filling to the short. So this is going to be a real key area right now to see what happens. If this market loses this, then yeah, the futures just try to get going. We talked about where it could go. What did we say? 19.3? Well, it's 19.3 right now. So we had talked about that up here. Should have, I guess, waited and been a little bit more patient. But here we go, baby. Let's see if the futures can get back going with these TQQs back up to the upside again. Anything you want to talk about before we go?
Mara just trailed out, so maybe we are making a bit of a bottom. So Mara, like the one short, that, when obviously I tried NVIDIA on the bottom break, that didn't work, but the one short that was kind of to the plan at least, just trailed back out underneath 515.9. I am still in Unity. It's basically flat. It's at 18. I'm at 17.97. But if we get back into VWAP, I still might favor this. But the longs are starting to look a little bit better than they were a couple of seconds ago. Let's get on over to the small cap recap. A few of those are moving around a little bit.
Weakness here in the IWM, as we're seeing with a lot of these indices today, including the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, down more than 1.5% right now for the Russell 2000. Bit of a topping tail candle forming right now on the 3-minute, that we do have a lot of volume getting traded. Branch Out Foods, this is actually a runner from last week on Wednesday, announcing their revenue projections here for 2024. Currently up here more than 80%. They do have a float here of about 4.4 million shares. No catalyst here for Motorsport Games MSGM, but they're up about 15% right now. Seeing a little bit of volume, especially earlier in the day, and they do have a float of just over 1.5 million shares. Last but not least, Conifer Holdings. This one, a bit farther here from its high of day, but still up more than 40%, announcing the sale of its insurance agency operations and also announcing the appointment of a new CEO for CNFR, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and there was a mover that we just, we didn't ignore it, but it's worth mentioning here. After the big earnings run, a firm just huadung to the downside. Big time.
Firm. Oh, we talked about that.
Yeah.
Was it 46? What was the top today?
45. 45.00, the actual high on a firm. It got to the even dollar, and it's been up a few days in a row in a bit of a squeeze play. A firm losing 43, that's a gap to 41. So watch out for a firm. I know a lot of people were looking at that. The last couple of days have been good longs on a firm. If you're long it now, I hope you took profits, because that's starting to look a little bit nasty. If it loses to 43, I still got to think usually it's a flat bottom break I'm going to like, but I'm not shorting any bottoms. Done with shorting bottoms at this time of day. Unity just double tapped 18.10 and still not breaking out the top. We got out of the long originally, back into it above 17.9, added to it right at about $18, and just got to 18.10 and is trying to turn around. I still think there's good room for this. You want it holding above 18, which is great, and then suddenly, if you hold 18, this next level on the daily is 18.40, and then here's 18.50. If it gets to 40 to 50, I'm thinking out, because that's major resistance on the daily chart. So at least something is strong and trying to go to the upside, but you got to ring the register the way this market's going. And now Tesla is manic.
Exactly. People that are...
What's the word I want? What's the word for this?
Missed opportunity. It is going meme crazy. Remember,
Jekyll and Hyde.
I was telling you about this. This is what Palantir is going to do one day. Okay, so yeah, Jekyll and Hyde for sure. And we talked about that with Tesla. Whatever, man. I'll spend the money for everybody. I dropped it out. I think a lot of you probably held it. Great call there. And bipolar, it's just crazy that, bipolar, maybe. That is a good one. But anyways, there's the 214 long, 212, I said, ultimate bottom, man. You know where we got to? 212.50. So that's why I'm happy that at least we talked about it. We were on this stock, but we did drop it there and didn't get back in. We switched over to the futures, which doesn't have anywhere near the trajectory. The futures should be up here, man. That Tesla has. We just bounced off of. We were in the money on this trade, by the way. It went to 67s. We were waiting at 68. So we'll sit there again, see if we get that fill. Hopefully, it will come back up to, or come back to the upside there on that pull. So we'll wait and hopefully be able to get that upside. I just didn't want to get out for flat. You know, if we're going to hold this, let's see if it can work. I mean, that's kind of what we're doing right there. Great job, coffee trader. I mean, I hope the sticky note at least was able to help you out just a little bit on that play, getting long at 212.50 in between 212.50 and 213. So great call. We also did, and it's just about missing calls, man, for me today. We did also talk about Palantir being down there. And again, just didn't have faith that it really wanted to go back up. And part of that is sitting in these futures and not wanting to be overexposed. So I'm going to have to mentally think about that so I don't have to deal. Apple, oh, you know what the other name I want to look at actually? Let's do this. Intel. Intel was a name. Okay, $21 now. So we wrote down again, of course, 22. Like we said, some trades you'll miss. And that one never gave us an opportunity to trade 22, but it did give us VWAP right there again. I know you tried NVIDIA, and Neil, it's still at that same level. I don't know if it's
not over yet.
Right. I just don't know if the futures will go unless this name goes. So I feel like me and NVIDIA are kind of married here with I'm hoping for it to go up. I almost think it's worth a shot long here. But as I said, man, we get into that sort of that mindset that, hey, man, there has to be a bottom, but there doesn't have to.
There doesn't always have to be a bottom, but there can be.
Come on, future.
There can be strong stocks. And another one that, look, a lot of people in the chat have said Oracle, and I've seen a few mentioning this name. I'm just going to pivot over to something, like I said, there's very few names when you're at the bottom that are going to be at tops like this, and Oracle is doing it, and it's breaking out this top. This is a local high on Oracle, so shout out to everyone that's looking at this long. It's a 141.5 or so on that daily. You're clearing out the 142. So a joint of trend, man, the volume's not that great. But a joint of trend in here would require it to either go back into VWAP or hold on to 142 for a top end move. Still in Unity. I'm looking for Mara to maybe come back in and give us a reload.
Is it cold in here?
So Mara, it's been the VWAP game on Mara. This is the only one that's gone to structure.
Holy.
So if we get back to VWAP, that's now 16.10. I mean, Bitcoin's not doing much. It's at 15.8, holding on. So if we get down into or back up into 16.10, I'll look to roll this one over. Is Tesla really going to double tap 220? Just going over the big levels that are starting to come in here. You know I'm going to want to short Mara at that 16 level or 1610. But Tesla 220 is coming in pretty quickly here. Missed the opportunity to go short at this level before. I think it's a little distinctly different after you grab the bottom. If Tesla decides to break out this top, it was a great short the first time through. But if we're at the lows and this is breaking the top, you don't want to fight it over 220. Like the short under. But to me, that's a long over on Tesla 10 times out of 10. NVIDIA's not moving much. I don't even know what to say about it. Now NVIDIA's got a 30, 40 cent range at the bottom, and I don't know what you do with that. You can pick a direction and try to go. AMD is very similar. I'm trying to get VWAP on AMD. Look at the movement down here. Almost non-existent. So you got to watch out for this because I feel like you're going to break one way or the other, and if the stock isn't at the price you want, you don't have to trade it. So yeah, now you can't get above 16, Mara. Right, if you can't get to VWAP, one more chance as the market's going up here to try to get into VWAP. Otherwise, I just try to short this 16 level as well. 132 Wolf, you want to look at coin? Yeah, we can look at Coinbase. I'm staring at Mara thinking that's a short. Maybe Coinbase is going to be better here. Just a little stronger.
Yeah, we're
Coinbase. So remember, I was just looking at Mara underneath VWAP, a little bit weaker. Coin was looking a little bit stronger, 177. What's the key price here? That low was 178. So, oh yeah, 178 looks like a good short. So forget about VWAP. 178 looks like the key level in there. You always try to pick one, or I always try to pick one. Mara's the one I like. Yeah. So if we can get this 16 level, I like the fact that Coin just pulled back as well. That's going to lead me to this instead of VWAP on Mara. We'll see if we can get something in the high 90s here to reload that short. But Coin not looking good. That 178, a pretty good level for you in there. All right, Tesla, about $2 away from 2020. I think that's a big level if it comes in there. If NVIDIA breaks the bottom again, I probably try the short again. Because if the market can't bounce here, where's it going to bounce?
We got a 25% of the TQ trade. I just wanted to say, like, yeah, that 78 level, we did this in the pre-market. Remember, I was like you could take 180, but I thought that was a little bit of a risk. But yeah, that 178, I agree 100% right there on the 20-minute chart. So we were talking about shorting that. You would have got a nice trade, obviously, down there, $3. But like I was mentioning, remember when the spread was 30 cents? I was like, that's a good spread. Yeah, right now it's 50 cents. So there it goes. All right, market. So again, NVIDIA doing nothing, so we won't really look there right now. But again, a bunch of good outs. So let's just go money bags. There's going to be two positive names here today, I think. I think there's going to be Mara, and there's going to be the TQs. Other than that, I think maybe your Unity as well could go. But right now, man, I'm going to be here to tell you, I've only traded 3 names, so it's, we've kind of gone over them. That was Tesla right there, ashamed to have gotten out there. Not ashamed, I mean, it fit the plan. And then Palantir was fine. Palantir, we just lost 31. I was pretty happy getting out of where we did, 31.08, because it goes down to 30.90. We tried that earlier. Now everything seems to be barcoding a little bit. But you know what? That is a good call there by Marco in the chat. As Alibaba had a good day on Friday and then fell near the end of the day, right? It started to get going there on some China, the regulators here eased up on them. They had sort of concluded their investigation. But then all day, there was like a $2.6 billion fine or something holding over Alibaba's head that got lifted. So that was a huge relief there from look at this move, man. We didn't even talk about this on Friday, I don't think. $81 up to 85. No, we did. But then it came back in and bounced off of 82.50. Well, right now you're at this 82.50 area again. So I'm wondering, not going to go long immediately or anything like that, but if you fall back into the 50 here of 82.50, which would be the 50-period moving average, as well as VWAP, you are going to have some kind of reasons to go long on Alibaba. A strong name that got hit really hard on Friday, but started off well today and could get a pullback. Alibaba, good one, Marco, and anybody else in the chat that was looking at this name. I think Alibaba has a chance. But the market's right back at its lows again. So if you shorted Tesla, good on you. I feel like this is another long, but where is the long going to come in? I don't know. Let's go find out more about crypto, because crypto right now, 58,000, Bitcoin trying to hold. Is it? Let's go find out if others are holding up well as well at the big desk with Adara.
Beware of Intel here as well before we move on to crypto. They're supposed to apparently have their Core Ultra launch event here on September 3rd, so beware of INTC seeing some reports of this and also seeing some confirmation of this event on their website. In terms of crypto, we did discuss earlier today the general weakness in the month of September for the market. Bitcoin actually mirroring this. So we have here from FX Street this graphic. September here, average return for BTC of negative 4.78%. That is the lowest average return of all of the months. Second lowest median return here as well for Bitcoin. So September, much like it's weak here for the rest of the markets, tends to be a bit of a weaker month for Bitcoin, though last year actually gained about 4%. So keep an eye on BTC this month. Starting off with a bit of a red note here, now back below that 58,000 level. The last few days we've been shopping in between 57 to 59,000. So let's see if BTC can break out of this trend to the upside or the downside. Right now, down just about 1%. Ethereum also notably weaker than it was earlier today. Pre-market, it was above 2,500. Now we're just holding on to 2,450. Some strength in some of these other names, though, just barely. Ripple and Dogecoin both up less than 1%. BNB up almost 1%. But then we have names like Solana, Tron, Toncoin, Cardano, all down a little bit today. So generally weaker for crypto, much like what we're seeing with the market here, guys.
Yeah.
Right back into the low. So, look, I didn't get those mid-90s in Mara, let's be real. So didn't catch those. NVIDIA broke 112 again. I didn't get filled in the 90s like last time when it broke the evens, but the low of the day was down around 80 anyway. So I was able to get the low of the day break and got 71s. That's now trending back in. Okay, bit of a buyer stepping in here at one of my favorite numbers. We'll see if we can get something out halfway into 111. But yeah, NVIDIA bleeding to the downside. Unity just lost VWAP. So Unity, I mean, the initial trade in Unity was good, but then we longed it in this consolidation. It lost. and now it's back underneath VWAP. We'll let it try to find a support level. It might just be 1735. Like, who knows if you lose VWAP forever. But NVIDIA took a third shot at this one to the downside. Now you're holding underneath the 112. Just got to short the pops. I think forget about the level that you want it to pop to. Just look to where it's actually popping to and be willing to take that. I know that's easy to say after the fact. Like, look at Mara at 16. By the time I decided I didn't want VWAP and wanted 16, it was gone. So next pop, if we get back in here, we're going to look to short. If we get lower highs, great. Even Intel, we're looking at 21. Cancel that now because we just broke the lows. We're looking at 21. No 21s available. It's just stairs to the downside. There was this nice consolidation at 2080 into about 2090. That's the next target area. If we bounce back into that zone, look to join the short on Intel at that price. Not just the one you want, what the market's willing to give you. If you're willing to join the trend, you should be able to find something. And I'm going to go to the other name I'm looking at. I have one other chart out. It's going to be Tesla. Tesla just bouncing off VWAP here. Is Tesla back to being relatively strong? Let's get some confirmation first, but it doesn't look nearly as bad as it did a few minutes ago. Intel still looks like junk. Bitcoin's still weak, so Mara still looks weak. NVIDIA's still looking weak for now. Tesla's trying to hold on for life. Let's look for some confirmation in VWAP. The last time, it got to VWAP and blew right through it, so you don't want to be sitting there catching a falling knife. Let's know what you guys are watching. JP Swade saying CCL blast from the past. Please tell me it's strong. Kind of. Yeah. See, this is what you want to find. Nice upward trend that is completely ignoring what's happening in the market, except for possibly being inverse to the market. There isn't even a red candle on CCL today. There you go. Mr. Swade, you found yourself a good one. This is what you always want to try and find on a day like today. Just buy the dips into the trend line and let it fly. CCL's done this before, so since holding VWAP, the trend is something along these lines. Buy into the trend if it can. So the new position for me was just NVIDIA when it retook the low of the day. I want to try and reload this on any pops back into the 112 and go from there. If we catch Intel, we catch Intel. Maybe CCL sets up for some kind of a long. I don't know the reason it's up, but who cares if it's strong when the market isn't?
All right, man. Yeah, I'm with you on all fronts right now. Trade the stronger names. So we've talked about that over and over again. And and how hard it is to be in the right names when this kind of move happens. It's, sometimes you got to throw out the first 5 or 10 minutes and then get your bias and then go. We were biased short from the beginning. When the market was, in the pre-market, we were biased short. So for us to be not up anything short is crazy. And we've talked about that over and over again. So kind of don't want to beat a dead horse there. But there comes the market. We've done okay on this one, but now we're sitting in a loser. So there's not much we could do now, man. We were trying to protect that 19.3 area and trying to give it right to this bottom of the TQs, which looks like it's trying to do right now. So we've come into there. Well, obviously, this is low. This is a daily chart. So we're coming right into these levels right here, 64.50. So if we break there, then we'll just have to throw in the towel. And I think we did a good job of, it's hard to sit here and say like we've done a good job averaging in because we haven't. Obviously, we'd be long here. But to be down 30 cents and have taken profit, I think it's been a decent run here for this. So I'm not going to sit here and complain too hard about the trading so far. It's just, it sucks that we haven't been able to really sort of pick out bigger moves. And so that's what I'm going to talk about there. We are into Tesla. Again, back into VWAP. I like the strength here. So we'll buy that. We'll see if we can get something at 217, sort of that little drop area there, 217.30. 217.30 would be 90 cents. So if it comes back up into there, let's put an offer and see if we can get that. But my whole day, and we'll talk about this, is going to be basically waiting to see what these futures want to do. And right now, they want to go the other way. So futures right now, I just heard Sharif say something, and I think it was downside. And there it goes. Market still
maybe Polestar.
But Tesla right now, hey, there it is, man. It's a 70-cent winner. So your boys here, man, we've talked about it. No real winners today. That Mara was great. Let's see if we can finally get Tesla 217.20s. Here it is, Neil. 70 cents, man. We got that one. It's a chicken dinner winner. Finally coming back there for TSLA, but it's only a winner if you get out, right? So let's wait to see what winds up happening now with Tesla. It's the futures that we're sort of resting on here.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do. You got to be patient. Tesla came into VWAP, it's set up, nothing else was, and then there you go. So I think it's a great one. I wasn't joking. Polestar is up a lot. Like I was saying, maybe Sharif is on about Polestar. No, it is up 15%.
Booyah!
So I wasn't like that was not a bad Polestar joke or anything along those lines. It's strong. Why do I already forget what the news was on Polestar? Oh yeah, because it's Polestar.
Yeah, same.
That's the Polestar joke. But no, this is actually a good-looking stock. I have nothing against it in this moment. But the market is still testing lower. But I got to look at the bottom that's being put in here potentially. There was that 112 break that just happened on NVIDIA. It just tagged like 35, I think, is the low. And it just double tapped it and can't break this local high. So now all of a sudden 111.80 looks like the resistance on NVIDIA. And if it breaks that, maybe we're headed right back in to VWAP or something along those lines. Ooh, of course, I just jinxed it. I just jinxed Tesla. Well, I was like, I wanted to wait for a little more confirmation on it off of VWAP because I know I tried the VWAP drop on Microsoft. First time good, second time not. But you get the confirmation that we're holding above. And the second I like it, it's probably going to drop to 216. So I'm into it now. Let's get on over to Sector Watch with Adara.
Unsurprisingly, we have quite a few sectors that are sharply lower here, including electronic technology. Most of these names here very much to the downside, especially if you're looking at semiconductors. Technology services not faring much better either. Netflix sharply to the downside, but Adobe actually slightly up ahead of its earnings. Not this Friday, but the Friday after. So ADBE, bit of a bright spot in this sector. Other weak sectors include finance, producer manufacturing, energy minerals notably weak as we continue to see some oil weakness. Crude oil actually giving up its 2024 gains amidst ongoing production disruption issues. Also weak are industrials here and non-energy minerals. In terms of strength, we actually do have some stronger sectors. One of them is going to be health services. We also have consumer non-durables with quite a bit of strength with the exception of Nike. Utilities pretty strong here as well. And consumer durables, though we have a lot of red names. TSLA actually trying to bring this group up here. So really interesting sector board here, guys.
It really is an interesting one. Like
Tesla?
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's trying to hold that VWAP. NVIDIA just took 111 half, so it's now down at the 111 mark. It continues to bleed to the downside. Adam DeLuz, you're right about this. Thank you for the super chat. Patience is key. Markets go up and down. They do both, last I checked. And that means you can, if you like longs, there's always a long somewhere. If you like shorts, there's always a short somewhere if you're patient enough and you can go ahead and find it. So appreciate that super chat. You know, we're trying to do our best to be patient. It's not always easy being patient. So Mark came back to 16. This local high is like 16.03. I think I should already have a stop in there and out and above that. For the first time, we tried that short, which we didn't get, and maybe I didn't jinx it after all.
There it goes. Yeah. Let's go for chicken dinner winners again. You're coming through with some chicken dinner winners on Tesla right now. And I mean, Tesla should be a monster stock. We should be up thousands, hundreds, tens of dollars on this stock. It's just like, got dropped out there, but we've been buying VWAP. And so there it is, man. A couple 70-cent winners back to back right there. We just got, I mean, again, you know, we just got out 17s. We just got out at 216.98. This reload, I mean, you can see where it was right here, 16s. That's 70 cents back to back right there. So even if this stock drops in, I'm not reloading it anymore. We'll watch. If it drops in, we'll get out, right? Breaking 215.50, that's going to be our stop. So we've just gone sort of, you know, again, in there and out, in and out. Like just keep on getting that going again on Tesla, as it's a strong name. So we'll sit here and try to see. And if the market loses it, I mean, we're already trading the market right now. We did have an opportunity to get some out. It just ripped up, not ripped, but it went to 65, basically, the futures, which put us 30 cents out. I'm not going to cry over spilt milk here. This trade is not horrible. We were able to get out of it all. Not all of it. We're still in a lot of it. But right now we are coming back in. And I want to give this, and if it drops through, well, it's just about to drop out right now. I was going to say if it drops too much through the 66.50 area right here, then we're going to be gone. And that's right where we are right now. So yeah, man, just teetering right now on the brink of exhaustion now is the TQQs. So this trade is getting nastier and nastier as the market just keeps on falling. And it's being led by, and I know you have that NVIDIA trade. This is what's leading it, man. NVIDIA continues to make that move lower. So there goes NVIDIA right now, went through 111. So Nice downside push there for NVDA. I'm going to take advantage and get some out if the futures do pop up. But right now we're right at a kill spot.
Technically, Intel is the weakest name on my quote board.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a distinction without a difference. A lot of things.
Not leading.
Oh, that's not true.
Boeing's down 8.
Yeah, you know what? No. For some reason, I just refreshed it. And I was like, wait a minute, no, that's wrong.
Yeah, Nvidia's down.
No, it was weird. Like for some reason, Intel was actually there, and then I refreshed it, and Boeing and Nvidia are weaker. So that's my bad. That was just my quote board that was off. Oh, Boeing was the other one. Man, it's frustration because we like the Boeing short, but it doesn't matter what you like. It's what you can get at the end of the day. So Tesla bounced. It got to the 17 level. It broke the 16 level. What are you going to do? Like if it can hold on to VWAP, it's still a relatively strong name. I do want to give it the chance to maybe hold on a little bit more, and we can try something else. We just got in 97s on Mara. I want to give it to the local high here. We're just risking about 5 cents. It's not a VWAP. We can always get back into VWAP. Nvidia, we tried it. This is the third time that we're short on Nvidia. And if 110, like it's almost 11 o'clock, I'm willing to guarantee, that's a bad word to say. There's a high probability that NVIDIA 110 is going to have a lot of buyers and a big bid on the level. So if it wicks it down there, I do want to jump out of this trade. NVIDIA is down already 7 points. So 7% down to start the week. Going into lunchtime, I'm expecting 10 to have a bid. And if you like the short, you can always rejoin it somewhere. Stick a fork in Intel and just forget about getting on the offer sometimes.
Tesla broke.
Like I got on the offer of Intel when it made a consolidation. I then tried to catch it when it was breaking down 2070. And like a lot of other shorts, it's not letting you in the patient way when everything is dropping into the downside. So it's looking nasty. Daryl Flinch, the 100-day on NVIDIA's 110. There you go. 110's a nice number. 110's a round number. Everyone's going to be looking at it. And it's the 100 period as well. Then that's a more reason, I think, to get out in front of that trade going station to station. Here. It looks like the $0.50 is already catching a bid.
I mean, there goes Tesla to the downside. So it does break 215. So again, we averaged it in at the 50 period, so 215.75 before dropping out right there. So yeah, man, there's blood in the streets today. It looks like as we continued. Okay, now it's starting to get worse. So now these futures are starting to come in. We're going to get out to 75% of this trade right now. So there's the fail there on the futures. Like I said, man, not many green names at all here today. I don't have any green names at all on the board, so it's been a disaster as the market down 2%. And like I told you, man, we'll be the honest truth, man. There's not going to be a green trader here today, so we're going to wait to see if anything can hold. It may not hold, but one market that always seems to be, up and, really consistently going. Great technology over there. A market that we talk about, especially recently. You've had some good ADRs starting to move around. We could talk about some of those Japanese names, Chinese names, cannabis names. And what better of a time to do that than right now with Mr. Jeff Mendel. Let's bring on Jeff Mendel right now from the OTC markets. Jeffrey, how are you doing today, my friend? Looking spiffy as usual. It's been a minute. How was your summer? And looking forward to more, contact with you as we head into the fall.
Gentlemen, good to see you both. I guess it's fitting too with the football season coming right.
Here we go.
Around the corner this weekend. We'll see how everything shakes out.
You still positive about the Cowboys?
It's gonna be another Buffalo Cowboys. Is it going to be
Rico Dowdle time?
Upsetting year, or what are we in for?
You guys, we paid our quarterback. You guys didn't pay your quarterback. Okay, so CeeDee Lamb just got paid, and now all of a sudden, everyone wants their money. So you got to pay your team if you want them to do well.
Get paid.
Like right now, here's the analogy I'm going to give you. NVIDIA just bled 7.5% down into 110. So this chart of NVIDIA is my thoughts on the Dallas Cowboys season. That's what I want to give to you. But the question I have is, so look, we just had like a big pullback in the market. Obviously, you've seen it. The volumes going into this quarter had been sort of light going into a long weekend. Now we come out of the other end of this. What's standing out for you in terms of names? Because I looked over at the OTC most active. And you got Tencent, which has over 5,000 trades. That's been moving around a bit. You got DIDDY, and it's just, it seems to me like the high flyer names, it's sort of just go back into the well, like don't stray on a day like today. The volume's where it usually should be, and the Chinese ADRs, like everything else, they're taking it on the chin, no matter what they happen to be here today. But I'm seeing Tencent leading the way. What are you seeing on your end?
Yeah. I mean, kind of looks like the same thing's kind of going on over here as well too.
Wow,
most of the names are down right now. One name that doesn't pop up every day, but it has in the past is Rolls Royce, RYCEY. Decent amount of volume this morning. It's down 6%. I think when I got on the show a minute ago, it was only down about 4.5%, 5%. So this thing's moving around a little bit. RYCEY, Rolls Royce. It's a name that everyone has kind of heard before. Once in a while pops up and trades a decent amount here. So definitely that's one to look at. You also mentioned the cannabis space too. I think we got TCNNF, True Leaf, right? That's actually up about 4% today. So I don't know what's going on up in Canada, but if it's an indication, is this name specific or is it kind of across the board with cannabis? But another great name to look at. This is listed up in Canada and also trades down here on OTC markets. That's TCNNF. It's another good name to look at.
Well, there was, I think it was the Trump administration at least made some somewhat positive comments. I believe, was it Florida? I think it was.
Florida.
It was Florida with regards to legalization. So I think the entire group, and when the group is up, let's be real, when the weed names are hot, you want to trade them. And when they're not, you want to stay somewhat far away from them. But this it is heading back in and pulling back. I think that's just because the market, sometimes when there's no follow-up on cannabis news, you go right back in. Rolls-Royce was an interesting one because that daily chart looks pretty solid there on a Rolls-Royce. But when you look at True Leaf, I think for a lot of the traders out there, you're like, well, can you trade these? Can you look at them just like any other trade? When I see this, I mean, that seems relatively tradable. There is a stable area of support. I feel like I'm looking at a chart of Rivian, for lack of a better example. Like, you've got support levels, you can trend it a little bit here. This almost looks like a swing trade type of stock where you've got defined support and resistance that holds up for a couple of days in there. So I think there's some interesting names looking. And I think as we're alluding to, Jeff, one of the things, if you want to look at the OTC markets, just check out, and I was on the website, but that's otcmarkets.com, and then you look at current market activity. I like to see the number of trades in addition to volume, personally. I think you want to see how many trades are going through, the more active you are. But when you're swinging it, some of these stocks are interesting for a few days, holding some key levels. And your Rolls-Royce, that had been trend up for a while, Jeff. There was a strong looking stock before today.
Yeah, definitely one to look to. Also for those scalpers out there too. It's kind of a lower price name with usually a decent sized bid and offer out there. So, depending on if you're swing or just, some scalping, intraday stuff, always a good one to look at. And then, you met, sticking with the automotive, you mentioned Rivian, BYD, which is BYDDY down here, over here at OTC markets. Another name to look at, in the EV space, BYDDY. Another one to look at, down about 2% today, kind of on par with everything else.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that there is LKNCY as well, Luckin Coffee. Like, when you're talking about some of this stuff with Rolls-Royce and things like that, I think it's important that everybody understands, Jeff, that there is a lot of liquidity here. I mean, here's a live level 2. If we come over to the screen, just want to give Jeff some love here because, there's OTCN, right? So there's the gateway with a lot of volume at level 1. So I think that's something that a lot of traders need to understand, that they can get instant liquidity by coming over here and trading some of these names. So, this is an LSE name that you can get access to during our live market hours. And of course, down 6%. Let's watch out for Rolls-Royce. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention there, Jeff, that there is a lot of action, especially on the gateway over there with you guys on your ATS. And it's level 1 a lot of the time with pretty much the most, size available. So do you want to talk about that? You do get some instant executions there off that ATS, so it provides a good, safe, stable place for traders to execute with. Did you want to talk a little bit about the gateway at all?
Yeah, no, great point too, right? So I love it how we're at the inside when you're showing it there on the level 2. So OTCN is our ECN, right? So it's like the electronic trading venue for the over-the-counter space. So you can put in limits. You can peg to the bid of the offer. You can put in a midpoint. You can put in hidden orders and reserves, and all the order types that you're accustomed to on trading the listed names on New York and Nasdaq. You can do over here too using OTCN. So that means when you're going out there to take an offer or hit a bid, if you see it there, you're going to get that instant electronic fill. You're going to get the execution report right back, and so it gives a feel for like when you're trading, like an Apple or a Tesla or something like that over here in the OTC market. So yeah, thanks for bringing that up, John.
Hey, no problem. Always trying to scratch each other's backs around here. We want to thank you for coming through right now. With just about 10 minutes left, did I miss something? Because I know that we were trying to code some of these order types into our platform. Is the closing auction, is there anything been happening with that? Those mechanics? Because we saw on Friday, there was big rebalances on the NYSE and NASDAQ. Just wondering how that's working out for you guys. If you've gotten anything further with that, if it's live, any expectations for market on close order types?
Yeah, so we recently introduced a closing auction for the over-the-counter market, which is the first one that's being run out of a venue, I think, ever for the over-the-counter market. And so, they're just like you would see on like Nasdaq with the closing auction process, right? There's an imbalance dissemination feed that starts at 350 every day, so you can see if there's a buy imbalance or a sell imbalance, or kind of what the close is looking like. And so with that too, we have a market on close and limit on close order types as well too. And so we have it live in a handful of names right now, kind of getting people used to it and getting more people connected to it.
Right.
Like I said, it's the first time that it is actually been around in the over-the-counter market, and so
right.
We're seeing some traction in it, and we're looking to expand. So definitely something to kind of keep an eye out for, and we'll be putting updates out on the website too. Pretty soon, you'll actually be able to see what the closing auction price and size was. And so definitely something we'll keep you guys in the loop on, and keep it going on the website and really try and get that thing moving into the end of the year.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, that would be awesome because I know that's something that a lot of our traders, and we took advantage of it on Friday on the NYSE, so we'll look to do that as well on the OTC market. So thank you so much, Jeff. And I don't know who the Cowboys play in week 1.
It doesn't matter who they play.
It doesn't matter? Okay.
No, actually, I genuinely don't know. I mean,
I don't know. The Packers, of course, are in Brazil. You been to Brazil there, Mr. Mendo?
I actually have not, but it's going to be a fun game to watch, that's for sure.
That might be a fun vacation spot.
And also, I think the Cowboys, we're playing Cleveland, and
that's
really hard. I don't know, man.
Oh, that's a tough game.
I think we might get
at home. Is it at home?
Cleveland doesn't suck anymore, man.
I know.
That's a good team. You guys are in trouble. We got Arizona. We're going to handle Arizona. I think we're going to handle Arizona. Arizona's a pretty good team as well.
Look, if the Cowboys are going to have problems with Cleveland, then let's just call it like it is. It's not going to be their year.
Well,
if they have problems,
they're on the road.
Oh, they're on the road.
They're in Cleveland.
Not in Jerry's world?
No.
All right. Mr. Mendo, thank you so much. One more time, thanks for hopping on with a little bit of late notice there, so we really appreciate that. Keep us updated on all the changes, and we'll have you back anytime.
Awesome, guys. Thanks again. Good seeing you.
Ciao.
Thanks, Jeff.
All righty then. Well, thank you, Mr. Mendel, for that one. Excited to see the market on close and balances for sure.
Yeah, that'll be exciting.
As we've been able to run, the board on that a little bit there, including last week here live, as you saw us take that trade into the close for new holding. Well, what I'm not taking into the close here is going to be at video. We're long right now, 110, basically 18s. So let's see what happens. We actually sold a little bit there once it broke through 110. The first time we're back into it. So we'll be red on it just because we sold some, but we are holding this against that bottom of 109.50 basically. Excuse me, for NVIDIA. Yeah, I don't know. This is what it was doing at 112. Remember when it was 112, we're like, oh my God. And then it finally broke. Well, right now, I think that level's 110. So let's see how much more selling NVIDIA can handle. Now down 8%. Seems like it can take a lot right there. I was just looking at my notes and was like, why in the heck did I write down TQQ short at 66? You know, like when it bounced up there at 66 right here, where we got it at the 50-period moving average. Again, this doesn't require aggressive journaling or anything like that. This is already 66 right there. We've already wrote that down. We should have indicated that. We could have got out and regrouped on a break. It never broke. So yeah, downside action right there for the triple Qs. And Nasdaq down now 2.27%. So you can lose a lot of money when the market doesn't participate properly. And that's what happened here today. We should have followed our rules. Got out when it broke 66 instead of chasing this. So we went from basically flat to, well, we were up when this was happening, and then gave it all back right here as it falls back down in. So, man, today will not be a green day for me. NVIDIA, Palantir, the TQs, and then unfortunately Tesla. I mean, Tesla's not as bad as potentially it could have been.
At least it was relatively strong.
Yeah, at least it was relatively strong. And I think a pull back in for Tesla still would need to be bought, but you might as well wait to where I got out, down here at 213 now, as it doesn't seem to be getting any better. And here comes NVIDIA, man, pulling back one more time. Lower, goes NVDA, man, down to 109.50 now.
Yeah, I mean, the two mistakes for me this morning was, I think, looking strong stocks to go long instead of maybe considering what would happen if they reverse. So like Meta in here, and then like Meta I took one shot at, so it's like whatever, you took one shot, then it went red, right? So it's not the end of the world. But then Microsoft is the one this is the one that I'll be more upset with, because I took two shots at Microsoft and each time I got in twice. Like each time I liked it enough to go twice at it, and then look what happens. It then rolled over that same level to give you a short entry point. NVIDIA, I got out of NVIDIA when it bounced the first time off the 110 level, so that it did happen while we were talking to Jeff. And if it wants to go lower, I kind of thought we'd bounce to maybe short a pop in that. It hasn't happened. And the only thing that has stayed true, it's frustrating in that when you have a bunch of stocks that you like short and they set up, like only one of them gave me the normal trade, where if you don't get the top or you don't get the breakdown, it just gives you the clean VWAP and then lower highs, and that was Mars. So the structure is working there. Bitcoin's down underneath 58,000, so we're still trending to the downside. The market's at the lows. Thank you, Monty G. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. We got the professor, we got Adara, and the lesson, you can't make it up. It's trends. We got one happening right now, and it ain't up, that's for sure. So let's get on over to the midday. We got the professor and Adara. Trend to the downside.
Video 109.
Wow. Oh, the markets are bleeding.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. Wowzers, we got some red arrows, baby. But that is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other chat. Hello, Andrew Chow. You're in the wrong chat, brother. You got to go over to the other one. So wait till you're pushed over there. Big style, big smile, big Kyle Burdett. I shared how to do some of my journaling trades with Sharif to share with some of you guys. I'll be getting to that in a hot second. Big smile. Shout out to you. Shout out to Mr. Jonathan. Red droplets of blood, baby. This market is on the way down. Cesar Sandoval as well joining us today. Rob EV and Chucky. We got Monty G and Juan Padilla. We got the gatekeeper. He's holding on to those gates, Adara. We got trading with Nikkei. Trading the Nikkei. Alaric B, Bonzilla, Pattern Day Trader, Fumago, Jose Santos 90, and 1320 Wolf joining us as well as Stephanie D. What's up to you, Steph? And Mr. Ian. And let's flip and go. What kind of a day would it be without Mr. Let's flip and go in the chat?
Because we have to let's flip and go.
Absolutely.
We must flip and go.
Absolutely.
We must do.
Good morning. How are you? How was your long weekend?
My long weekend was all right. I am, here. We are alive. We are ready to make some trades. How was your long weekend, Sharif?
It was good. It was good. Aunt's house in the Keswick area, which is like by the water. So, that's kind of my go-to cottage. Seeing as I don't have my own cottage there. So I kind of used that as my own there, and it was good. You stay in the city?
I went around a little bit, but mostly just in the city. A little bit of exploring some adventuring, burnt my thumb to end the weekend. So nice, fun little tapestry of events as we prepare to do some trading.
Were you one of those people that enjoyed the air show as well and all the ancillary noise that came with it?
I could hear them from my room because I do live like very in downtown, so I could hear the boom.
Yes, the F-20.
How was it?
I didn't go. Sadly, I didn't go.
You might.
I kept hearing them though. Their F-22 just lets you know that it's around, Adara. It's unmistakable for any other airplane. Let's get right to trading, baby, because we've got one hell of a trend on today. I'll just talk about my trade super quick here. Yeah, I took Apple short, right? I mean, that's kind of the go-to move. This thing is down and to the dang right, absolutely respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. No breaches so far, so we're going to base a lot of trades off those today because, well, you'll see in a second why. So I took that short on Apple. I was also able to go long on BOF, another small cap gapper that's showing up here as number 2 in terms of strength on my scanner, 71% in the clear, having done almost 83 million shares. This is not a new one, guys. We had this as a holdover from last week, so it's not a new breakout. $23 million market cap, and the float on this bad boy is 4 1/3 million shares. And one quick drop here, quick name drop here for the NOS boss. Shout out to him and his crew. We'll check out trade ideas to find out what the short float is on BOF. And it's negligible. 0.7% of the float is shorted. Nothing to write home about there. Reason I got in here at 330, that's the volume weighted average price, or was, and we were able to wet our beak super quick on that, but nothing really long term. Anything you want to cover before we drop in the lessons du jour?
Yeah, for sure. I have a couple tickers I'm looking at. I did have a really brief SPY trade, which did not need to be taken. I basically like this short at 555. I was watching 555.30s. That was a really interesting area. Should have gotten long then. I ended up shorting when we broke below that. Risked into 555.30, so risking like 10 cents, looking to make at least 20 with that breakdown of 555. Did not work out, got out. Where's the next trade? As Obi says. Shout out to Obi for covering on Friday. But yeah, I'm going to shock you guys by telling you I'm looking at some spready tickers. I know I'm being sarcastic. CrowdStrike. So CrowdStrike day 2 earnings. We know for the last 2 days, I have loved this level at 273.50 and I've traded it effectively. So look at this tip top, just above that 273.50, and then we quadruped. So if we can reclaim 273.50, I like it as a long. If we reject again, I'll short it, but I want to make sure I'm waiting for my levels to hit. Same with SMCI. I talked a lot about this on, there was a day during which I talked about this. On Friday, I think why the CrowdStrike and Lulu trade worked on Friday was because I had my levels, I waited for them to hit, and then I went at them aggressively. So look what stock is also having some levels coming in, SMCI. The multi-day levels here for me. I like this on the 3-minute, I like it on the 15. Couple different charts that I like this on, so I want to be aware of that. Also, shout out to Jay Lee in the chat saying, get long stock sell with me. I like that look on stock sell. That is not a stock I feel comfortable trading though, so I will not be joining you, but I wish you the best of luck there. I really liked that 32.30 area. It looks like you got long 32.25, so that's an awesome look. But yeah, SMCI, I'm really looking at 442, 438, 452, 457, 462. Any of those levels have interesting interactions that I see in the book, I am likely to strike and get involved, but we're going to wait till my levels hit. Breathing, staying patient. Boeing trying to retake that 9 EMA here around with that resistance support flip is also of interest to me. So lots of stocks on the radar. We're going to make sure we're waiting for our levels to hit and taking them with a viciousness.
All right. We're talking about trends, guys, and that's the look. We're going to talk about, some very basic concepts of trend today. Talking about it's not really Dow theory, but we're just going to look at the long term, the intermediate term, and the short term trends. Talk about some of the details, what to look for, and then we'll get more nuanced with it as we typically do. So let's get right to it. So by the end of the lesson today, we should understand the distinctions between the major trend, or sometimes called the long-term trend, the intermediate or the medium-term trend, or the short-term or near-term trend, all kind of synonyms of one another in the financial markets. They will also learn how these trends interact and influence market behavior. So let's get right down to it. So let's introduce market trends. In technical analysis in general, a trend is a general direction, you're going to have a zig and zag in which a market or a specific asset is moving. Trends are classified based on their duration. All right. So what we are talking about here and understanding these classifications is important for us. So let's get right to them. There are three major classes, as we kind of prefaced: the major trend or the long-term trend, the intermediate trend or the medium-term trend, and then the near-term or the short-term trend. Super simple. Let's start with the first one. Here is what they all kind of look like. So basically, this is a look on Apple. Obviously, before that split, this was when it was like at 200 and then dropped to 120. This is prior to split. You can see the major uptrend is up and to the right, but then you do have these intermediate areas where there is a pullback. So this kind of coincides with the Elliott wave theory. It's not exactly the same. You can look to see if you can kind of use them in conjunction with one another, but kind of look at it as a topic de novo today. So the major trend, let's talk about that. So a major trend is the dominant trend in the market, okay, often lasting more than a year. So that's typically the time horizon off which we're basing a major trend, 1 year plus. There are exceptions. What are those exceptions? We'll talk about those in a second, okay? Basically, Dow theory looks at it kind of the same way here. According to Dow theory, a major trend is in effect for longer than a year. The exceptions, though, for some futures markets and commodity markets, which can be 6 months or thereabouts. So in general, when we're talking about a major trend, we're looking at a year plus. We are able to make some adjustments when it comes to the futures or specific commodities, according to Dow theory. All right, and the importance of this obviously can't be understated. Major trends are crucial for long-term investors who aim to align their investments with the broader market direction. So understanding these major trends helps investors obviously avoid getting caught in these short-term fluctuations like we're doing today and maintaining your long-term perspective. So the primary trend, as we kind of just prefaced, you're looking at something well over a year. Over a year. It doesn't have to be, though, 1 year. It can last for multiple years, as you can see here with the SPX, which essentially has had very few pullbacks since the great financial crisis of 2009, obviously, save and except for 2022, when we had a big boy pullback around then. But for the most part, from 2018 to 2022, there were not that many major retracements. I remember there was one in 2018, and you'll be able to see that, 2016, when we had the election, but that was it. And it didn't even break the 200 moving average. So the intermediate trend, exactly what it sounds like, an intermediate trend typically lasts from around 3 weeks to about several months. So you could say 3 to 4 months, maybe even more, okay? And it represents essentially a correction of the major trend. So the intermediate trend, by definition, is a correction of the major trend. So whether the major trend is down or up, the intermediate trend is going to be the opposite of the major trend. That's kind of one thing to keep in mind there. A trend reflects the market's temporary movement against the major trend direction. Its characteristics, if in an upward major trend, the intermediate trend will obviously be will show a temporary decline or sideways movement where the market corrects itself before resuming the upward direction. So I stand corrected here. The intermediate trend can be a pullback or consolidation. All right? It doesn't have to be the opposite of the major trend. It can actually just be a pause in the rise of the price. An example is if the market is in a long-term uptrend, the intermediate trend might represent a correction where the market pauses for a few months before continuing in its upward trajectory. And the role in market analysis here is important because intermediate trends are essential, I would say, for swing traders, the Michael Nosses of the world, right, who focus on capturing these corrective phases within the major trend to get in and get out and obviously make money. So understanding these intermediate trends can also help long-term investors refine their entries. So 2 reasons why we should focus on intermediate trend. 1, if you want to swing trade, fantastic entry and exit opportunities as you can basically look to counteract the major trend. But also, if you're a long-term investor and you want to get in on a name that you've been holding for years, well, what better time than an intermediate pullback, an intermediate trend that pulls back into a key level of support, you buy more, and then you continue on your way with the major trend. So 2 reasons why we should focus on the intermediate trend, swing trading, and entry for long-term positions. And here's what the intermediate trend looks like. You can see up and to the dang right, the major trend goes. However, there's a brief pause here where we didn't actually pull back. We consolidated. We stayed within a range and until we continued and moved up and made new highs. And what you're looking for in this particular instance, especially if it's a consolidation phase, is a break above a key technical resistance level. Typically, when you consolidate on off a major trend, you have, I don't want to say well-established, but established levels of both support and resistance. So what you're looking for here is a decided break through that key area of resistance so you can continue on the way to the major trend. And always keeping in mind that the intermediate trend lasts from about 3 weeks to a few months. So you kind of have an idea of how much to gauge in terms of time. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is $1.50 in the money on NVIDIA. And NVIDIA is bleeding by, let me guess, 110? 110 long? The Katina's what? 109.90. He's long 109.90. This thing just printed 111.15. VWAP is at 112.50. Great trade for the Katina Man. We're going to shut him out and hope he prints up a storm. That's what we need. We need a storm of printing, Adara, like an animation where there's like really thunder cool. And then all these like prints come in on the screen. Like
all of these storms coming out of the printer like thunderbolts.
I love it. All right, sorry, I just got a little creative there. All right, so let's finish the last topic there, the near-term trend. The near-term trend, as you probably guessed, is the shortest of all the trends and typically lasts about 2 or 3 weeks in duration. These trends are often minor fluctuations within the intermediate trend. So there are minor fluctuations within the intermediate trend. Notice how we're basing it off the intermediate trend and not really the long-term trend. They're frequently observed and they're frequently observed by day-to-day market movements. Yeah, sure. Characteristics. The near-term trends can be highly volatile and often influenced by immediate market news, economic data releases, or other short-term factors. It's what we use as day traders to basically base trades. So in a scenario where a major trend is upwards, the intermediate trend is downward, a near-term trend might represent a minor upward move within the intermediate downtrend. So what we're looking at here is fluctuations within the intermediate trend as opposed to fluctuations within the long-term trend. The application, near-term trends are crucial for day traders like myself, Adara, the Katina Man, and everybody at this on this floor here, who aim to capitalize on these brief market movements. However, for long-term investors, they look at these near-term, short-term trends as nothing more than noise. So they don't really base anything off it. If they're getting in a position, it's going to be in off the long-term trend or the intermediate trend. Nothing really for long-term investors with these near-term, short-term trends. And here we go. All the aqua little signs over here, these are minor corrections or what we call minor trend corrections or near-term trends. And last but not least, the interaction between the trends. This is important. The interconnected nature of the trends is quite important here. Each trend is part of a larger trend, if you haven't guessed that already. For example, the intermediate trend is a correction within the major trend, and the near-term trend is a fluctuation of the intermediate trend. Its importance in the analysis of these financial markets, it can't be understated. Understanding how these markets interact allows traders and investors to better predict these market movements and make more informed trading decisions. Recognizing the primary trend in the market helps in aligning trading strategies with the broader market direction. And some conclusions and key takeaways here, just as a summary. Major trends represent long-term market direction. Intermediate trends are corrections, and near-term trends, if you look at it that way, are noise. I personally don't feel that way. I think that you can use them for day trading. Key takeaways from this lesson, just keep in mind, align your trading strategy with major trends for long-term success. You'll have a better time at it because long-term trends by definition last longer, so you can ride them for longer. Use intermediate trends to refine your entry and exit points or take swing trades off, and be cautious of the near-term trends that they often represent noise in the broader market context. Adair.
Thank you, Sharif, for delivering that lesson here. I was liking NVIDIA here as we were about to go off that 110.80s, but I didn't take it because I was like, Adara, this isn't a level that you liked earlier. I liked it on the book, but I said, breathe, wait, watch, learn. Similar look to NVIDIA, though, here was IWM, which is a stock that I would say I trade. I want to say more frequently. I haven't traded in a while, but it's a stock that I'm comfortable trading. Now, I want to address how funky this IWM long kind of looks right now. I got long IWM because I was watching that 215.80 hold. We held it, then we jump up here to 216. Then we make a higher low here of 215.85. I still don't get involved because I'm like, oh, Dara, wait, this wasn't really one you were watching. But then I watched it a third time, and that's when I went long here. Still feel like I should have been sticking. You know, I'm trying to be more patient. I don't know if I was necessarily the most patient here as of yet today. Took a little bit more size with this one I have as of yet today because this is a trade that I really like. If we break above 216, because I watched this 216 rejection. If we break above 216, I'm absolutely adding some shares here. I would like to start piecing out. We might add again here at 216.20s. If we get above here into this chip chop area around 216.50s, that'd be a good look for me. So basically what I'm trying to say is I am trying to make minimum 70 cents. I'm risking 20. I'm risking into that 215.65 area, and I say that because that was an area I liked in the 3-minute chart. I also had a bit of an L here on Boeing. My Boeing trade did not take flight, just like some Boeing planes lately. Yeah, this in retrospect, big yikes. To be fair, this topping deal candle happened after I got out, but I got long because I liked how we were holding 160 in the book. Risked into 70s, did not work out. All good. Where's the next trade? I don't know yet, and I'm trying to be more patient, so I don't really like necessarily the Boeing involvement. We're gonna breathe. We're gonna wait. We're gonna chill. You know, as Drake says on Furthest Things, scheming, plotting, scheming, getting money. So far, no money has been procured yet. But that doesn't mean it can't be. Lulu and CrowdStrike both also still in watch for me with previous days levels. Lulu, hello, weird wicking candle on Lulu. Lulu did reject 256, which was that level I liked from last week. But I still see higher lows here, so I'm gonna wait. If we see another higher low, what I might do here is go long. You guys know I have levels I still like. Well, you might not know. I still have levels I like from Lulu, and so a lot of these levels coming back. Look where we bounce off of. 215.60, or sorry, 254.60s, which was actually a level I was risking into on that day that I traded that on the Friday. So we're gonna be watching that. UM, I'm having me say ew a little bit here, so I'm gonna have to be getting out of this IWM. Let's see what we do here at 215.70s. How are you doing here, Sharif? What are you
Good.
doing?
I just took Apple short for a quick 20 pennies,
Nice.
looking to get off the 10 exponential Adara on the 5. Apple finally weaseled its way back into the 10 exponential for the first time in a hot minute. It was the first time this group of candles over here had touched the 10 exponential. Wow, the direction has been aggressive on these Mag 7 names. We haven't touched the 10 exponential until this 11:05 candle since, that 9:30 candle. So aggressive has been the selling, it couldn't even weasel a quick touch. Like, it couldn't even cop a feel off that. You know what I mean? Like, hey, no, you couldn't, Adara. It was all the way. Wow. It was all the way down. Now it's coming down again. So I'm very interested in getting into Apple again at this level because the weakness is obvious on these Mag 7 names. I was waiting for a 10 exponential retracement. We got one. We took 20 quick pennies, but that's not good enough, quite frankly. So we're going to have to weasel another way into this trade over here. I just want to see if this candle can make a new low below the prior candle right at 11:10. The low of that candle was 224.13. I'm all eyes and ears to see if we can break that low. I'll take it again if we break that low. If we don't, though, we start making new highs, then I'm looking at 225. Reason I'm looking at 225, not because I like the number 25, but you know I do, baby. I like it because that's where that 20 exponential moving average is hanging out on the 5-minute chart or thereabouts, a little bit below 225, say 224.97, whatever, give or take in that area. So I'm looking at these moving averages, and then if we breach the moving averages, I'm all eyes at the volume weighted average price currently at 225.80, but may not be there when we get up. Dan, the dang man Emmons, couldn't even slap that ask. That's funny. Why? I got away from you, Dan? You could, like, I know the Katina man was chasing certain stocks today because they kept moving up and down aggressively. Neil was. Neil was trying to get into a stock. I'm not sure which one. Neil, which one were you chasing? Intel? Who are you chasing today? You were chasing somebody. Intel, AMD. Yeah, they were just too directional to the downside. And can you blame the man? So that's the look there. Keeping my eye on these Mag 7 names. Obviously, I see Apple as one of the weakest ones. And the reason is Google. I see Google and Apple as some of the weakest ones. Obviously, Microsoft was a little stronger to start the day. So was Meta. They've both gone red since then. But my initial bias was Apple. Very weak. 2% plus right now. And goggles. 2 2/3. And I have my reservations about goggles just because of what's happening with search right now. So I kind of expect a little bit of that. What I didn't expect, though, was this just huge market weakness to start the day and a 19,150 touch of there, because that's currently the low of the day on the NQ September contract, which, by the way, we turn over, very soon, a couple of weeks, not this Friday, the Friday following.
Wow, what a market, what a time there. And I think all those switchovers are quite interesting. Happy you got to take a bite of the apple there. So shout out to that. IWM, I am having some feelings about IWM. I know my plan was to risk this at 215.65, but I see some blood here on the horizon for IWM, and I don't think I want to be hustling with that, Russell. So I'm going to get out of this 215.80s. I'm going to lose 5 cents, and I say that because I have to trust myself here. I really, really dislike some of these rejections. We're going to get out at 75. So we lost 10 cents, and I say that because I think if I don't get out now, this thing's going to go. I don't trust the blood in the water here. I hear shark, or maybe I am the shark. I smell some blood in this water. And I say that because I talked about that 215.80 and 215.85 level being pretty interesting here on IWM as support. I can't even hold that as support. So why am I still here? Why do I want that? Okay, let's see if it'll let me sell here. I just want to get out. Anywhere I will be able to get out here because I do not like what I'm seeing here I do not like this SAM-IM. I do not like this SAM-IM. So getting out there, lost 13 cents. I am aware that was not the move, but I'm just I don't trust this. I think if this breaks this level, it's RIP, and I did not want to be there for that. We did have a couple. Yeah, I agree with you, Darius Golden, with IWM looking like NVIDIA. We had a couple super chats that we're going to get to here. So JKL, $4.99 super chat. Here's my theory with the Fed decision coming up later this month. I believe this is your September sell-off, and we rally through the month. Could be a point here, but it's also worth noting JKL 146. We talked earlier today about both Bitcoin and the market having generally weaker Septembers. So that could be the case. It could also just be general some weakness. So that's worth noting. Also, we have Willis Addison with earlier $2 super chat, swung 113 NVIDIA puts from 118 on Thursday, gone fishing. Shout out to you, Willis Addison. Enjoy your fishing. Then we have Kyle Burdett, $10 super chat, taking you, saying, Did you say down theory? Get low, get low. So I guess you got low. So now IWM decides to bounce. I will admit, I maybe was a bit speedy getting out of here. I can fully admit that. We are a little bit tired trading brain right now, so I want to wait sure I'm waiting for my setups. I'm ready to strike some trades. Yeah, legit. It is the weakest month.
Like in data.
Yeah,
like the data.
Crypto too. The average, so the median here, Bitcoin in September, second lowest median returns of all the months, and the lowest average return.
Really? In crypto and definitely in the Nasdaq, according to ChatGupt over here. ChatGPT says September has been the weakest month of the Nasdaq, as well as for other major U.S. indices, the last 55 years, according to this. So that's the look there. If you believe ChatGupt, well, then that's the look there, Daryl. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No worries. I appreciate. I'm happy you added that input because I know we were talking about this a little bit earlier in the show as well. Darius Golden saying, by the way, SMCI to 420 end of day? No. But SMCI is coming. Well, I don't know. It could get to 420. I wasn't trying to say no to you. I apologize. No was a bit aggressive. I just meant level I want to talk about. So, I'm not trying to say no to that. But SMCI, we get our first pushback. 442 SMCI. I have lurved this level for multiple days now because it keeps giving me reasons to lurve it. Look at this bounce at 442, Sharif. We get to look at this bottoming tail candle. We were at 441 on the bid but a moment ago. Oh, wow. And then it winds up its hand, and we slap that ask. Now look at this 443. So if we come back here, we rejected to that previous base of 445.65. I want absolutely all of the smoke. There's no smoke I don't want. I want it as a short. If we reclaim that area, I will go long. But the point I'm trying to make is SMCI, I know I had some L's last week, but what I really realized is if I hit that stock every time I see it come into levels I like, the second I see it come into levels I like, those would be profitable trades. My issue was I whiffle, I waffle, I ham and I haw, and you don't take advantage of the trades. Like I took CrowdStrike long at the low of day on Friday. That ends up being a 3-point move to the upside, and that's because I had the confidence, because I had the levels. So if I have the confidence in the levels, there is absolutely no reason I should not be taking the trade. With that in mind, looks like we don't even want to get back to that level. So yo, SMCI. You're the place to be. This will be a really, really small position, by the way, guys. I'll risk getting to 443.50s because that was a level on the book that I thought was of interest in terms of rejection. Again, we'll wait to see what we do here at 442. But also, if there's any stocks you're looking at, get into that chat. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $, the ticker of your choice. If there's any names you want some confidence in, any names you want to have anybody's take on, get into that chat. Let us know. We do have another 442 bounce off the bid, 442 even flat. So SMCI might not want me to short it. That's cool. I'll wait, see what you do. Waiting for levels, waiting for patience. To answer Darius Golden's question, though, with regards to SMCI 420, I find, Darius, you generally have really solid SMCI levels, because sometimes I'll be like, I don't know if it'll get there, and SMCI will get there. So that being said, low of day right now here, 426.87. So 420 would be a little bit removed. If we zoom out here, let's see. I know 418 was really interesting when we had that big quadunk on Wednesday. So 418 would maybe be a little bit more of a level. So you can see kind of these flip and reversals here, 418. That might be more of a level for me. But let's see what SMCI gets, because it doesn't matter what you think. It's always going to be what the mother market will tell you what needs to be happening there. Also, Darius Golden saying with SMCI, you go for base hits and accidentally hit home runs, or you end up striking out. That's what I find for myself anyway. But I think that's a really good analogy. SMCI getting back into that 445. What will you do here, SMCI? Tell me what you want.
Tell me what you want, baby. Want you know? Sorry. Yeah, all right. Well, I'm short Meta. The reason I'm getting short here is because it's at the 20 exponential on the 5. We got a defended 19.2. I looked at Apple, though. I was thinking, I'm like, okay, so Apple looks like it's putting in a bit of a base here. Get short on Apple, because there was all sorts of resistance at this $0.50 level, but it didn't put in the new low. Once I was basically focusing on that, I was looking for the new low below the candle of 11.10. I missed that. That's a mistake on me. I should have been more alive to that fact and had a resting order to take that bad boy short. I don't know, man. I feel like we're probably going to at least touch that 19,150 area, which is the low of the day right now on the NQ. At least a quick touch there, and then maybe defend that area. Maybe we even see 19.1. We'll have to wait and see. But disappointed in myself for not having a resting order there through the flat bottom break of 224.20. It had been showing you its propensity to bounce off that area, a bit of a range there, 224.20 to the downside and about 224.50 to the high side. That is obviously before it gave way there. So I should have been more alive to that. I'm short Meta. We're printing 87s here on Meta. I'm waiting to see if I can get printed to the downside. There is a bit of a buyer at 514. We'll have to see if they get taken out or not, but I'm going to pack my patience. I've already put in my stop there. Yeah, the bid keeps dropping, but true to form, Meta, we call it spreada. Not for no reason, baby, because it is actually quite spready. So my suggestion to you, if you're going to trade this, have resting orders at the area where you want to get out, and even be more strategic about it. Perhaps even front run the area by a little bit, because sometimes you can't get filled. So I'm hoping that I don't get triggered with my ALP before I'm able to wet my beak here, because the spread is awfully wide. I could find myself getting triggered out here and not even really being at that level for all that long. That's how kind of Meta will give you $1 in a second. So I'm alive to the fact that we're at 19.2, and by virtue of the fact that we're at 19.2, we could find a bit of a local bounce here, but we'll see that when we get it or not. And come on, bro, you're printing 65s. There we go, baby. Took 50 pennies just like that on Meta. Give me more. I was about to say something I probably would not.
Give me more.
Yeah. All right, so let's go down. Here we go. All right, we're coming into $1 here on Meta, Dare. We're printing $0.33. If we can come down into 513s, I'll flatten out here and wet my beak. We're gonna sit at 20s. Why not? What's life without whimsy? And there we go. We're close, and boom! Right away we get printed. Bang! I'm spending the money on this, boy. So starting off the day good here, taking that 20-period exponential rejection on META, printing $1 just like that, baby. So happy with this trade. Disappointed in my Apple miss. I should have been more alive to this trade. This was quite obvious. There was a wick shimmy dance at that 225.5 and an obvious level of support at 224.20 and a fifth, whatever. And I wasn't alive to that. I suck. I'll get better as a trader. What are you looking at?
Yeah, so you know what? I was also having an I suck, moment, as we all do sometimes. I think trading, I think is pretty fair with that because I was like, oh, I didn't get in the ball, blah, blah, blah. But then IWM breaking below that level. I was using a support 215.65, getting kind of spicy. We're already 10 cents below that. The chances of me getting filled in a short there are pretty low. But okay, yeah, no, we're going to cancel the short. We're not going to get 215.65. If that comes back in and rejects again, I like that as a short. Then you risk it into 215.80s. I am still staring at SMCI. Because Smicky is still, I love that Sharif shout out. It's still really interesting to me here at these levels. And I say that because look at this wick bounce here off 442. 442 has been a level for the past, I don't even know how many days. It's definitely giving you interactions. It's giving you the spice, the, whatever, all the ingredients you need for a trade. But, as I was just going to say, let's see what we do at 445 at SMCI. I was like, do you want to see 445? Because I can show you. I'm like, thank you, Smicky. Appreciate it. But 445 long, I don't dislike that idea if it holds. But I need a more realistic area to risk into, so I'm going to be waiting for that. Let's see what we do here on this. On the 3-minute chart, is there any natural risk areas? That's the thing with SMCI, you always have to risk a little bit more. 444 wasn't bad. Shout out to Jay-Z. 444, you're getting long 445. That's not a bad look. But just as I was like, 445 looks cool, we're having a little bit of some fun spread moments here. Let's wait. Let's figure out what happens. Because I do not mind this area is long. I think I'm going to miss my opportunity to do that, though. So we'll watch out here. So, guys, I haven't been in any trades in a moment. I'm just trying to wait for my levels to hit for things to set up accordingly. Also, why I don't mind this level is because A, I've watched it break above the book. B, 452 was the level I really liked here for SMCI for the last few days as well. So it gives me a natural risk area. As I speak, we have 445 trying to hold on by its teeth. I don't know why I made that face. Literally trying to hold on by the teeth, by its nail beds, whatever you want to say. We're breaking a little bit lower here in the bid, so I will wait. Patience is a virtue, and I do not think I expressed that virtue too much in my three earlier trades today, which would be EUM, Boeing, and the SPY. But EUM, I'm going to pull up here as well. And again, guys, if there's any tickers you're looking at that you're making weird little puns about, or you're like, why are you making puns about my ticker? Whatever ticker you guys like, go in that chat, let us know. Exclamation point, join space, $ ticker.
Bang.
IWM, thank goodness I canceled that sell order, Sharif, for that short, because look what did a bottoming tail candle. Mr. Russell. So let's see what we do here. If Russell, again, reclaims the 215.80, I love that area. To me, I find it to be very pivotal. I watched it in the book. There's someone in the chat as well. I think it was Darius saying that NVIDIA and IWM look really similar. I agree, and that was one of my first thoughts I found. And if I just choose a fighter between these two, I'm always going to choose EUM just because I feel like I'm more comfortable trading it. I trade it I trade NVIDIA a decent amount too. I think I trade EUM more frequently, and I do like the way it moves. I like these ETFs. So let's see what we get here on this Russell 2000. And we just rejected 215.80 again. So this is getting really spicy. I don't have enough confidence in this one either way right now to get involved. Before you get into a trade, you need to make sure you have all of the pieces of evidence there, all of the lawyers ready to go, your bail clerk, your court clerk, everybody ready for the balance of the evidence before you deliver a verdict on your direction of the trade. I was a little bit hasty with my verdict there. The jury came in a little bit too hot and heavy with some of my earlier trades. So we're going to wait to see what the verdict is before we get back involved. Shout out to the Law and Order sound, and shout out to probably one of my favorite TV franchises. I would say this in a downtrend is 1320 Wolf. Yeah, there are a lot of down. Yeah, for sure. I don't know which one you're referring to. It might be IWM. I think definitely has been, which is why I'm a little bit nervous. But if it gets to this level, I am interested. We do have Gaurav saying thoughts on Dell. Looks like an inverse head and shoulder.
Ooh.
So Dell was a day 2 earnings play. Dell was Dell was a rough one on as of today. Earnings did okay. I think it chopped a little bit. This actually does look pretty inverse head and shouldery, and I love it because in both candle-wise, not quite in line, but these wicks at 1085 are beautiful.
And the downtrend preceding
Shout out to Dell Wick. Massive down. You're right. Massive downtrend. We're down to the day. Sharif's right. We have all of the ingredients required to make a spicy inverse head and shoulders.
I like it.
Pork shoulder. I don't know. But also, this neckline is also cleaner here too, or the armpit, I guess, is cleaner than what we see in a lot of these head and shoulders as well, or inverse head and shoulders with this 1168. So I like that area. There's a lot of play here. Let's see if it can push above the VWAP. VWAP's not always going to be of note, but it can be a really interesting level when it comes to these pattern breaks. If we get that VWAP break with volume, I think that's a good look. If we don't break above VWAP, then I want to see what we do at 1168 or 1168. 1168 was absolutely, in my opinion, a pretty pivotal level here for Dell for that head and shoulders. If it breaks below that area, I think the head and shoulder has been broken, needs to go to the hospital, and it might be a decent short opportunity risking into VWAP. Not advice, just how I would maybe play this, but I know I like my spready tickers, but Dell, not really one of my besties. Boeing's also a little bit spready, and yet I had a bit of a hard time with that one earlier, so we'll see. SMCI, it looks like the long was the right call. Should I have taken it? Definitely. Like, why was I wasting time on anything else? But we'll see what happens here. If we get to 452, which, as I said, is another level I'm obsessed with, some decisions shall be made. Sharif.
Oh, hello. All right, let's talk about... Yeah, no, you're good. I heard somebody call my name in the back. That's why I was not focused
that's
a
why
little
you
bit.
said I was...
Yeah. Let's talk about the small cap gappers. I haven't said anything about a small cap gapper. What? Yeah, I know, Adara. I screwed up today. I did. I messed up. SOC is... dazzling me right now. This is a beautiful looking small cap gapper. Let me give you the deets while I show you the chart. Okay? So the look on SOC right now is it's up 37.75%. It's not a small capper by definition. It's $1.5 billion market cap. It's traded a decent amount of shares on the day, not my favorite, about 4.5, a little bit more than 4.5 million shares. It's at the high of day as we speak at $23.25. It has had very few interactions with the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 since basically we opened up today at 9:30. Just have a look at this. The only times we touch it over here were the best entries for this name, in my humble opinion, right around this $22 area. And if you entered there, you're $1.25 in the money. Anyway, let me give you more deets on this. The float, it's a bigger company, right? $1.5 billion market cap, about 39.5 million share float. Shout out to the Nos boss and his crew. Let's check SOC. 7.11% of that generally 40 million share float is shorted. So a decent short float, but nothing to write home about. Good look on this one. My move to get in off a moving average. If initially that's the 10 exponential and I get confirmation, getting it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, that's the move. If it comes into the 20, I'm looking at the 20. If it comes into VWAP, I need confirmation that it's going to bounce off one of these before I get in. I will not have a resting order at the levels to shadow the moving averages. I need proof that it's going to bounce. So that's my look on SOC. That's not the only one, though. ASST came into our purview last week. We kind of made a joke that it was like Astis's little sister, ASST, instead of ASTS, right? This one, good move. 2 3/4 high a day. It's hanging out at 2 1/3 right now, a little bit above 2 1/3. Most notably, though, it's holding that 230 area, which is the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. It's up 65%. Here are the details on ASST. Market cap, still small, even with that little pump that we got last week. $7.5 million market cap, 28.25 million shares traded on the day, and its float is a sub 1 million share float. I love these because they can really go. 899,000 shares is the float there. And let's look at the short float. 5 3/4, a little bit above 5 3/4 of that float is shorted or borrowed for short. So we got something on the way there. What's up, my man Adam? 2 quick super chat. Sharif, hope you are well. Just being on a call. Thank you, Adam, for joining us today. Hope that call went well. Hope you're printing up a storm on your day, my man. Can't wait to see you in a hot minute in Toronto. Adam visiting Toronto soon. So, that's the look there. I'm looking at ASST. A great hold up. I'm going to see whether or not the 20 exponential, which is where it's at right now, is the area that I want to get in. There's no other area. Well, no, here. Okay, so this could be setting up for like an inverse head and shoulders because it's coming into that area that we consult the bottom end of the consolidation that we range from 1045 to the breakout at 1150. We had this low right here at around 230. So we'll see if that holds and bounces back up to make the right shoulder. So I'm keeping my eye on that. I already talked about BOF. I had a trade on BOF. Good trade there. Not much else to wax poetic about that. GDC. Good looking trade today. It's hanging out at the 10 exponential, but setting up as a possible double top at this 7 1/4. We'll have to see if it can catch its footing or get its footing at this 695, 7 level where the 10 exponential on the 5 is is hanging out at. Let me tell you the details, though, on our friend GDC. The details are as follows. It's a $68 million market cap. It's done an anemic amount of shares on the day. For something like this, $1.5 million is just not going to cut it. The float on this bad boy is 7.8 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas and check out the short float on GDC. It is 0.58, negligible, and nothing to write about there. Oh, yeah. Oh, I totally forgot about that, Ram. You'll just have to give me a second. So I'll send it to you, Adira, while I set up.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you there, Ramin and Sharif. Okay, so SMCI. We did not get the 452 as a long or a short. I liked it as a short, wasn't able to get filled, and was like, Adira, every time you wait too aggressively for these or wait for too long, things don't work out. So I was like, you know what, wait till we see what we do at 450. We broke below 450, was still not able to get filled as a short. So a little bit disappointing or unfortunate, bad pun. But let's see what happens here at VWAP. If it bounced at VWAP, you know how much smoke I want? If you guess none, you wouldn't be wrong.
Ooh.
So we'll wait to see here. I feel like I missed most opportunities here, but I know one way that you can't, it's easy to not miss opportunities. One way that you can see all the opportunities in the market, Sharif, and it's with our pals at Ryan Faluna's group there, Benzinga.
I love it. Are you tired of being late to the traded era? I know I am. Are you always playing catch up in this market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? If so, Benzinga Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everybody else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Are you ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If you are, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial today. Shout out to the good folks there at Benzinga. And anytime I hear Ryan Faluna's name, I just remember that soca song, Faluma ding, 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 lamia, lamia, ding. Yeah, who knows that song in the chat? Does anybody know it? Because Neil doesn't know it. Neil usually helps me out, but he doesn't know this one. So I've got nobody here, Adair, that can help me out.
I'm really sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. I don't expect everybody to know. But that's the look there. All right, let's have a look at the future. As I suspected, our momentary pause at 19.2 was just that, a momentary pause, and down we go again. We haven't quite breached a low on the day, which is essentially 19.150, a little bit below that, 19.149, but we are getting real close to that. The bleeding has not stopped on the NQ. It is down more than the Russell right now. 2 1/3 for the NQ, 2 1/4 for the Russell, as the bleeding on these indices to start the month just continues on and on and on. As we know, and as ChatGPT was just kind enough to tell us, September, the weakest month in these markets. So if you have a bullish long-term view on some of the names that you have, not financial advice, but September, a good a month as any to get in with some of those names. I know we had an opportunity, obviously, in August, seeing with the unwinding of that yen carry trade, we had a much outsized day than we would typically in August. So if you added then, like I did, I'm going to be sitting put until some of those lows from that yen carry trade day, that Black Monday or whatever we're calling it, get breached. So none of those levels have been breached on my account. So I'm going to hold tight. I don't need to add anything right now, but who knows what September brings, baby, because September be a red month, Adira. Anything you're looking at there?
Yeah, I'm involved in SMCI long. I want to talk about this because I know this wasn't a level I necessarily mentioned earlier, but what I've learned is sometimes these stocks can give you different levels. Even the level I went long at, Lulu on Friday, and sorry to belabor that trade, but that was by far the best trade I've ever had. And again, I don't mean necessarily P&L, though that was also the case, but it was really in terms of my processes. So again, with Lulu, the level I got long at was not a level I was looking at earlier. But when I watched levels, how it interacted with levels I was looking at earlier, and then how it interacted with that level, I was able to get long there. So with that in mind, I'm going to stop belaboring that point and talk about why I like SMCI here. Why I like SMCI here is because we have that big floosh down here from 452, which was a level I loved. Then look what we do. We make a higher low from that 445. 445 was definitely, in my opinion, a pivotal level for SMCI. We waited there, we paused, and then we either push down here earlier or we break back above it. So I like this support, resistance, support, flippity floppity. I wanted to get involved. We're like 15 pennies out of the money here. Got long 454. Sorry for that sound, guys. We got long 444.60. 446.50. We're risking into 445. So I'm risking about $1.50 here. I'm looking to make minimum $3.50. I want to see what we do here at 450. 450 was to me a really interesting level. It's not just the whole dollar level, but there have been some interesting wicks here. My big level, though, my big white whale level, though, as I sometimes call them, is going to be 452. But as I say that, I might have to get out of this here because McKee looks like it wants to some free fall over here, a little bit of a fall here in super micro. So let's watch out to see what we do as we're trying to push back up here. No, it's I think we're okay. Let's see what, but I appreciate that. Thank you. Darius Golden saying, I think you jumped too soon in the long. I might have. That's very fair. Maybe I should have waited, but you have to stand by your conviction. You have to stand by what you like, your confidence. Honestly, as odd as this might sound, because it is SMCI, and it is, as you alluded to there, Darius, not like the most obvious level for a long. There is a chance that this trade could be obviously messy, but this is the trade I feel the best about that I've taken so far today.
Nice.
And I think, like I said, that matters. Like, you have to have confidence to be able to go after what you want. Like, I'll take odd-looking trades or trades that look a little like, if I have confidence in them. In this case, I definitely do. Sometimes the most obvious-looking trades don't feel obvious for you, for your style, for how you trade, for the type of trader you are. That's what I'm trying to realize. Filtering out everything else and focusing on your style, on the stuff you like. And if there's any things you want focused on here by Sean and Neil, with Sharif gesticulating wildly on the green screen there, giving you the news, let us know here in the chat. Exclamation point, join space, $, the ticker of your choice, because we are brought to you by Real Trading, as is this segment. I think it's a great way here so you can look at your ticker so we can give back to our awesome audience, because we are a democratic system and we love the support. We love this community. I'm very grateful for this community. And we want to be able to give back to you here. Let's see what happens here at SMCI. I feel like we're trying to gear up for something higher, but that could be bias as I am involved in the trade. Let's see what happens. We're basically flat on this. Mickey, one of the biggest things I learned yesterday is who's packing your patience. And if there's a stock you have to be patient for, or not yesterday, Friday, sorry, it is the super micro one. So let's see how super this trade is. This just reminded me of something earlier too, because you were saying, Sharif, we don't call meta spreada for no reason.
Oh yeah.
I would say most of our names for stocks are pretty accurate, except for the soft one, because it is one of the largest market cap companies. But shout out to all of these stocks here. I'm going to watch my super micro computer baby, percolate and hopefully gestate into a beautiful trade here. Just like that analogy intensely. How are you doing?
I hope you print up a storm as loud as the thunder was on Friday night, because it awoke me. I don't know about you, but yeah, that was loud. All right, CNFR, one that I failed to mention, one that really did pull back and maybe wasn't worth mentioning after that gnarly retracement off the open there. But this one was all sorts of strong, and it still kind of is strong, guys. 58%. Let's put some respect on its name. It got back above $1 after giving back the dollar level. It's been zigging and zagging with this dollar level. Now we find a crucial area to start the CNFR conversation. And that is its entry, or its move back up, into the volume weighted average price. So the first level I would have said, be aware of is the reclaiming of $1. Well, we've done that. Now we're still below the volume weighted average price. And I have a rule with some of these small cap gappers, which this one certainly is I don't take them long if they're as a breakout trade. I don't take them long as a breakout trade if they're short of the volume weighted average price. Conversely, I don't take them short as a breakdown trade if they're above the volume weighted average price. I have other rules, but that's the one that's applicable at the moment. It's finding a bit of a sell at this $1.11, $1.10, I should say, because it hasn't even made it to $1.11 locally. Now weaseling back into 107. A couple of things you can do here. One, you can look to get short at VWAP for the breakdown into $1, and then maybe take some off the table there and see, does it hold the dollar this time? Well, having a look here at the lows, my inclination is that it does. Well, the low there that we put in at 850, there's the low, there's a trough, a higher trough, a higher trough, a higher trough. Every successive low is higher than its predecessor. That same pattern doesn't obviously hold true with the highs, seeing that we got up into $1.36 and then tanked right back down. But there is something to be had here, whether off $1 or as a VWAP break or a VWAP rejection. Be on the lookout. CNFR, let me give you the details. $12.83 million market cap, about 34.5 million shares traded today, and the float 6.75 million, so quite small, but not the smallest I've ever seen, certainly. And CNFR, let's find out here what the short float is. Negligible. This one also negligible, about 0.5% of said 6.75 million share float is short or borrowed for short. So not much in the way of, possible short squeeze here to the high side. But we do have a decently small float off which we can work that 6.75. So CNFR, Neil, are those pay for, what's the situation on that? Neil's going to check for me. We're going to thank Neil very much for doing that. And we're going to shout out Real Trading, baby, because I'm willing to bet you it's not going to cost me that much money here for 100 shares or 1,000 shares or whatever it's going to be there. So we'll just wait for Neil to give us that, and I'll let you know exactly how much that bad boy is going to cost me. But it's a good look today. CNFR, it's already showing you its propensity here on the 5-minute chart. Now 3 5-minute candles, all of which have rejected off the volume weighted average price. So there's something to that. The other part of the coin is, the other side here, the long side, is that we're putting in successively higher lows. So I'm on the lookout for top break, possibly of VWAP. We'll have to wait and see. The dollar trade complicates things a little bit here, but looks like right now it's defending that 102 area, an area that it had trouble with earlier. So CNFR, Adara, on my watch.
Yeah, so the SMCI, we got out. To be clear, managed it exactly what I wanted to. Got out when it broke below 445. Where's the next trade? I don't know. It's probably not on SPCE for me. But like I said, so you guys haven't been trading much today. There's just not a lot of things coming into levels. And I feel like the timing is not necessarily what I would like it to be. However, as the spider, waddles down the spout there, shout out to OB, with the spider tiptoeing down the spout. I forget how the nursery rhyme goes. SPY. I had some stuff on SPY earlier. I was watching this book aggressively. Did get short low of day. Did not work out. Lost a couple pennies. Move on. But SMCI. Jeez. If you are going to get back into that 550, 550 area where I was watching you, I will go after you with viciousness and aggression that has never before been seen. I'm joking. Probably it has been. But I'll be aware of the spot here. Also, Microsoft. Like I said, I've been trying to only trade stocks that I have hard levels on. But Softy has been a little bit on my radar. And I don't want to Bill Gates keep it just for the sake of Bill Gates keeping it, right? If things are coming into levels, Sharif, I still want to take the trade. With that being said, okay, I've definitely missed this here. I looked at all these topping tail candles. I was like, ooh, nice short. And then Microsoft's like, yeah, great short. You're not here for it. So nice move back down here. I like this topping tail area here with some of these wicks into 412.50. That could be interesting. Again, a little bit hard to weasel your way into a trade, to use a Sharifism, until you have those levels. Boeing, though.
Weasel.
I traded earlier. Boeing, to be clear. Okay, but Boeing's going the exact same way I thought it was earlier, which was that 159 or 160, I guess, support to resistance flip. I can't get back in this long for the same reason in case this goes against me. But one of the things I'm realizing with trading is you can't be afraid of being wrong. So if Boeing decides that it would like to, strike back above that 160, if that's its machination, I'm going to stop making Boeing strike-related puns. But if its machination is to hold on to that 160 level and go longer, I think I'd really like this look. Shout out to all the Boeing machinists here. We'll see how that goes. And also shout out to Christian Bale in The Machinist, which is, of all the Christian Bale transformations, one of the most horrifying. So interesting look here for both Christian Bale in that movie and for Boeing.
Tell him, Adara.
Have you seen what he looks like in that movie? It is horrifying. But let's see what we do here at 160 on Baba. Really? Let's see if Baba Black Sheep will give me a long. We're kind of rejecting this 160. Like I said, if we reject 160, I'll go short. I have no directional preconceived notions, except for the fact that we do have a nice sea of green, but I thought we had a sea of green earlier. Let's wait and see what we do here. I'll look for some confluence at the SPY, but as SPY breaks 556, do I want to go short for Boeing here? Not sure. We'll wait, we'll watch, we'll scheme, we'll plot, and hopefully we'll get some money. Long ready saying, Elon, yeah, we'll have to see if these longs are ready. I think we could be long here if we hold 556, but we must hold that level in a pretty salient way. For that to be of interest to me. Let's wait and see what happens here. Apple new low of day, says Jorge Alvarado. I know you were shorting that one earlier. What are you looking at right now? I'm looking at CNFR, but I want to read a couple of things here. Neil, I think you're gonna appreciate this. So the NFL quarterback rankings have come out, and they've come out in tiers. Okay, so you're gonna have certain quarterbacks, tier 1, tier 2. They're not ranking the quarterback per person. So tier 1. There's only one quarterback that makes it into tier 1. Neil, can you guess who? Thank you. Of course. Patty Mahomes, obviously. He's the sole quarterback in that tier 1 category. Then there is a bit more crowded of a tier 2. We got Lamar Jackson, which I like. We got Joe Burrow. We got Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. CJ Stroud, Matt Stafford, Josh Allen. I agree.
with some of those. I don't agree with all of those. I like Joe Burrow. Yeah, go, Neil.
Clearly, you guys all understand that Sharif just read that in the wrong order. So in that tier 2, that was clearly from the lowest in tier 2 to the best in tier 2. That was Josh Allen. I just want to make sure everyone understands
My bad.
that Josh Allen is an absolute beast, and he's going to run things this year.
I hope
as
so.
I dropped him to do this again. There you go.
Oh, there he is. All right, okay. We'll get that Gronk spike. So that's tier 2, baby. Then tier 3, let's move down. We got to move down a bit. Then this one I kind of agree with. Jordan Love is in tier 3. He got paid, but he's still young, so he needs to prove himself. We got Dak Prescott in tier 3. I agree with this. Justin Herbert, really underperforming given what people were saying he was capable of. We got Caleb Williams. We got Tua Tagovailoa, Jalen Hurts, and Brock Purdy. I would definitely put Brock Purdy a little higher than that. Put some respect on that 6-foot guy's name, which is not tall for a quarterback. Then tier 4. Trevor Lawrence. Ouch. Tier 4? That's cold. Trevor Lawrence deserves not to be in tier 4. Jared Goff, Geno Smith, that I agree with. Kirk Cousins is perennially underperforming. Kyler Murray, that I all agree with. And then in the tier 5, veterans with questions, Neil, they call this category, which I love. Derek Carr, Deshaun Watson, I do agree with those. Russell Wilson, and Baker Mayfield. Deshaun Watson's a make or break year. So we already know that he had issues with that kind of thing. So it's going to be, you do it or you're gone. And then next gen, Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, Bo Nix, Bryce Young, and Jaden Daniels in the NFL season. Can't wait for this NFL season to start. Lots of excitement this year, baby. And more international games. So for all my international viewers, you'll have an opportunity, I guess, to watch a real-life NFL game. Not like we have one in Toronto anymore, Dara. They took that from us, so that's not a big deal there. All right, having a look at here at CNFR, the reason I'm still on this bad boy is because it got into the volume-weighted average price and failed to take it. This is kind of what I'm looking for. I don't want to be quick to get in. It could be a quick pullback before it retakes it again. I'm going to have to get it on the back end, as my friend Neil likes to say. Prove to me that you're going to reject that volume-weighted average price. Neil was nice enough to get me shorts, and I want to let you guys know that for 100 shares, this thing cost me 63 pennies. Shout out to Real Trading.
Oh, sorry. Shout out to Real Trading indeed. Thank you there for that quarterback rundown. Sharif, and also shout out to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers, which is my team in the CFL, because they won against Saskatchewan Rough Riders in their ongoing bowl there over the long weekend. So shout out to the Bombers. Let's go Blue. Also, let's go Boeing. I did get long here. Maybe we should have waited here till 160. I'm going to be honest. This is definitely like a trade review journaling type thing for me to look at. But I like these levels. I said, Dara, you have other things you could risk. Okay, as I speak, Boeing's like, yeah, Dara, I'm going to go against you. Is that cool? I'm like, well, no, not really, Boeing, but it's up to you. And I mean, as long as the plane's not crashing, I'm okay with that. But let's see what we got here in Boeing. If we bounce off 50s, I'll stay. If we get below 50s here, I'll get out. To be clear, the reason I keep going long Boeing, even though it is legally speaking in a downtrend, is because we do have some higher highs attempting to be made here, and we're coming to that key 160 level. I got long 160 earlier. I'm still a little bit conflicted as to whether or not I should have, waited to see what we did around 160 in this case, but we'll wait and see what happens. You can't, sometimes you have the right idea for the trade, but you execute it wrong or you executed it at the improper time. Let's see what's going on here with Boeing, though, with these bottoming tail candles after bottoming tail candles. To be clear, risking into 159.50. I got long 159.80, so I am risking 30 pennies here. I will be adding if we get nicely above 160, and then I'm going to be aiming for all of these higher lows to be trying to take some profit here, or higher highs, sorry. So one of them is going to be 160.50 or 160.38, 160.50. I'm going to see what we do here, watch these interactions with the book. The other reason I want to get long, because I don't know if I made that super clear, because I was like, Boeing, what are you doing? I got long here because I was seeing higher lows on the book. So I was initially like, hey, maybe we should go short. Higher lows in the book, though, they tell me, Sharif, I should go long because I didn't trust my read on the book. Look at Boeing. Okay, trying to sorry for that aggressive push there of the table. Trying to maybe slap that ask. I liked the little climbs up here on the bid, but now we're getting a little bit lower. We're like 10 cents in the money, so I'm getting a bit excited. This is not a huge position by any means.
Okay.
But, you're not going to have the same quality of winners every day. What I realized with those Lulu trades, last week, is you could have 6.5 points in the money, or you could just have a couple cents in the money. If you have the format there, if you have like the basis for the correct trade, that's what matters. I want to shout out to BPI for hyping me up as well back there earlier. So shout out to you, the Mara man himself. So let's see what's happening here. Okay, Amin Rahman, I like this question here. Why would you go long at Boeing when the short is an institutionally funded candle? I'd go long at Boeing because for me, like I said, I watched it for a really long time and I have levels on it as a long. To me, the short didn't set up. I like it as a long better. Sometimes, as Kanye and 50 Cent have said, go ahead, switch to Style Hub. If they hate, let them hate. Watch the money pile up. And by them, I mean the institutions. Not that I'm like bigger than an institution by any means. But if you don't believe in yourself, no one's going to believe in you.
Bang.
Shout out as I always do to Chance the Rapper. That lyric, this world will have you second guess your first mind. You must trust your first mind. Trust your instincts within reason. Have a plan if it goes against you. But be prepared to strike. Boeing, if you bounce off 160 here, I will add. Because I like the look here. This one is a bit of a spreadier fellow, so I am comfortable trading it. I'm going to add a few shares here, not as much as my initial position. Let's see what happens. We're still going to risk this into that 159.60s area, so I'm going to raise my stop loss by about 10 cents as we added. Let's go, Sharif.
Let's go, Adira. We hope you print up a storm, goes without saying. Brendo's back. Happy about that. Not going to lie. Yeah. Brendo.
So shout out to Kelly Ortberg in the chat, the Boeing CEO in this. I believe in you. Thank you, Kelly.
Did you check your DMs though? Because last time he asked you if you check your DMs, and it's not nice to keep the man waiting, Adira. Like if it's just gonna be, a thing where y'all are just talk. Yeah, just let him know. Let him know it's not
here's
gonna
the
work
thing,
out,
though.
Adira.
I would say Kelly has more to worry about with Boeing. Boeing is like, I think Boeing's a bigger deal than whatever I'm doing over here.
Fair.
To be clear.
Fair. He's got bigger fish to fry, in other words.
Much larger fish. Much larger planes to stop from frying.
Well,
more like.
Yeah, he's trying to get the planes to stop falling from the sky, Adira. You know what I mean? He's leaving people in space. They can't come home. What's going on over there, Kelly? Get it together, brother. So that's a look there. Oh, wow. Okay, Ram said all he thinks about is Adira. So
this is actually
that's
really
Ram
funny.
said.
I love that this has become a running joke.
Why not? Why not?
It's pretty entertaining for me.
So good times. We always have a good time here on the desk. I was able to wet my beak on some profits here on CNFR. So for the moment, it has rejected the volume weighted average price. Again, we're going to shout out Neil. Thank you for getting me those shorts. We're going to hope to see whether there are more trades to be had on. I'm still holding a small piece. I'd like to see if it weasels its way down into $1 and then how it interacts with that dollar. But before we get to that dollar, let me tell you about this 102 level, because there is a lot of interaction at this $1.02 level, more than I typically would have anticipated, seeing its proximity to the dollar and how that should have been really the level. But there is umpteen amount of both buying and selling at this 102 level. Some algo likes $2 right now on CNFR. So here's the initial look. We waffle at 10:30 at 102. We give it up. We come back in, all sorts of rejections here on the 1 minute chart at 102. Finally, we cleared at around 11:45. We cleared by some distance. We get up into that 113. Lo and behold, we come down into 102 yet again, and somebody's buying this there. So that's why I front ran it and got out a little bit in front of 102 with that thinking in mind that there might be this buyer at 102. So I'm all eyes and ears to see exactly how we interact with those two levels, $1.02 and then $1, and then I can make my decision about how we want to take an approach or change the approach to CNFR since we've already in it. So clearly we have an approach. All right, SOC. I was waxing poetic to use an Adiraism here about the strength of the stock and how it hadn't even touched the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart since essentially 10 to 11 today. Well, here you go. You're getting a touch right now at 12:05 today. Right now, it is now touching that 10 exponential. Let's see if it holds up here. If it doesn't, then where are you looking? Are you looking at the 20 exponential moving average, or are we going to wait till VWAP? We'll find out to the answers to those questions and many more when we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. This one brought to you by our good friends over there at Moomoo. And if you're looking to maximize your idle cash, for Canadian users, enjoy 6% per annual cash balance up to $10,000 for 60 days, along with 2 months commissions free. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs, Plus, take advantage of algo trading, allowing you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you take your trading game to the next level. Thanks to Moomoo for sponsoring this portion of the show, which, as I said, is our lesson of the day. And when you have a strategy, you want to try to be able to follow. But when is the trend too big? When is the market too weak? Like, it's just, look, at the end of the day, it's pretty obvious things fell apart on the bid very, very quickly. So I can tell you, bar none, with maybe one or two exceptions, I mean, there were a couple of long ideas out there, but most of it was we have big levels and we want to short back into them when the markets were bouncing off of some pretty big ones. I'm going to give you a couple of examples here. This is NVIDIA, key supported at 117 post earnings. I mean, you had a close at 120. We're looking over under. It dumped right away at the open. AMD, I mean, a clear as day, 149 resistance level set up in there and looking for pop and fade. It dumped at the open. That's the first candle of the day. Absolutely nasty. Very difficult to find your way into it. And another one that we like for the short, Mara. It was a flat bottom breakdown here at 16.5, but I was actually looking fade back into resistance from Friday. When this is your plan and it goes the direction you want, you know if it's going to trend down, you know you've got to try to get into the short. So there's a few things that you can do in this situation, and all of them involve a little bit of patience. Like the first instinct is just to hit the bottom. And I know a lot of times you're like, oh, all I got to do is just hit the bottom on this and it'll be absolutely fine. But try to remember every now and then when you get a flat bottom break, I'm using NVIDIA as an example. I started here for this reason. Like NVIDIA had, if you go back to like the 27th, there was a gap down. You had this higher low, you had a support level, kind of like this, support before, a little bit of a gap down, not a huge one. And then you had the wick of the bottom and then just rip your face off rally. This is what can happen on any stock, not just NVIDIA, but particularly with NVIDIA. You can get your rip your face off rally when it breaks out that low. And when it continues, you want to be sure it's going to go down. But when it continues like this, it's not the easiest trade to chase. Like you're dropping $2 right away at the open. Your next candle is consolidating $2 lower with $1 back and forth. Now, what I like to do in this situation is try to find the thing that is following a structure that I can get behind. Now, NVIDIA, when I look back in hindsight, almost right away it's showing you 114, but it's separated from VWAP. It's trying to be more patient than that. I did prefer AMD, so quickly I went over to AMD. This is a drop the open. No VWAP or trace. It starts to set up a 143. You're again still scanning. That's the other one that I like there, Mara. That's the other one that I liked. And the difference and the reason why I picked Mara was, okay, this one's still on structure. The way I like to join a trend tends to be reversion back into pre-market lows or VWAP. So the first stock, the first short I have is going to be the first one of the names that I was interested in going short on, which gives me a defined setup. That was a short back into the previous pre-market lows at VWAP. So it's the first thing that I get into. Now here's where I think I made a little bit of a mistake. We're reloading this one off of VWAP. And in that time, in the first half an hour, AMD does provide a setup. And you get anchored to prices. We all get anchored to prices. AMD gives you not necessarily the VWAP or trace, but it shows you a consolidation level. It's not about the price that you want to join the trend. It's about the price that the stock gives you to join the trend. And in this case, the first area of resistance on the way back up was clean. 143.25, 143.25, 143.25. It's not VWAP. It's not a line on a chart. It's where it happens to be. When you're joining a trend, the answer is, do I want to be in a short trend on this stock? If answer yes, I don't have to have this trade, but I do have to have the second time it confirms that level. It runs the low of the day, confirms resistance at that level, and there's an opportunity to get in here as well. Now, when you're anchored to VWAP, what happens is this short is probably at 143 even, VWAP's at 143 half, resistance is in between. Like, it's just the risk to reward's a little bit different because you're away from your comfort zone at VWAP if that's what you like. But it doesn't matter. The stock is telling you there's a different price that you should care about, and that's where the buyers are stopping. There's a line on a chart, and then there's where the buyers or sellers are stopping in a given moment. You know you're looking for a short, but you've got to be able to be a little bit more aggressive when you have that big of a move. Why? Because if we're trend down after a dump like this and don't find a bottom, oftentimes it can be that 2x down day. I mean, right now 2.33% on the Nasdaq when these days fall through. So if you like the short, you've got to be able to get into them. So yeah, we're able to get Micron, but I don't get AMD until it does an easier setup, and I'll say it's an easier setup. It breaks the opening range bottom. There's your resistance at 42. There's your fail break of 42, and we get this one late. That's an easy setup because it's telling me this is where it needs to hold underneath, and if it does, we can dump in. I was in NVIDIA as well, and that was another like early morning bottom, just trying to short the break of the low of the day. That might work, and both those shorts work. But if you love the short, and if you like the short this morning, there's these little spots where they were buying it up, and if you're just watching the tape, and I'm not talking about scanning every single name out there, just the ones that you want. Because I had those 3 names on my note for shorts. And instead of being short here in NVIDIA and here in NVIDIA and the same thing on AMD, I can tell you exactly what I was doing. I went over and said, okay, well, what is relatively strong? What can I dip by? I was looking for what are the things that are different from the market that I can try to longs in. One of them was Meta, and notice the time that I'm in it. And another one is Microsoft. And what you'll notice about both of those long entries, they're not terrible ideas if the market was going to bounce. They were probably the right 2 stocks. But if the bias was to the short side and the idea was to short the chips, when I'm getting and finding those longs is the exact time that I need to be aggressively getting that short in AMD. And you'll hear me often, I like the long, I like the short in an individual name, and I don't necessarily care about it. The market's only going to go one way. I don't mind having longs and shorts in any market. I don't mind being in both directions. That's fine. But when you have a big hammer down like we did to start the week, and the trend is looking that big to the downside, and the bid is looking that heavy, oftentimes if 3 out of 4 ideas were to the short or all your ideas were short, and we get that kind of sell action, the priority has to shift to getting a little bit more aggressive with those short entries on AMD and not waiting till late. And getting more aggressive with those short entries on NVIDIA instead of looking for the bounce long. When the move is like this, if we're going to get a V-shaped recovery, there's going to be plenty of longs to be had because we had just gone down so far. But if you like the short and we get a dump off the open, the first instinct should be where can I join that trend even if it's aggressive? And in those exact moments, it's not a coincidence that right when those chips were setting up those shorts, that's exactly when it looked like the opportunity to catch bids in a few other stocks. It's that fraction of a second where you're looking for something else that's away from your plan instead of joining, okay, maybe not the greatest prices, but joining that short aggressively to the downside. I don't mind going in both directions, but sometimes you get such an extreme move off of the open that you do have to prioritize a side. If we have a sideways open and an inside day, and we're only moving 0.5%, then yeah, of course, look for some longs, look for some shorts, whatever's trending either direction. When we're dumping it like that, sometimes you got to maybe throw away those long ideas because they're relatively strong and focus on those short plays. And it works in either direction. Maybe it had been a strong up day. You want to join those bids. So the lesson of the day is sometimes you need to be a little bit more aggressive in your entries with the trend when you have that big dump and not necessarily ignore the other direction, but prioritize that first move, which did confirm your thesis. Those are the days that can really pay off. You're a fraction of a hair earlier in those shorts. I then don't have, I get 2 shorts that I love that are big, and I wouldn't have ended up in the 2 longs because by the time I would have gone back to look at them, they wouldn't have looked any good anymore, and I would have been prioritizing the shorts. It's always easy to say in hindsight, but that's why we reflect on our trades and we reflect on our day and try to do better the next time. Your lesson of the day, sometimes you got to stick to your guns even more aggressively than you might have thought before the market opened up.
Thank you very much, Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. And just as Neil concluded there, I feel like we got a bit of a bounce here in the overall market. The NQ breaking for the first time in a little bit here above the 10 exponential on the 5, and you're getting Apple retake 224. Meta on its way to 514. Likewise with the soft one here. Amazon trying to break above that 20 exponential. But, we've seen this story before today. You're not going to catch me getting awfully bullish on this market until I see much more than what we're seeing so far, but it is a move of note and that we definitely need to cover it. Here comes Tesla back into the volume weighted average price. The soft one coming back into 413.5, which is a 20 exponential. There was a lot of interaction with that level earlier as an area of support, that 413 area. So be on the lookout for a rejection here. Google retracing into the 20. The NQ overall working its way back into 19.2. But you wouldn't know we were getting a bounce if you looked at NVIDIA. NVIDIA very dead at the moment, very subdued in its actions today, given its, obvious the history of how this thing has been moving down and to the right. All the lower highs you want right now, save and except for this outlying area, you have an obvious downward channel. And if I can duplicate this trend line over here, duplicate trend line. Oh, that's a nice little move there. And then you can see kind of like mimicking the highs and the lows with one outlying area over here on NVDA. Lots of weakness. We'll see if we can possibly get a short off some of this midday strength, this 19.2 touch. Look at Meta. Meta looking like the strongest of the bunch right now, coming into the 50 exponential on the 5. No other except Tesla is a little bit higher right now at the volume weighted average price. Tesla is still green on the day, believe it or not, guys. Still up 0.2% with decent amount of shares, 46.5 million shares. Dan the Dang Man Emmons. First, ESF long attempt here, 5575. Stop, 5571. Targeting, 5594, 5601, and 5610. Shout out to you, my man. Dan the Man Emmons looking long over here on the ES. Keep your eyes out on his level. What's your look, Adara? I like those triangles, baby. We're going to have to hit the bangs there.
Thank you. And I think this is this Boeing trade is really, I think, why confidence, why being, or shout out to Darwin in the chat, Confidera, why believing in your trade, whatever word didn't even give it, why that is so important. Because Boeing, initially here, and there were some people in the chat saying this, which I understood completely, that the hesitance, because I did get chopped up in this long earlier. Boeing looks like a short, lower highs, we had lower lows, but I was like, you know what? On the book, the short I didn't set up. I said on the book, this looks to me like a long. Get long right before the area you really want to break. So I loved 160s. I got long 159.80, risked into 159.50. Added once we broke above 160. So that was the look. Got out the first piece of this position here at 160.40s. I'm really proud of this area for a B-Quater. Shout out to this animation, which I feel like we need to use more because shout out to Fabian and Ramin for everything they do. And that animation is so cute. But I did like this area here because if you look, this was a little bit of resistance earlier. So I was like, okay, take out some here. Now, where am I waiting now? Well, shout out to Sharif who said VWAP could be, maybe a potential here on Boeing. I agree. If we don't, there's two levels I like though beyond the VWAP, and both of them could potentially come into confluence with VWAP. One of them is going to be here, that 160.90 area, so just shy of 161s. I like that because that wick we had here earlier. So, with that pretty, I guess, fake out bottoming tail candle, because we continue to quadunk. If we get above that area, that'll be nice to me. Also, I like what we did here at the top of that candle here, or not the top of the candle, just kind of the candle itself beyond the wick around that 160-150. So we'll see what happens here. In terms of where my stop is now, in case you're wondering, I'm trying to do prior bar lows, but I'm trying to do the 3-minute candle for that, because I find on the 5-minute, especially with the type of stocks I trade, if you're going to give it to the 5-minute, that's going to be a little bit too much wiggle room. So in this case, we're risking now into 160.50s. That being said, should I get out of the long, whatever happens, the next level I'm going to be watching here on Boeing is 160.20s. Once we got above 160.20s, to make a really obvious pun, it was clear skies ahead for the Kelly Ortberg one. So we'll have to see if there's any Kelly Iceberg orders over here. I made that pun to Sharif off screen, for the interest of transparency.
Good.
But thank you, I appreciate it. We'll see what happens here on Boeing. Baba Black Sheep, have you any resistance at 161? Because if you do, I'll get out there. But if you don't,
uh-oh.
Flying wings. Weirdly, it took us forever to get above 160.60s. So let's see if that flips to support. I am pleased as punch, and I'd also be even more pleased as punch. Hey, we want everybody to like and subscribe so you can support this awesome show. And if you're a subscriber, you know what you can do, Sharif?
What?
You can vote for our audience segment. So get into that chat, ! Join, space, $, that ticker. Let us know what stocks you're looking at. No matter what it is, we will, if there's enough votes, we will look at it there for you. We have 5 tickers, and you can vote for mega caps, but we always say too, sometimes it's a little bit fun. We look at some different stocks. So whatever's moving, if there's enough votes for it, it will be looked at by Sean and Neil, and Sharif will be on the green screen gesticulating wildly. We have had some different tickers. We got Sirius XM one day, we had C-Poop one day, so it is not just mega caps. Make sure you vote for whatever ticker you want to make sure you're represented, because Trader TV Live is a democratic system, and I will stop yapping now.
All right, I want to shout out Darwin. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. All right, Intel has an event, and they just announced this new product. New Core Ultra processors, they claim, deliver breakthrough power efficiency for the AI PC age. You can go and have a read, but it is still based on the x86 architecture. We know the problems that architecture has with power efficiency and how it does with mobile devices. They claim that efficiency has been boosted here. We'll see, because there's a reason why ARM now is outdueling Intel and getting into all the, basically mobile devices like the iPads, the phones, and the laptops, even though obviously the new Windows processor or in Windows systems that are running on ARM, a little glitchy, but that will obviously come with time. So keep your eye out on Intel, still down big on the day, 6 2/3%. Not really finding much of a bounce here, but shout out to Darwin for bringing this to my attention. I do believe they have an event on at the moment. If you're able to find it on YouTube, just let me know.
I couldn't find many details on it.
Yeah.
I looked for it, but I couldn't find much.
This is it right here. This is the look of the new chip. Not like anybody cares, but Jensen's kind of got us used to him pointing out at the chips. Remember when he was
when he was taking it out of the oven?
And he was just like staring at the camera. He's like, that was so funny. Anyway, that's the look there. So Intel, nice little midday headline. I also want to shout out what Adair was saying. The afternoon segment is for the viewers. So, for example, right now, my man there, Vic Yan Novak, he wants to talk about ASTS, ASTS, as we call it on this desk. Vic, get into the chat and vote for it. My man Darwin, vote for Intel if you want. I saw someone by the last name Aldrin, or first name Aldrin Giller. He says clear skies on PDD. While Neil was dropping hot lines, I was telling Adara that PDD is moving. Get into the chat, my man Aldrin. Vote for PDD. The Katina man and the Neil will look at it. They know PDD quite well. We've been looking at it basically all year because of how counter trend to the Chinese ADRs it has been. Obviously with Temu, big move down, obviously, a few weeks ago when we found out that Walmart that was JD.com. This was because of a miss here on earnings. 826 was the earnings miss. They dropped from 150 down to 90. They could move back into this area over here at 115. Looks like we have all sorts of resistance at that 115 level. So who knows? Get into the chat and vote for your favorite names every day. Rivian Millionaire talking about Tesla and PDD. Throw it into the chat, my man. Jose Nunez talking about Tesla, move it up. Throw that in the chat. So that's the look there. So make sure you're voting for your favorite tickers every day, or I will not gesticulate wildly, and you'll have to miss out on that. So that's the look.
Who wants to miss out on Sharif gesticulating wildly?
Apparently, Adira, I may have to do it at the big desk today because the green screen may be inoperable.
I think it was
fixed. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Well, it's fine. Thanks, Ram, for raining on my parade. That's the look there. So that's my job. Oh.
Must rain on parade once a day.
Yes. I'm still in the short Adira at CNFR. We've been holding this here for a hot minute. I'm not getting out of this because of the reason as follows. It's putting in lower highs. It got into that 112, 113 area, which was the volume weighted average price. That's the last time it's touched it. I've already had my out. I'd rather give this one an opportunity to flat bottom break through $1. It's found umpteen amount of support levels at this 102. Nothing I'm surprised about. Catching a bid now into that 111 area. Let's see if it's able to take VWAP on a closing basis this time. Neil was nice enough to get me shorts. That doesn't mean I can only take it one way. I'll take it long if it breaks above and holds above VWAP. I'm very alive to the fact that it's been putting in higher lows. So if the trend continues to the high side and breaks, I'll get out. There I am. I'm out of this trade now. So now we're going to pack our patience to see if this one holds. The volume weighted average price getting a lot of aggressive bid right now. The volume increasing on this one volume candle that just opened up right now. We already have 250,000 shares traded. and you can kind of compare that to the 3 preceding candles before it. So right now, CNFR breaking through the volume weighted average price. Good look there. There was also another small cap gapper that showed up on my scanner, and that was halted to the downside, ironically. But initially, pardon me?
That's interesting.
Yeah, because it moved up quite aggressively. Then the first halt it catches was a down halt. Let's talk about it. It goes by the ticker TCBP. So let's throw in the ticker there super quick, TCBP. And I'll give you the deets on this one. $4.1 million market cap, 2 and change million shares traded on the day. And the float on this one, 2.2 million shares. So quite small. And let's find out what the short float is on it, if any. TCBP. TCBP. Let's go. Come on now. Negligible, 0.01% according to trade ideas. So not much to speak about there. It is below the volume weighted average price at $8. The halt level, when it did down halt, was at 787. So we'll see if you can take 8 on a closing basis again, but I'll keep my eye on this one. But the one I really like right now, CNFR, oh baby, it's catching a bid. Is it time to go long on CNFR? It's up 65, 67%. Bit of a seller showing up here at $1.17. Adara, what are you looking at?
First, I love that beautiful initial short there in CNFR. That's a nice look there. But also, Boeing, I did get out of this trade, got 70 cents in the money there, and got out. So I want to talk about this because thank you, I appreciate it. Because OG, like when I say OG, I don't mean in a good way. Old Adara, and this baby trading Adara would have gotten everything out at 161. It's like, oh, I don't know why I was a Swedish chef. I didn't get out at 161. So like I said, I wanted to wait and see what we did here with that area. We ended up rejecting it. I tried to get out a piece, wasn't able to get filled. So I said, Adara, get out here, do your prior bar low thing. I got out here at 160.65. My average, I think, was 159.94. So yeah, about 70 cents. Not about, though, the P&L. It's about the progress and it's about the learning. That being said, there's a pivotal level coming in here for both Boeing and the SPY. So Boeing, that 160.20s, I said I loved it. I did not go short this right away because we are getting right into the 90 EMA, which is a level I love. And this area, to me, is so intense. And you can see it a bit clearer, I think, on the 3 minutes. So I'll show you this level. I saw it in the book. I can see it in the chart. I want none of the smoke if it doesn't work out. We also have the SPY bouncing off another level I loved that I waxed poetic about, albeit kind of briefly here. It was not like it was a haiku. It wasn't a full, Shakespearean sonnet. But the SPY, 555.30s. This is a huge area. If we break below this, I think there could be a lot of blood in some of these NYSE or S&P 500 names. So I'd be aware of that. We're coming into this. I don't know if I'm going to take any trades right this second because I did not get to, use the washer and get water, etc. because I was busy dealing with Kelly Ortberg there in Boeing. Again, no regrets there. You've got to make those trades. But SPY bouncing off 555.30s, push back. Let's see what we got going on here on these markets, Sharif. Hasn't it been such a wild one?
It has. Hey, what's that one again, Adara? All right, I'm in BOF at the moment, BOF. This one is putting in a rounded bottom. Big spile, you might want to pay attention here, my man. This one, let me show you what it looks like on the 5, because the 5 had me getting into this. We're long 49s. We wet our beak at 56s. The next level I'm looking at, 69, okay? Take your pick there for whatever levels you want, but here's what I'm seeing. So we were talking about BOF for a hot minute. It's on the side chart here with the small cap gappers. It breaks VWAP. Not a whole lot of respect today for the volume weighted average price by BOF, but it did respect, for whatever reason, this 315 area. I'm not sure why, but what happened after that 315 double bottom or thereabouts is we put it in incrementally higher lows until we broke the top there. So nicely in the money here as we work up into 363. Let's see if we can continue the bid. So there is a bit of a seller at 64s or thereabouts now being taken out here, or they're gone for whatever reason. Here's 62. Let's see if we can work our way up a little bit more and maybe into the mid 60s. We're looking at a stock that's up 79% on the day, but it is being met with a bit of a sell right now. So we'll keep an eye on BOF here as we're having trouble with 62s. All right, 62 back again on the level 2. Yes, happy with this trade over here. Just allow me to set up my screens on the side. I'm not sure what's going on. There we go. Sorry about that. So happy with this trade on BOF. It's up 81%. Look, this is what I like. Look, I missed the initial entry was 345. You can see that. There was umpteen amount of rejections at 345 between that 315 double bottom and that 345 top. So I got 349. I didn't get the best price, but you know how I do. I need it to prove that it's going to hold that level. And right now I got up top wick. So we'll see if that's going to be top wick or it's just top wick for a minute. And then we break that level again. The reason I got out there as opposed to my 369 level that I had originally, I had eyes on this double top on the 1 minute over here from 1040. We got up into 365 and we rejected. So I said, look, man, just wet your beak over here at 365. It's good enough. 365, 369. We'll see what we get. And we will not get upset. This one is a strong one. Going to keep my eye on it as well. There's others that are continuing to zig and zag over here. So CNFR, you know, I feel like I had the right idea with the short. We're positive on it still. The other thing, though, is that it's not respecting VWAP. So I'm done using the volume weighted average price as my level here. Why do I say that? Because of the amount of rejections and breakthroughs that it's had at VWAP without really holding up out there. The only area I see it really holding up at VWAP is this one over here. This little area over here in the midday with the lowest volume. So the trend that seems the most sound to me on CNFR is this higher low. And you really haven't broken this trend line. You could base a lot of it. I know it's an ex post facto look and after the fact look on CNFR, but the fact of the matter is this lower trend line over here is paying dividends. So I'm going to get back in if it touches 105 because that's where the line interacts with right now. CNFR, no slouch, baby. 54%. Put some respect on its name as well as BOF and SOC. Yeah, I know BOF, Katina, man. So I don't make up the tickers, but you know it's BOFting. Anyway, SOC right now at the 10 exponential. We've been talking about how SOC was so strong. It couldn't even touch a 10 exponential. Now it's just really hugging that 10 EMA on the 5. So not going to really play this one right now. What's the situation with the future? Yeah, we put another high or lower high, excuse me, right now on the NQ September contract as that indice continues to bleed down 2 1/3 even more. It did try to work its way back into 19 too. But it was met yet with another rejection. So we start off the month that's notoriously weak, right, with a weekday. So we'll have to see if that trend continues. But I've just seen seasonality too much now to want to fight against it. So I want to adopt an entirely different philosophy going into next year with respect to seasonality. Hopefully I can follow through. I just don't want to be part of the, you know, the volatility. When I'm at highs and that seasonality hits, when we get those 2 big red days like we got in July, I'm selling. Right, and then I'll just buy back at different areas. So that's kind of what I want to see if I can do that next year. We'll have to wait and see if that's practical or it's just, you know, just buy and hold and shut your mouth kind of situation. Yeah,
sounds very violent when you put it like that. Buy, hold, and shut your mouth.
Yeah, you know why? Because like everybody wants to complain when their portfolio takes a hit, but nobody really wants to listen to you. Right, so that's the look there. You want to take over while I prepare for the lesson?
I would love to take over if I may. Yeah, thank you for that. So SPY. I did get long SPY. I did get out SPY. I want to talk about this because I know I got short SPY. My issue the area I liked was that 555.30 breakdown. I spoke about it ad nauseum. You could see it on the chart. You could see it in the book. You could see it. I got short going into that at 555.47s. I risked into 555.65s. We get above, so I'm risking like 18 pennies. It was really just a level I liked on the prior bar on the 3-minute candle. I get short. Breaks above my level, I get out, no worries. And then SPY's like, oh, Dara, my bad. Now I'll drop. I'm like, cool, SPY. I arguably should have gotten back into this, but I didn't want to get back in just for the sake of getting back in. Because look, SPY still cannot break that 555.30 area. I'll continue watching this book, but there are other stocks that perhaps are a bit more interesting to me. One of them is going to be Boeing, which absolutely gave up every semblance of the ghost here. I mentioned earlier that support that we were sort of holding there at 160.20. Last time I looked at this in the book, it was like 160.40. I turned my head, we're below 160. So RIP, Boeing, falling like...
Scroll through this.
Falling like some of it, unfortunately, some of it's planes. So let's see what happens there with that strike. But right now, big move to the downside here in the 90 EMA and Boeing. Really proud of what I did with this trade. You're happy I got back in after the L in the initial trade. One more stock I'm looking at here is SMCI. So I was talking to Sharif during the break, and I was like, isn't it fun when you get wicked out at the low? and then it pushes higher.
I disagree.
That's what happened here in SMCI. I should have definitely gotten back in once I saw these bottoming tail candles form. Happy I attempted the trade. I have zero regrets about that. Shout out to Obi and the no regrets lifestyle. So I like that, but I definitely should have been more aggressive. That being said, look what level we're approaching once again, 552s. That is a huge level for me on SMCI. I played in one of two ways. I like the idea of a 552 short, but I also am very cognizant of this higher low we're trying to form. So if we come back here to this area around 449s, you're risking to 448s, which was a bit of a level. And you're going for minimum 452, 453, this line over here. That's what I really want to see happen here on SMCI. But it doesn't matter what I want to see happen. It's what the stock gives you. If I get a little bit more strength here in the Qs, I'll get long. But it is worth noting, the Qs near low of days and SMCI making a higher low. Scotia divergence there. But you know what else is important to understand beyond divergence, beyond what you're seeing in the market and how you can help interpret these better is through trends. Let's talk about some trends.
Trends, I like that. Okay, Dara, we're just introducing the topic today. We're talking about understanding these trends from a very basic perspective. Let's get right to it, and then we'll get more nuance as the weekend next. Come on. So, by the end of this lesson, we should be able to understand the distinctions between the major trend, the intermediate trend, and the near-term trend in financial markets, obviously. We'll also learn how these trends interact and influence market behavior. Let's get right to it. So, as we typically do, let's just introduce the topics. Introduction to market trends in technical analysis, which is what we're using here on the show. A trend is a general direction in which the market or a specific asset, whatever instrument, whatever you're trading, is moving. Trends are classified based on their duration. So it's time here that's instructive. And understanding these classifications is crucial for analyzing the market behavior. So let's talk about those three classifications, baby. The first one, the major trend, as we kind of preface there initially, the intermediate trend, second, and then that near-term or short-term trend. You can call them whatever you want, but they are essentially mostly the same thing. And this is kind of what we're looking at here. The big boy move on Apple from whatever $80 it was in 2007 to when it touched 200 in 2008. That's obviously pre-split there. We had a long range of upward moves, but there were these intermediate downtrends, okay? We'll talk about those in a hot minute. Just kind of want to show you what to really expect in terms of what it looks like. So the major trend, let's get right to it. So a major trend is the dominant trend in the market, often lasting more than a year, but can go on for years and years and years, right? It represents the long-term direction of the market, whether it's upward, downward, or sideways. These are all acceptable types of trends. Dow theory classifies them a bit differently than we talk about them right now. So Dow theory, they use different words, but essentially the same thing. According to Dow theory, the major trend is in effect for longer than a year. There are some exceptions to that. Commodities or futures markets, the major trend can be as short as 6 months and then onwards. So typically we're looking for a year onwards, but some instruments like commodities and futures markets, we can drop the time frame for it to about 6 months. Due to shorter time frames, those markets operate in. That's really the reason there. And the importance of major trends cannot be understated. They are crucial for long-term investors who aim to align their investment strategies and philosophies with the broader market direction. Understanding these major trends helps investors avoid getting caught in the short-term fluctuations that the market is always engaged in, and that maintains their long-term perspective on the instrument that they're holding. And this is kind of obviously what the intermediate trend looks like. You'll see on the SPX, we had essentially a raging bull market from the great financial crisis, from the bottoms of 2009. We got a couple of corrections there in 2016, sure, but there wasn't a big boy correction until March of 2020. We all saw what happened there, and then we had almost an entire year of correction in 2022. Given how much we had run up the previous 2 years, who could blame the market? But this is kind of what I showed you this chart for, to say the year window is really the minimum. What we're talking about here is usually a multi-year run-up. So that's why your time horizon shouldn't be, in the 3 months to 6 months. It should be, well, for long-term investors, that is, obviously, it should be in the years. I really want to show this chart because this is the SPX, baby. All right, let's talk about some intermediate trends. An intermediate trend here typically lasts, there's no hard and fast rule, but it typically lasts between 3 weeks to a few months, and it represents corrections within the major trend. Those corrections can take a couple of forms. They can be retracements or consolidation zones. They don't have to be retracements. We can whiffle and waffle sideways, and that could be considered an intermediate trend within a larger uptrend, okay? This trend reflects the market's temporary movement against the major trend direction. The characteristics of an intermediate trend are as follows. In an upward major trend, the the intermediate trend, I should say, might show a temporary decline or, again, sideways movement, doesn't have to be a decline, where the market corrects itself, obviously, before resuming that upward move again with the major trend. An example, obviously, is if the market is in a long-term uptrend, the intermediate trend might represent a correction where the market pauses for a few months or so before it continues on its way. And the role of the intermediate trend in market analysis also can't be understated. There's two reasons why we should be very attuned to the intermediate trend. One is because swing traders use it. A lot of swing traders, they wait for that pullback, right, in the major trend to get in. The other reason we want to use it is because long-term investors of that instrument want another area to add. And what better area to add is when your stock that you love and you know that it's going to go to $1 zillion retraces in a little bit. So 2 reasons why we look at the intermediate trend: 1 for swing trading, and 2 positioning yourself for those long-term investments. And here's what the intermediate trend looks like. Big boy long-term trend. And then here, I want to show you this because we have a consolidative intermediate trend. It doesn't need to be corrective. It can be consolidative. The near-term trend, lots of disrespect put on the name of near-term trends, but I'm here to tell you that it's absolutely usable. A near-term trend is the shortest of the trend classifications, kind of goes without saying. It typically lasts less than 2 or 3 weeks in duration. The trends are often minor fluctuations of the intermediate trend and are frequently observed in day-to-day market movements. The characteristics of these near-term trends probably kind of self-explanatory, but they can be highly volatile and often influenced by the immediate market news, economic data releases like non-farm payrolls or whatever other short-term factors influence the day-to-day moves of this market. And its application can't be understated here as well. Near-term trends are crucial for day traders and short-term investors, myself included. Basically, we're aiming to capitalize off these brief market movements. For long-term investors, though, they're just noise. And so long-term investors won't really base much off these near-term, shorter-term trends, but more they'll base it off the long-term and the intermediate term. So for investors and for big money, short-term trends, not that important. Day traders, obviously, it is. Let's talk about the first, let me show you what minor trends are like. So we have the big boy, a trend represented in the red. We have the intermediate trend represented by the dark blue, and then the minor or short-term trends represented by the aqua there. And the interaction between these trends also important. The interconnected nature, I should say, between them is important. Each trend is part of a larger trend. For example, the intermediate trend is a correction within the major trend, and then the near-term trend is just a fluctuation of the intermediate trend. So they're all connected, homogenized some way, somehow. And the importance in the analysis here of the near-term trend, understanding how these, interaction between trends, understanding how these trends interact allows traders and investors to better predict market movements and make more informed trading decisions. Recognizing the primary or the major trend in the market helps align your trading strategies with the overall market. And your key takeaways from this lesson should be as follows. Major trends represent the long-term view of the market. Intermediate trends are more corrections, obviously, within the larger trend. And these near-term trends are minor fluctuations of the intermediate-term trend. And you should be basically looking to align your strategy with the major trend if you want long-term success, and use intermediate trends, as we talked about, to refine your entry and exit positions. If you're a long-term investor, obviously, if you're a swing trader, you're using it to actually trade. And be cautious, the book says, of these near-term trends, as they can often represent noise in the broader market. But I would submit to you that day trading absolutely requires these shorter term trends. So have at it as much as you want. Adair?
Yeah, thank you so much to Sharif for that lesson. SMCI, I did get back in this log. I know, Dara, what would the neighbors think? I know, I'm joking. I like this SMCI, though, because initially, so I tried to get involved in this, but first could not get involved. I wanted SMCI long 449s basically around the area I got filled. So the first time I tried there, wasn't able to get filled. And then it dropped, and I was like, okay, cool. Sorry, I'm going to have to get out of this now. So just give me a moment, people. We got out as we get to 448. So I get involved here. Got out 448 because that was going to be my stop area because I liked that VWAP, right? But also, I like that that level of interaction period. VWAP was like a nice bonus. But the reason, why I thought this was really bullish too is, so I don't get involved. I'm like, oh, let's see what we do here if we break back below. We could not, at that point, I don't even think we broke below 448.50. So I said to Dara, gets back to 449, holds in a way you like, get long, 449s, risking to 448. So I do get long, like how it's going. We get to 448, like 17s, and then we start to do that bid up thing. I like 19s, 21s. I was like, dope. We pushed all the way up here into almost 450s. I was like, awesome. We're going to start taking some profit here at 451. Save a piece for the dream into 453s. Did not work out how I wanted it to. We get back to 450 in the VWAP here. I get out. Happy I attempted the trade, to be clear, because you do miss 100% of the trades you don't make. Shout out to Wayne Gretzky, though. He was not a trader. But it's the same kind of principle, right? It's like if you believe in something, if you have that shot, if you have that opportunity, if it sets up, you have to try to take it. To be clear, I'm happy with both these trades. And I don't mean happy in terms of like emotion. You don't want emotional trading, but I stand by the trades. I stand by the efforts there. And, you know, like I had the right idea on this first trade, maybe not in the second trade, but either way, you can't be afraid to be wrong. That's one thing I'm really noticing. As long as you risk appropriately, the market could be your oyster. Yeah, so SPY here at 555 in a really interesting level. Maybe this is the one I should have been looking at here. But the SPY finally has that breakdown at 555.30, and man, does it take its time there. Oh, wow, does it take its time. Ooh. But if we can hold on to 555, I think this could be an interesting little long here. See what we do at 555.30, 555.50, those levels I liked in the book. I've said this before, I have two SPY playbooks. One of them is hold all or breakup or breakouts or breakdowns. The other is taking trades at areas I've previously watched on the book and the tape. That can be on this day, that can be on a wider time frame. But this 555.30, 555.50 area is a level I've watched a lot today. So that is the level with which I will be sticking on this SPY. That being said, these hold all or breakdowns, I don't usually like to take retests of these because I find that's where they get bamboozling in the SPY. We keep holding this 555. I think this could be a bit of a spicy area, so I have my eyes out. Also, I just take a little gander at my side chart, and NVIDIA's like, oh, hey, I might make a higher low. I'm like, dope, NVIDIA. Probably not very likely to trade NVDA here, just because it's not one that I've been kind of charting or looking at to the same extent. Oh!
Uh-oh, you saw something.
I think I did, Sharif. Look at this little hold here. Look at that shelf.
Ooh.
Now, there's a little bit of support that became a little bit of resistance. Look, it's trying to form a support again now. That 110.50 area. I don't dislike this. I would take this with a lot less shares just because this is not a stock I've really looked at prior to this point today. And I'd have to risk like 40 pennies here, that 110.40 or 110.10, because that to me is a little bit of the spot of this stuff. You know what? I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm going to do this. 110.51s. Like I said, I'm really hesitant to take this because it's not necessarily a trade that I planned to the same extent that I was planning. Or when I say plan, I mean like in terms of like levels I was looking at. But I have plans for this trade here. You can get getting out here if you get to 111.30. So risking 40 cents, trying to make minimum 80. That's a risk to reward ratio I like. As I was waffling, NVIDIA breaks up higher, so I just kind of have to let go of that fill because I was waffling for too long. Horrible ego pun. But that's what I'm looking at here. So guys, I haven't been in as many trades. I'm trying to make sure I'm taking calculated entries, working on that a little bit every day. SPY back above 555. So let's see how that shakes out. What are you up to, Sharif?
I'm looking at Mara Adair. It's coming into $15, and this is an interesting swing trade for me. I'm not going to act upon this on a day trade, but I want to bring this to your attention because it's a long-term level on MARA. Now, the winds of change may have come. Who knows? But it's incumbent upon me to tell you about this level. This level goes all the way back to January, okay? So it's been in effect for almost a year now. This is the $15 level on MARA. January, we defend. April, we defend. May, we defend. Black Friday in August, we defend. Subsequent to Black Friday, or whatever we're calling it. Yen carry trade, whatever. All right? This 12th to 15th of August, we defend. We're coming back into that level now. Just putting that out there for y'all. Okay, $15 MARA. Think about it, and I will as well. So that's a look there on Mara. And Mara has gotten shellacked today, 7.5% in the negative. All the miners have been destroyed, as you can see on my chart there. Mara, 7.5. Riot, more than 8.5. Hive, 7 2/3. Clean Spark, oh my God, 14.5% for Clean Spark. This has been, yeah, I won't use that word. Hut 8, 7 4/5. So crypto has been destroyed today, and Bitcoin technically only down 1.16%. I know everybody's crypto reset date, or for whatever everybody's date for the percentage on crypto is a little bit different. Mine says 1.16, but obviously the price is the same for all of us. 57.8, a little bit below 57.8 right now. But that was a look on MARA. I just want to point that out. Not a day trade move for me, but I'm going to definitely be looking at the long term for possible swing on MARA. Now, I want to talk about BOF because I was able to do well on this one, but look at what it did after that. Now, this is the double bottom that we were talking about earlier at 315, 316. Subsequent to that double bottom, what's been the look? Well, it's been very rangy, but there's one thing that's been quite discernible, which is these higher lows. Okay, so even though we know the double bottom obviously is a reversal pattern and it should be preceded by a down move, which we kind of got a little bit, not in spades on BOF, but a little bit. Now, I got in at 360. I got out, initially at 365, owing to this area resistance level that we put in at 1040. But that sense has been breached because we weaseled our way up into almost $3.71. However, true to form with BOF, we zig, we zag. The range per candle is quite wide. That should factor into your thinking when you get into this trade, because if you're not ready to stomach the range per candle that it's printing on the day, then don't get involved. Now, what I do like is this area of support that it's put in. And now it's a general area. It's not a level. I'm talking about this mid to high 340s. Look at the amount of bounces that we've had at around 344, 345. Initially, we were using it as actual resistance on BOF. We clear it. We get up into that 3 2/3, almost 3 1/4. And now we start using the 3 low 40s as support, because every single one now into the move into the 340s from above has bounced. So this is an interesting area here on BOF. Put some respect on this stock's name. It's up 75%. It's printing big boy volume. 111 million shares traded on the day. And it's generally holding this uptrend line with these wick downs. But the wick downs are finding support in the low 40s, the low 340s. So if you're not inclined to want to use the upper trend line, I would submit to you use the price level. Generally, it's a general level, not a specific price, at those mid to low 340s. And right back above 3.5 we go again, putting in a gnarly little bottoming tail candle here that printed at 1252 on the 1 minute chart. Don't want to put too much stock into that, but that's the look there. So I'm keeping my eye on some of these small cap gappers today, as the Future, obviously, and the Mag 7 are in a bit of a holding pattern at the moment. And here's what I mean by that. Sure, the Future's continuing to print lower lows, but when you look at the Mag 7s, they're locked in a bit of a range. You can kind of gauge some of the range based on the moving averages, but I don't want to, not every day I have to trade the Mag 7. But I do like this look on Tesla. I'm not going to lie. Look at the interactions Tesla's had with VWAP over here. Right? We get that big boy move initially, 930. Looks like Tesla's going to be the outlier. Everything is selling off. Tesla's going up. Gets into 220. Boom. We go down. We drop all the way to 212.60. We come back up again. Bit of a nice double top there. So Tesla's had a bit of a tough trend. I hope too many people didn't get cut up on that, because that could get a lot of people into trouble, man. That zig and zag right there. But right now, I feel like we've kind of calm down a little bit with the price action on Tesla. Now we're using that volume weighted average price at around 215 3/4 as a bit of a resistance level. Haven't broken through it, Adara, on the afternoon.
No, we have not. And speaking of support resistance levels, guess who's taking their third trade here at the same level of Boeing, but this time as a short? It's me. I'm shorting Boeing 160, and I want to talk about why. So I know I like this level earlier as a long, but we were in a bit of a different place earlier. We didn't have all these topping tail candles, and I hadn't seen its, I don't know how else to put it, but bizarre interaction with 160.20. You can see this a bit clearer on the 3 minutes. I'm going to show you on the 3, but look here at all these little interactions here. We wick above it, we wick into it. Once we break above it, we pop into it violently, then we reject it. The point I'm trying to make is I think that there is something in the water there at that level. So I've seen those. Sometimes when I identify those levels and I risk into them, then it breaks above and it's like too violent. So I'm going to give this, we're going to see what we do here as we push into 20s, like 17s, 15s, basically. So I'm risking like 15 to 20 pennies. Again, I'm aware that's a bit of a goosier area, but the way that I trade, I find if I have harder risk to reward, things get a little dicier. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's still just being cognizant, but it's really trusting my read on the book. So pun actually not intended with the read on the book. But if we break below 80s here, I am actually going to add to this position. So basically what I'm trying to do here is the inverse of what I did with my my long here heading into the lunch hour. Shout out to Neil's Real Deal. So I got long here 159.80 and then added at 160. That's what I'm going to be doing here for the short. And then we're going to do prior bar low, that type of thing in terms of the stops. Okay, so we're back below 80s. Let's see. Okay, a bit of a retest. Let's see if we can get involved in the 79s. So we're going to add a bit of a larger position than the one I initially had here, but I feel good about this. Let's see what happens here on the Boeing one. In terms of profit taking, I think there's a clear area here, 159.40s. Look at that wick we had into it and all this chip top. I think if we can break below that chip top, I think that's a great area. So I will be getting involved, getting some out there at 159.40s. That is pretty good risk to reward ratio. That's a little over 3 to 1. We'll see if we get added here. If we don't get added here, that's cool. I'm not going to try to force that. Not sure I'll be able to get my 79s. I should have been more aggressive. And like I said, I still need to experiment more with different order types. That's one thing I'm definitely trying to continue working on as I continue my journey into live trading. I mentioned on Friday, this is actually, that was my 1 year anniversary of being here with Trader TV. So I've been trading, I guess, since last September, so almost about a 1 year as well. Let's see what happens here as we get that fill there on Boeing. So we're going to get, now that we have the amount of shares we would like, we're going to get that profit taker ready.
Get it,
159.41s. Let's see if we get filled. Not sure if we will. We're going to get a third out there. Should we get that fill? See what happens here on Boeing. To be clear, right now, my average is still going to, I know my average is 10 cents lower, but I'm still going to be risking into 160.20s for now, because that's still the area I like. That to me is the clearest area as of right now. But as I said, as we continue to drip to the downside, things will have to change in terms, or should we continue to drip to the downside, things are going to have to change with regards to the stop loss. That's one thing I've really noticed here. One thing I've admitted I'm still working on, especially because I tend to trade spread here tickers. Shout out to SMCI, shout out to Lulu. You really do have to, I'm trying to work on finding ways to adjust that stop loss as you go, so you protect some of the bag there, because you can get the bag and fumble it, or you can get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Shout out to the Migos featuring Gucci Man. So hopefully this trade will be pretty Gucci. I like the prior bar, usually prior bar low if you're in a long, prior bar high here if you are in a short. So let's see what's going on here in Boeing. But like I said, for the time being, risking into 156.20s. Let's see if we can get take flight here to, well, I guess to the downside, but I don't want to joke about that with Boeing. So let's see what happens here on BA. Also, I said this in the chat, Anthony K agreed. We're thinking about names, right, for the black, so quote unquote Black Monday. I said, what about the yen scary trade?
Oh, I like that.
Because things got kind of scary.
Sure.
If you know what I mean? So I like the yen scary trade. We'll find that out for now. Thank you, Tony Price, for the happy anniversary wishes there. I know you sometimes mention SoFi here, Tony Price. We'll take a quick look at that because I know that was like weirdly popping a little bit last week. And I say weirdly just because SoFi does not always do those kind of moves. Down right now, 4.44%. Shout out to Jay-Z. Oh, look at that VWAP projection here. No, I think I tried a little bit in the live, but not super comfortable. With that being said, the double top at 774 in confluence with VWAP, not so fine for SoFi. How you doing?
Oh my God. POSOC is moving aggressively over here. Yeah.
That's a good pun.
No, I didn't mean it like that. Oh. What? Hold on, what's the fun?
I think you said the POSOC.
No, I meant to say BOF, but I was looking at the wrong one. It was actually SOC that's moving. Yeah. No, that was actually, good call on that. I didn't even notice it. $24 SOC. This thing's been so dang strong. I haven't been able to weasel into this one, but it has a $24 high a day right now. It has been light on volume, and that's really the only thing that's held me back from SOC. Just to remind you again, it's only done about 6 1/5 million shares on the day. It's a $24 name. Finding a bit of resistance now at the whole dollar level at 24 behooves us to do this daily charting. Is this serious? Dang, that's a chart right there. So this looks like a SPAC. So this certainly was a SPAC given the umpteen amount of months that it spent at $10. It looks like it de-SPAC'd around December of this year, just given the outsized volume, or possibly maybe that was wind of it de-SPACing because it dropped back into 10. So is this still a SPAC or no? No, it's not. So it's de-SPAC'd. I just don't know when it de-SPAC'd. In any event, this is the highest it's ever been, SPAC or otherwise, getting a really big move today. This company is called Sable Offshore. And the reason they're moving up are as follows. Shares are trading higher after the company announced that Santa Barbara County acknowledged it lacked jurisdiction over Pacific Pipeline installation of 16 new safety valves, and that the pending lawsuit will be dismissed. Also, the company will restart production in Q24. Looks like they were being sued by Santa Barbara County, but they lacked CEDIS, we call that in law, which is jurisdiction. So this one getting thrown out, we'll have to see if they can reignite the lawsuit under different circumstances. Oh, I like it, Adara, yes.
And then I did a bit of a fat finger.
That's all right. So that's the look there. So a bit of well, this is more than a bit, certainly here. Beautiful look for them on the day. They're printing new highs, so it looks like that 24 not a line in the sand, 24.03. It's about how you weasel into this. And I gotta submit to you, when I saw it do this on the 5-minute, this really consolidative look, hugging the 10 exponential, I thought we were destined for a 20-period touch and maybe even VWAP. So shows how much I know how some of these stocks trade on the day. But SOC, put some respect on this one's name, up nicely here, 42.5%. We'll have to weasel into this some way, somehow. Now, let me tell you about this trade that did not go so successfully. Lost 10 pennies on this bad boy right here. BOF. So I got into this one successfully initially. Then we were waxing poetic, to use an Adara term, with respect to this 344, 342 area acting as a level of support. Well, you know what? It's just like, Sharif, we're going to have to make you look bad. And that's what it did. Because I got in a couple of pennies above the area that I saw as support. And true to form, the small cap gappers are what they are. And they're around for a good time, not a long time. This one dips aggressively below that level. I had to flatten out there. I considered getting back in because it was still above VWAP. But I said, look, we're going to see if we can figure out a bit of a better entry, given that this thing looks like it might be double topping here at around 3 1/3. So give back a little bit here on BOF. That's all right. We'll look for the next trade. And I saw him back there. I'm like, hey, how'd Friday go? He's like, hey, good.
I like you recounting your interaction with
very,
Obi.
very, very detailed conversation, Adara, full of, yeah. So that's the look there. I don't really have anything on at the moment. Let's flip some of these large caps over here, see what's afoot. So we were talking about Tesla really doing a dance here with the volume weighted average price. It looks like that dance has come to an end, and it may be coming down to 214 and 10 generally. That is the closing print from Friday, not a random area that I put on my chart there. We'll have to see if it finds its footing at around 214. Tesla, the best performing Mag 7 on the day. In fact, the only one that's green right now, up 0.11 barely. You should also know that the only green microchip semiconductor name on my watch list is SMCI, and not by a lot, 1 1/3%. So SMCI, Adara, the only green name in microchip.
Thank you for reminding me about SPCE's existence, because heading into that 442 level A, I don't necessarily want to take a third crack at that, but I want to be aware of it. Still in Boeing, but if there's any stocks right now that are making you, that you want to know if they're red or green, or even if they're just making you feel a little blue, get into that chat. Exclamation point join. Space. $, whatever tickers your fancy. And you want to know why? Because this is an audience segment. We are for the people here at Trader TV Live. So if there's anything you're looking at, we want to know. We want to be able to look at it for you. Maybe it's a small cap. Maybe it's Boeing. Maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe it's CoverGirl. I don't know. I'm joking. Although you could, I guess, vote for Estee Lauder. So shout out. The point I'm trying to make is any ticker that you like, that you're looking at. Actually, Ulta Beauty. If I was going to make a beauty stock pun, would be a better one. Ulta Beauty coming into kind of interesting level too. But regardless, any ticker that you like, in play here. You've got some moves on that. Get your friends wrangled there and vote for them. Look at Ulta coming into 362, which was a bit of a nice little support area before the bounce. Right now, a bit of a quadunk there below the 90 EMA. I should address, I am still in Boeing here. And right now, we're just kind of seeing how the plane goes. There's a bit of turbulence. It did not sink the way that I really thought it would here. We're risking now into 160s. I know initially we had the 160.20, but we had a bit more of a drop here. So we're risking to 160s. basically, we've had a couple tries trying to get back into that 159 mid-80s, 159.90s area, but we have not. Though some of these wicks look like we were into 180s. I was watching, I never saw a 180 hold, so we'll have to see what happens here. Looks like we're kind of doing a bit of a bamboozling thing here, Sharif, because we've got all these topping tail candles, especially if you're looking at it here on the 3 minute, which is what I use again for my prior bar lows. But on the 5, we're holding the support oddly nicely here at 159.60. Bit of a bullish engulfing, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens. Following my exit rules, which, as I said, I'm still trying to develop. Let's see here, because this is a bit of a bamboozler with all of these very bearish-looking topping tail candles and this nice little hold of 159.60. We'll find out what happens next here. Still like my area as of right now for my exit. No reason to leave, so trying to stay calm. Pack my patience in my Samsonite so I can get on that flight to the upside. Again, guys, make sure you vote for your tickers, please, and thank you. Need NVIDIA to rip, says Milky Way. Yeah, let's find out what Milky Way NVIDIA is going over here right now. NVIDIA, I don't know if I don't think I mentioned this trade. That wasn't an intentional omission, I just forgot. But, this thing's ranging, Sharif.
I know,
NVIDIA,
it has been.
110.10 base, high here about 110.70. I might have an eye on it, but like I said, there's stocks that, and I'm happy I tried this initial long. Tried it here when we made a slightly higher base here on the book at that 110.60s. Risk about 30 pennies did not work out, but we'll see what happens here next on NVIDIA. If it wants to range, by all means, I'll play a range trade, but I'm trying to focus more. You can't trade every single stock in the market. You have to focus on the stocks that are speaking to you here. Boeing, if you get above 160, I will have to bid adieu to get off this flight early. No connecting flight for my trade, though I did have a fuller itinerary plan to the downside. Might not work out how you want it to, but that's the thing. You can't be afraid to be wrong. That's something I'm definitely learning. So let's see what happens here on BA as we try to push here into 160s. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to get out here of this Boeing. But I'm really happy I attempted this trade. That's the thing too, is if you've got levels on stuff, whether you take it to the long side or the short side, take your attempts, make your moves, got out where I wanted to at that 160s. Let's see what we do at 160.20. I'm okay with taking another stab at this if my levels keep hitting. It's about how you execute. It's about keeping going on as the market keeps doing interesting things. Higher low here for SMCI. What isn't there to talk about? Honestly, there's so many things in this market. 1:08 p.m., so I guess we'll do the lesson a little bit late. So wait a little bit for that lesson, but I'm trying to keep aware of everything. Zup28 saying the market should pump into the meeting, but who knows? I'm guessing you mean the FOMC meeting.
Yeah.
We'll find out, because I feel like last time we had the meeting, I remember that was
Is it Wednesday?
It is. The meeting's usually on Wednesday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, we had the meeting. Then we didn't have October. We had Downtober. I remember NVIDIA was below 400. It was the first time I'd ever seen it there at the time. And I was like, NVIDIA can be below 400? Little naive, Adara.
We're a month away from that.
We're so close to October.
Doesn't it feel like we were using that like a couple of months ago?
Right? Time. I was not even consistently on this desk at that time, Sharif.
No,
really
it was
flies.
you and Obe.
Yeah,
we would come on for a bit. Obe would come on for a bit.
What an era. Do you have any Halloween costume ideas?
I don't, not this year, but maybe, I don't know, if something presents itself that's comical, we'll do it. I want to dress up as the Cowboys last year, but I remember I got sick, so I didn't actually wear my my helmet. I've been wanting to wear that helmet, my shoulder pads, for a hot minute. And shout out, obviously, to, I forget his name. What's the Cowboys fan that used to be in the chat? Playmaker, thank you. Obviously, he's no longer with us, but he sent me a couple of jerseys there that I wanted to wear. Micah Parsons and one with my name.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So definitely maybe I can do that this year. Actually, if the Cowboys are any good, we'll find out. BAC. I see you guys talking about BAC there. And I want to tell you guys that this one had a headline today. Uncle Warren selling more. Bank of America. Let me just bring in the little headline over here. I don't think I've got it anymore. There it is. So there's more Uncle Warren cutting here. So shares of Bank of America were down. Now they're up decent. Well, no, they're still down 1/5. Billionaire Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway disclosed late on Friday that it sold another 21.1 million shares of the second largest U.S. bank. The latest sale, worth more than $845 million, takes the total tally from a string of stake cuts that began essentially in July to over $6 billion. How he's removed from Bank of America. Berkshire has its highest ever holdings of cash, more than $275 billion right now being held in cash by BRK or BRKA or BRKB. Yeah, I think they're both the same, aren't they? BRKA and BRKB.
Yep.
Well, I don't think they're the same price, but let's find out what this one is there. Dara. BRKA, Dara, is not showing me a price, but in any event, we won't go down that road. But that's a look there. So BAC on watch, but this is the one that I want to talk about here because this is the one that small cap gapper that's showing up on my midday chart here. So TCBP doing quite well. A lot of range per candle, so you're going to have to be ready for this one to be super choppy. I gave you the deets on this earlier, but I give it to you again. It's traded about 3 million shares, which has me a little suspicious seeing that it's $8, $4.4 million market cap, and the float is about 2.2 million shares. It did have a whole lot of resistance at 8. Okay. What I do like about this is the higher lows that it's been sequentially putting in. What I don't like about this is the range per candle. It's awfully rangy, and so you're going to have to factor that in. There is a whole lot of resistance at 8. Now, let's see if it acts as support. So basically, since we flushed at around 12:15, we haven't been able to take 8 on a decisive basis. That all changed at 105 once we weaseled our way up into 870. Now we're using 8, funny enough, as support. Let's see if that hangs on. If we continue to do that, this is awfully spready. I don't even have the book up, but I can tell you it's a 44 penny spread on an $8 name. Yeah, that's the look there. So if you trade small caps, your desire is obviously have a very tight spread. So the cost of doing business, getting in, getting out of positions doesn't cost you 44 pennies, now tightening up a bit to 9 pennies right now on TCBP. It's an interesting one here. It's defending the volume weighted average price, which is essentially at $8. Let's load up this bad boy on the trading screen. Do we have it already? No, we don't. So let me take off. PDD's just going, bro. And some of these Chinese ADRs are strong. NEO's up and XPEV is up. Li Auto's not. So I just want to let everybody know that there is some strength right now in these Chinese ADRs that I saw on my side chart. So here's TCBP coming back into the 8. The 8 level, again, very interesting for me. Let's see if it holds up at around 8. I don't need to be first to the party, but I know for certain that it's putting in these higher lows. Where to get it in, you're going to have to be a bit selective. I'm going to go ahead and hang out at 801. Okay, we're going to give this one the old college try. Looks like we are printing 801s on the bid, but the ask is at 822. So we won't get printed unless it really flushes here. And you know what? Upon further inspection, I'm not trading this stock. That's 13 penny spread on an $8 name. I don't think that that's right. Like whether I like the 8 level or not, it's just, to me, not wise on an $8 name to trade one with a 13 penny spread that's not setting up perfectly. So right now, this one is not a perfect setup for me. I'm staying away. ASST is giving up the ghost here in small cap world. This was a holdover from last week. It was awfully strong to start the day. Very counter market move. This thing was going up into the right while the market was going down into the right. That is, of course, until it came into that 2 3/4 level. Then everything changed. Can't break through that 274. There was many sellers around there. You had a triple top on the 5-minute, and then that's as good as we could do on the day. And then we've been stair-stepping down, breaking through the volume weighted average price, breaking through $2. Now it looks like, we may be headed back to break even. Break even takes us back to $1.42. We're printing $1.93 right now. All sorts of weakness here on ASST. And just to remind you that this bad boy is from last week. Look at this big boy move here. This ain't no joke. So this one from the pre-market to the high of the day there, this thing was up 112%. It was a triple-digit winner, and it's been giving up the ghost since then, Adara. So we're going to have to keep an eye on ASST.
Yeah, I've just been watching the book here on SMCI. This one continues to be a bamboozler. I liked it because it's kind of coming into my levels here, 445, 442. I will not be trading this unless something is like crazy, like screaming at me like, Adara, get involved. But right now, I don't know why it would sing to me, but it could. Who knows? But right now, we're just watching. We're just waiting here. SPY, I also have some levels on, but I have not really been compelled the way that it's moving to get involved in any of those levels at this time. As I said, 555, 555, 30, 555, 50 are my levels on the SPY. So we'll see what happens there. In terms of SMCI though, 442 and 445, again, both levels I like. 442 multiple day. 445 though, we had this little area of support trying to form to resistance. So this could actually be really interesting. That being said, in the book, it's actually holding this 444 quite well. What I'd like to see is us attempt to peek our head while I'm watching at that. You got to do it in front of me, SMCI, or I don't know. We're going to be spread watching here, which is a phrase I accidentally said that I'm not just owning, because you got to own stuff. We'll see if we'll watch what the spread does here as we head into 445. I would take a really small position risk into 446 should I do this, but I'm not rushing into it. Like I said, I just think these levels are really clean, and if I like it, who am I to not try that? I think. So we'll see here. 444.21 weirdly was when we started the bid creep last time I was watching. When I say bid creep, I mean we've got these orders creeping up cents at a time on the bid. As I've mentioned before, this is a pattern I tend to find very, very bullish on stocks. It also is bullish if you have a creep up on the ask, but I find the bid creep to be a little bit more compelling. But you know what else is compelling? Or what we'd like to compel you to do is to vote. So make sure you are a subscriber, because we have a subscriber-only chat. But if you are a subscriber and you're like, hey, why haven't Neil and Sean talked about Mara? Well, actually, no, I know Neil was trading Mara. Neil was also trading Unity. If you're like, hey, what happened to you? There's no we without you and I. Shout out to Jeremiah. What if there's some other stocks that you want to know what they were going on with them and you want to have Neil and Sean talk about it? Guys, get into that here chat. Exclamation point. Join. Space. $. Let us know. Really interesting action here happening at 444 on the super micro one. So let's see if we can get a super move down here. Like I said, also, I mean, to be fair, this is a higher low here, which is why I'm not rushing into the 442 level. But if we break below 442, decent resistance for a short. We're going to be watching levels. Sorry, guys, I'm not in any trades right now. You're going to wait for the opportunities that set up that strike you as the most interesting. So SMCI is one. The other one that I know I said I was going to be ignoring, but I haven't been, is NVIDIA, as it sort of attempts to range, question mark. If we can bounce here off 110.10s, that could be a decent look. But I mean, it's hard to be bullish on things when you've got the Qs pushing into low of days. SPY trying to push a little bit lower here as well. So what a market we've got over here. SPY like 10 cents away from its low of days, Sharif. Exciting times. We are going to do our last lesson soon, so just going to be seeing if there's anything setting up before we do some more learning. You know what else had a nice recovery that I tried to get involved in and then just was like, didn't have any levels that were screaming to me at the time? What? Boeing, that 160.20 level, as I said, I found to be really compelling support resistance on multiple levels. And so that's an interesting level. But the other level I find interesting about Boeing that we seem to have rejected here is 160.60s. Let's see what's going on here on the Boeing one. Let's find out what happens on these markets. I'm just looking at everything here. IWM also had a beautiful headbutt with the 9 EMA before pushing lower. Just a lot of weakness here. It's a little bit hard to find ways into. CrowdStrike also, though I thought CrowdStrike has been doing this at least 4 times now, and none of the times it has been doing what I thought it was. CrowdStrike trying to turn here. Look at all of the support with these bottoming tail candles. I thought, to be clear, there were other times I thought CrowdStrike was going to turn, but to me, I think if CrowdStrike decides to turn, this would be the place it does it. Let's see what it does if it breaks into 267.80. I think it could be decent. Look, the other way you view this is a flat bottom break, but to be clear, we have been breaking every bottom hither, yon, and dale thus far on CrowdStrike. So really, what are the opportunities of, we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Yeah, so got eyes on SMCI, got eyes on Boeing, really just kind of the same stocks I've been looking at all day. I've only traded 5 tickers. Those are really, I think, without exception, the only tickers I am still looking at, except for CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike might be added to that roster, but I've been trying to trade less tickers, so we'll see what happens. If it sets up, I will try to take it. Dawson Alta says Zion Lala before I throw it back there to Sharif. Pardon?
I got that.
Okay, for sure. No worries. How are you doing?
No, I just loaded it up. That's the only reason I want to say I got
sorry.
No worries, because I saw him. All right, so ULTA, great look today, Zion. I mean, it has a great move up from Friday as well. You can see that. Basically, from the lows of the pre-market on Friday to the highs, there was up 8%. So let's put some respect on that one. Alta's name. Let me give you the details on Alta Beauty. Obviously, it's a $17 billion company. This is the one that Uncle Warren was selling, right?
He bought.
He bought. That's
almost
right.
700,000 shares.
Mistakes.
reason.
This one reported on the 29th. Big drop there. And then Uncle Warren is buying up a storm. It did have some support right there at 330. The better level looks like at 340. Closed out Friday at 353. There is a bit of a consolidation level you can see here on the half-an-hour chart. No question about that. and it's a bit of a range. It's not a level. So it's about that 365 to the downside, essentially, and then 385 to the upside. So about $20 worth of range. We are working our way right into that range we were talking about. The high of the day, 366.47. Then we catch a bit of a sell here down into 364. This is the half an hour, Zion. Let's zoom in a little bit more. The 5 minute. All right, what's the high of Friday's price action? Around 361. I think the high was 361.5. The better level, though, in my humble opinion, is 360, off which to base a trade. So if we do, Zion, come into that 360 on ULTA, that's an interesting area to get long. Top to bottom today, I'm not saying it's up on the day, but top to bottom from the pre to the top, we're up 4 2/3. Add to that the 8 and change that we added on Friday. Good look. Volume weighted average price, not really in my purview. It's got to come down to 360, and then we'll see how it acts with the $10 level. But VWAP still at around 358, so a couple of bucks lower than that 360 level. But Alta, put some respect on this one's name. Definitely catching a bit of a bid there after a bad earnings report. But I want to talk about the trade that I missed here and that I'm very disappointed in myself for not having taken. Look, I haven't done this a lot lately where I like a trade and don't take it. Most of the time I am taking it, but this is one of those times where I am disappointed in myself. That 214. Obvious area of support there. I had this one looking up. It broke 214. I was like, this is the right area. You know, that 214 single digits, maybe low double digits in the 10s, 12s, 13s, whatever. And then you've got a big move up there right into 215. So it gave you $1 quickly as you like on TSLA. It's really the only name that's green in Mag 7. In fact, the only name in microchip SMCI is green as well, up 2%. But, you know, there's not too much green, to be quite honest with you today. So here's the look on TSLA. I really wanted to take this 214 long. Nice strength there. Keep your eye out, though, for VWAP. VWAP has acted as a very, very predictable resistance level on the day for Tesla. Maybe that predictability makes it not unusable. Who knows, right? Because the bamboozlement's real and fast and furious on these markets. Nonetheless, 215.62 right now is where the volume weighted average price is hanging out on my Tesla chart. And the reason I say it's been an area of obvious resistance, well, just look at the move back in there. We spent a lot of time from 12 o'clock to when we gave up the ghost there at 12:55 trying to break through that VWAP, all of which failed. You don't have even a wick through the volume weighted average price. So staunch of a resistance level has it been. So we'll see if we work our way up into the high 215s, whether that acts as the same thing again. So Tesla, disappointed in myself for not taking that 214 long. But what is the next trade? Well, we just got another breach of the 20 exponential right now on the futures. We're still well below 19.2, but we are trying to hold that 19.125 low. There hasn't been a whole lot to talk about in terms of longs today with microchips, Mag 7, or the market in general. There have been some outliers, notably Tesla and some of these small cap gappers that we've been trading. But right now, catching a bit of a bid on some of these. I'm not trying to say the market's going to recover. I kind of feel a little bit bearish from here on in. But you have the likes of Amazon taking the volume weighted average price nicely there, 176.75. You have Meta trying to work into that 516 level where VWAP is hanging. And by the way, Meta's been putting in higher lows. So that hasn't been the case with a lot of these Mag 7 names. Meta putting in incrementally higher troughs on each successive trough. Looking here for possibly a 516 break and take at the volume weighted average price. That's been an elusive level on Meta today. We haven't touched VWAP since we gave up the ghost at VWAP at 950. Meta was strong. Remember, Meta went green to red. It was one of those ones that started strong, like Tesla, like Softy, and all of them, exception of Tesla, has gone red on the day. So maybe this is a short to pops. I want to shout out Big Spile. He's printing up a storm on the shorts today. Shout out to him. What do you see here, Big Spile? You like these levels? Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. Nice enough to tell us that he was looking bullish right now or previously on the ES and then basically put his levels up. Said, I got stopped out this and here's my next look. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. Being transparent is one of the main things. So, yeah, that's the look right now. I mean, the future is obviously very weak. There are some names that are retracing better than others. But personally, it's a short to pop kind of day for me on some of these Mag 7 names, including the microchips. Where I have had opportunities going long has been exclusively away from the Mag 7 and into these small cap gappers. I'm talking about BOF, I'm talking about CNFR, and some others. So we'll see if we can weasel some trades on these, Adair.
Yeah, we're gonna get into the lesson there. Before we do that, I want to talk about my SPY trade. So maybe this is just in my imagination, but I was watching the SPY book and the SMCI book at the same time, and I noticed they are moving kind of similarly. So you get to move up in the SPY, you get to move down in SMCI. SMCI and the Qs, I was noticing a little bit less consistency, but for whatever reason, S&P 500 and SMCI being little besties here. So with that in mind, I was like I said, SMCI, I didn't want to take unless it came into my specific levels, which were, like I said, I was mostly interested in that area near that 445, 442. But SPY here, I loved that support at 555.50. I tried to go long 555.30, which is an initial area that thing bumps 50 pennies. I never got a chance to look. But then here in SPY, we rest. Well, we did. Now I think for the time being, we're trying to break back below here, lower, but I liked it as a long and the 555.70, and I was wanting to see what we did here on around 556.20. I was risking here into the 555 mid 50s. So let's see what we do here on the S&P 500, trying to hold that level. Why did I like that level to risk? Look at this support resistance flip. It's also a level I liked on the book. And I've said as well, if I'm going to, my only SPY playbooks are whole dollar breaks or previous, interacting with levels that I've watched on the book and the chart previously. To me, there is some confluence here. I don't know why I'm using there we go. So I was using the 10-minute there, but in the 5-minute, I think you can as well see all of this interaction, I hope, here with that 555.50s. Couple cents in the money here. Let's see if we can push higher here on the SPY. So risking about 15 pennies here, trying to make minimum, Adara brain, minimum about 45 to 50. So that is more than a 3-to-1 risk reward. It's one that I can certainly live with. Boeing here as well, get above that 160 area, but not at a level that I'm really excited to interact with. So we're going to be taking out 2/3 of this position. Should we get into that pivotal, or in my opinion is pivotal, 556.20. So we're going to get 556.18. Let's take out 1/3. Let's see what occurs on the SPY train. Beep, beep. Chug, choo, choo. Let's find out what goes on here on this SPY. So I'm going to have the SPY book up, and I will, holla if the thing goes awry. We will get the lesson ready here for you guys.
Yeah, I can take over for
that. It's already almost 1:30, so good time for learning. Hope you guys have had a really exciting start to the week, and hope everyone had a great long weekend as well. But all long weekends have to end. Oh, pardon?
Can I shout out a couple of...
Please do.
I want to shout out Dan, the Dang Man Emmons. Cheers for the shout out. I can't win every trade. Dan, don't think that I was implying that. We love your transparency, Dan. Goes on to say, anyone who thinks every trade will be a winner will be humbled. No question about that. Thank you for being honest and putting your levels in the chat. Big smile, Burdette, because I know he's smiling up a storm today, ear to ear, baby. The short man is probably printing up a storm on these markets with the NQ down 2 1/3. Here's what he said. That sudden spike finally trailed me out of my SPX puts. I opened Friday at the close. Shout out to you. I probably just hold out rest of the day unless it really puts on a pump. Man, I don't know. Anything can happen on these here markets, but, doesn't feel like that there's much of a pump coming today, especially the fact that we haven't been able to take 19.2 at all. And here's the look. I mean, we've been down into the right, the hockey stick pattern, the bear flag, whatever you want to call it. We've tried to weasel up into 19.2 multiple times. Each and every time we're met with a wall of sellers, and each and every time we make a new low. So what is there here to hold on to for the longs in these hard markets? I don't see anything yet. We're going to have to put in a different trend with higher highs and higher lows for me to see something different. But it seems like it's just more blood on the NQ, Adara, as we start off a bit of a tough September, no question about that.
Speaking of blood in the NQ and blood in the markets, I did get out of the SPY long as we broke out of that 555.50 area of which I was mentioning earlier. Tried the trade, lost in the trade. Where's the next trade? I don't know, because right now, talking about learning. So get ready to understand some trends as we've talked a lot about seasonal trends today with regards to September generally being a weaker month. Let's look at some other types of trends here. So we're going to introduce some market trends. So the definition here, and I know this, we're going over some stuff because we get people all over here, different levels of experience in these here markets in this here chat. So technical analysis, a trend is basically going to be the general direction in which the market or the asset is moving, and they're classified based on their duration. Understanding the classifications is also crucial for analyzing market behaviors. So you've got major trends, intermediate trends, and near-term trends. So here's one example. You've got a minor downtrend. You're in an uptrend, right? That's the larger trend. Then you get a bit of a baby downtrend. Then you push up higher. Then what we get is a little bit of a longer trend to the downside. But then look what we do.
What?
We continue our larger uptrend. There's also here an example of a trading range. Shout out to the Adair Panera ranges, which I have not been trading as much lately. But trading ranges here, it's not a trend. It's going to be when you've got the price action ping-ponging between a few levels. So shout out to trends. Major trends here, what are those? So a major trend is going to be the dominant trend in the market and often lasts for more than a year. It will represent the longer term direction. If it's upwards,
It's up and
down,
it's up,
or sideways. It could be up, then it's up, or down, then it's down, or side to side. Shout out to Ariana Grande and Nicki Minaj. Different song there. Let's talk about Dow theory classification. So according to Dow theory, the major trend is going to be effective for longer than a year, but in commodities or futures trades markets, the time frame might be shortened to anything over 6 months due to the shorter time frames those markets operate in. So it's worth noting with regards, shout out to the Dow theory, that sometimes these trend lengths are going to really depend on the overall context of the market, as a lot of things do in these markets. So the long-term investing is what going to be where you're going to be really interested in these major trends, because they can help investors align their investments with the broader market direction. So if you understand the major trend, if you understand what direction you're going in, if that trend still exists, investors can help avoid getting caught in short-term fluctuations and maintain a longer-term perspectivo. Here's an example of a primary trend. You've got these little dips here. The general trend is to the upside on the SPX. Shout out to Big Smile. Burdett was just talking about SPX. Intermediate trends here. So just to go over these, intermediate trends typically going to last from 3 weeks to several months, and it will tend to represent corrections within the major trend, and it reflects the market's temporary movements against the major trend direction. So it's like when you've got a couple little waves there crashing to the downside as the market continues to row its boat to the upside. Characteristics here are going to be, for example, in an upward trend, an upward major trend, you might have an intermediate trend showing a temporary decline or sideways movement, and then the market will correct itself before resuming its upward direction. So there's a little bit of herky-jerky. We talked about Elliott's waves. In general trends, you're going to have these movements that are a little bit atypical. They're antithetical to the general trend direction.
Bang.
But it just means that we need to have, the trend needs to take a little breather before continuing to do what it's going to do. How does this play a role in this analysis? So intermediate trends are going to be really key for swing traders. Shout out to the Nos boss. I know Brian Shannon does a bit of swing in there as well, who focus on capturing these corrective phases within the major trend. And so by understanding intermediate trends, you can also, if you're a long-term investor, refine your entry and exit points, or maybe areas where you want to trail or you want to take some beak wetters. Those can be huge if you're looking at those trends. So here's the intermediate trend here. You've got the major trend, then your intermediate trend, which I like this example too.
Oh.
Is that it's also a little bit rangier. You got your range, also maybe a little bit bull flaggish perhaps, then you push up higher. Then, you go to the little downside a little bit, but not to fear. You continue bouncing your trend line off the upside. So that's what an intermediate trend is. But what about a near-term trend? Holla at my day traders. So a near-term trend is going to be the shortest trend classification, and it usually lasts less than 2 or 3 weeks. These trends are often going to be more minor fluctuations within the intermediate trend, and they're usually observed in day-to-day market movements. Near-term trends can also be really highly volatile and are often influenced by immediate market news, economic data releases, or some other shorter-term factors. Hence the term near-term. They're going to be a little bit more myopic. They're going to be a little bit nearsighted and shorter-term. So how do you apply these trends? So near-term trends are going to be huge for day traders, as I kind of alluded to, and for short-term traders who aim to capitalize on brief market movements. But long-term investors are likely to consider them noise. That being said, as a long-term investor, it's probably good to know about these, right? Because then you know if this trend, isn't part of the larger trend. If it's a little bit briefer, then you're like, okay, maybe my trend still stands. So I think it's probably an important thing to learn about regardless. So here's your near-term trend. You've got here your primary trend, which is to the upside, then the secondary trend, which would be a bit more intermediate. And in between, we have all these little baby upticks within the secondary trend. So this is interesting because we've got trend within a trend within a trend, and they're all kind of fishtailing within one another in opposing ways. That's very interesting. And with that in mind, let's talk about the interaction between trends. So each trend is part. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Trenda, would you like to talk about interaction between trends? Yes. Okay, you and Sharif have beef. That's cool. Sure beef. The trend love beef. Beef with Sharif. Anyways, so trends are interconnected, right? Each trend is part of a larger trend. So the intermediate trend is a correction within the major trend, and the near-term trend fluctuates within the intermediate trend. And we talked about this. I think I showed it to Sharif for preparing these lessons. I think this little chart here is a great example of that. But it's important to understand how these trends interact because it allows traders and investors alike to better predict market movements and to make choices for the type of trading they're trading. So if, again, the larger trend might not be as relevant to you if you're a short-term trader, but if there's certain levels within there that you're seeing these short-term trends manifest, that could be of note, right? So you want to be aware of those and recognize the primary trend to help align trading strategies with that overall direction. Let's as well talk about some of these key takeaways. So major trends here are longer term, intermediate, going to be more corrections, and the minor trends are going to be fluctuations within the intermediate trades. So basically, it can help to align your trading strategy with the major trend to have longer term success or shorter term success if you're going to be a bit of a near term trader, right? So good look there. Use intermediate trends to refine entry and exit points, and be cautious of near term trends because they can often represent louder market noise. They can be like, rah, 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 rah. You know what I mean? That can be what the market sound like. And unfortunately, I sounded like that there too. So make sure you're considering your time horizon. There you go.
That's like me like 10 minutes ago.
Appreciate that.
Couldn't get it out.
It's all the words are mumble jumbled there, much like the trends interweaving with each other. You want to make sure you're picking a trend that aligns with your goals, understand and analyze trends at different levels to have successful trading and investing. And remember, you only have 12 minutes left to vote. Get into that chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker of your choice, get involved, let us know in the chat because we want to make sure that we're looking at tickers you guys want to look at. Shout out to audience participation.
I have a question. It's for Ram. Ram, you let us know. I'm about to let you know. She's in my ear saying how can she help? Ram, you let us know like maybe a month ago or something, that you made your first stock investment.
Don't worry about it.
At the time, you refused to tell us which ticker you got into. We're not sure why, right? About what the reason was for you hiding it. May we ask, without knowing the ticker, Ram, how is it doing? How is your portfolio doing, Ram? Well, she said NVIDIA, but I don't believe her.
Oh, I think I know which one it is then.
Ram, we're waiting.
I haven't looked myself.
Which ticker is it, Ram?
I can't tell you. This is
Ramin, don't show my screen. Ramin, don't show my screen, but is it this one? Because I thought it was this one.
Oh, yeah. Is it that one, Ram? I like how she's putting herself on camera.
I was pretty sure it was this one.
Yeah, it is.
It is? Okay, fine. Okay. Then I won't say anything.
That's why I want to.
Then I'll just keep my mouth shut, Ram.
Back to business. Back to business.
Well, you know what? Look, hey, you either win or learn, baby. So shout out to Ram. She hit the buy button. So we're gonna shout her out for that. I know my first stock purchase I was nervous. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it was the first time I did it, I had no idea what to expect, lose money, this, that, and the other. So shout out Ram. Big Spile, $2 super chat, baby. He says join chart. That vote will not be registered, Big Kyle. But thank you very much for that super chat. She bought BitConnect, says Thunderbug. I'm willing to guess BitConnect may not have done that well, hence that's why you're suggesting it. So shout out to everybody, guys. We're having a good time over here. The markets are certainly not having a good time, but if you're short, you're very happy with these markets. And shout out to Big Spiled One and everybody else. Now, I had a quick short on Amazon while Adara was doing the lesson of the day. Reason I got short here on Amazon, it breached the volume weighted average price on the 5, but was doing the kind of wick shimmy. I don't want to call it the wick shimmy, but it was topping tail. I felt there was sellers at that volume weighted average price, so I got short. Took 20 quick pennies just like that, and now we're weaseling our way down again here on AMZN. Most notably about this latest VWAP pop here on Amazon is that, yes, this is a topping tail candle here at 1135, but fact of the matter is, it's higher than all these 4 candles combined. So technically, even though we spend a little bit more time above the volume weighted average price, from a price action perspective, this area over here is still a lower high than this area over here because we breached it. We got almost into 177, 176 mid 90s. Best we could do over here is 176.90. Anyway, took 20 pennies quick as you like on that, but it is finding this higher low situation. So even though it did fail initially at the breach or the take of VWAP, the higher low situation still in play, no doubt about it. And Amazon, I gotta tell, let's put some respect on Amazon's name. Amazon is the second best performing Mag 7 name after Tesla. Tesla's still up 0.25%. AMZN only down about 1%. So there is, I guess, something
oh my God,
to be had.
it's Fabian.
Fabian, what's going on? Oh, there he is.
Floating.
He's floating like Randy. They both have this, ability to float. I like how he's floating on my Microsoft stock. Can we put Fabian back on my Microsoft chart? Aw, that's okay. Oh, we'll do it next time. Guys, it's been a tough day for the longs on the Mag 7 names, but there have been other stocks that have going long. I want to shout out Adara's Boeing trade. Boeing, I've done very poorly historically on Boeing. I haven't traded it too many times, but every single time I've traded Boeing, I've done poorly. And I want to shout out Adara because she absolutely had the right idea here. Look at this, hold up, and now you're at VWAP. You would have had exactly your level. I know, it's all good.
Yeah.
So what? We move on. Yeah, 161.25 Adara. Now we're hanging out at Boeing. So good move up here for Boeing. You know, there's lots of things falling today. Thankfully, airplanes aren't one of them on the day, but certainly Boeing stock continuing to fall, continuing to have issues. No question about it. We're going to have to keep an eye. What was the latest headline today in Boeing world?
Oh, they
what
had
was the
like
problem
a
now?
disgusting little, I think it was, I want to say it was Wells Fargo, downgrading its price target from 185 to, drumroll please, 119. And then also there might be a strike with its machinists.
Oh,
so
nice.
There we go. The machinist may be machinating a strike there. So that was what was going on. Also, yeah, I was in a long, and now I'm not going to be in that long anymore because it did. We'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, what happened? I was in CrowdStrike, and I basically liked that it was at the time holding the 90 MA and holding previous support. We got below 40, so we're 40 cents here. I was looking to kind of. I was looking 40 cents. I was really just kind of looking for a continued uptrend. I think this is one that I definitely should have planned the risk to reward a skosh better here on this CrowdStrike trade before I CrowdStruck with my entry. But you know what? It's all good. Where's the next trade? I have no idea. But Boeing, my level on Boeing was actually 161, but also 160.95 was another really interesting level for me. If you look where it wicked into, the fact that we're bull flagging at 160.96 or what that area is kind of interest to me. I don't want to definitely rush into anything though, because I dislike CrowdStrike trade there a little bit in terms of my process for it. We're going to take some time to drink some tea, look at some markets, breathe, and see what else is in store for us. Again, guys, you only have 6 minutes left to vote, so make sure you do that. Exclamation point join, space $, whatever ticker's in the chat. Also, Freddie, the friendly guy in the chat, that's pretty funny. Starliner picking up communications from aliens on their broken radio speaker. We also have Darwin voting for Oh Baby. But here's the thing, though.
Oh Baby.
Oh Baby, oh boy. There's like, maybe too many of those phrases. A little bit upset, though, that I didn't get long Boeing here at that 160.20. At the time I looked, I was like, eh. But then clearly that was the right long. To be clear, 3 trades on this. 1 successful, 2 that were not. And I haven't looked at P&L, so I don't know if I was ended up being up on this name. But I definitely had more shares. I think I had a few more shares in the short, but the short I basically was break even on. The important point to make is it's about making sure, Neil says this a lot, you could have losing trades, but do your winning trades outnumber your losing trades? I know today they haven't, and that is unfortunate, but you're really trying to grow every single day as a trader and as a person and just keep pushing every day. I'm going to stop giving like weird little platitudes now, but the point is the markets are exciting. They can teach you about yourself. And also, SMCI, if I were, oh my gosh, SMCI, making a lower lows, lower highs, and we're at 442, which is that level I love. Oh God, SMCI, I don't want to do this. I really don't, because I think,
Did you see Kelly Horberg?
Yeah, shout out to Kelly. Join a day. Kelly, unfortunately, we can't do that. That is not how the voting works. But thank you very much
responded to the deal.
for your attempt. I know, right? Well, someone was saying, I think it was Kelly Ortberg saying too in the chat, it's hard to focus on shareholder value when my heart's broken. And I'm like, you know what, Kelly? You got to keep making sure the planes are, not having things fall off, that we're not using dish soap or whatever. So
yeah, Kelly, you got to get it
Kelly's
together,
got enough cut out for him. Kelly, I should be small potatoes. Focus on those planes over there in Seattle. That's what the goal is. But also, Kyle Burdett, here you go.
What is going on here, Big Spile? He's not here. $5 super chat from the spiled one, Sharif. When is Breno gonna let me come up and be your guest host when Adara needs a break? Look, brother, I've been hearing stories about you coming up here for a long time. First, it was the kids with no passport. Now it's Brenda won't let you on. Look, dude, the invite has been on the table. It's been an open invitation, Big Spile. You know the drill. If you're in town, you just message us ahead of time, and then we organize, obviously, for you to come in. And, multiple people have done it before. Obviously, goes without saying, you're in the vicinity. I'm not even talking about Toronto. You're in the vicinity of the Toronto area. You shoot me a text, because then we're going to have to meet up. And that's just kind of what I expect you, Big Spile. Hoping that we can obviously get together IRL. And I know that you're making obvious efforts. And hey, by the way, me and you can chat about guest appearances later. We can organize. You don't actually have to be in the Toronto area for that to all go down. So shout out to Big Spile. Definitely one of the OGs there in the chat. Yeah, Sean's chilling, bro. Sean's got his headphones on. He's looking at his screen. Shout out to Michael Westrick. Saw the Katina Man there from the side screen, from the side camera, I mean. Shout out to him. Yeah, the Katina Man, when he trades, when he's not on the show, he's actually quite stoic. He doesn't talk a whole lot. And that may surprise some people because, he's obviously a very energetic person on the show. But that's not how Sean is IRL. Like, just for anybody who doesn't know Sean, I just want to let you guys know that. All right, I'm in long right now, SOC Adara, and the reason I got into SOC, well, it's up 43% on the day, so it interested me from that perspective. It also had a gnarly level with 24. We saw this one, interacting with that $24 level multiple times, and then it finally took it out as a level. So it came back in to test it again. Now, I may be overstaying my welcome, but I'm trying to take this 24 hold and wet my beak at around the 20 penny, the 15 penny area. So we'll see if we can get a print breakdown below the consolidation area in front of 24. That's the end of the trade. We're printing 13s on the ask, 6 on the bid. It's a bit of a spready one. We're going to have to cross 14s, and down we go again into 14. So we'll have to see 24, excuse me. We'll have to see if we defend here. If we don't defend here, I'm Gonzino. It's going to have to hold up at the 10 exponential for me to take this trade. I'm not looking at DCAing into the 20 exponential, which on my 5-minute chart here is at 23.75. That ain't the trade for me. If it manifests into that, I'm going to get stopped out. We're going to get stopped out if it breaks 90, and it looks like it is going to break down. So this was going to be my first loser on the day if we get stopped out here, and that's fine. That's just the way trading is. You got to take losses. I was telling my old man, too. I was talking to my old man about a little project that I have. I'm not going to get into the name of the project because it's kind of my own idea. But the point is, I'm looking at bringing in some stuff from overseas to sell into here. And I was just like, he's like, look, man, what if you lose money? Germs, not drugs or germs, Ram, go away. So I was and he's like, hey, what if you lose money? I was like, I'm completely at peace with losing money. And that's the kind of mentality you have to have as a trader. If you're not at peace with losing money, this ain't the right profession for you. So yeah, I guess that extends to other part of your life as well. Because that's, him and I were having that conversation. He's like, what's your exit plan? What if you lose money? It's like, okay, well, I'm going to earmark this money to the project. If it goes to zero, it goes to zero. That's just kind of the look there. And that's kind of how I feel about my Polestar long. You know what I mean? Like, I'll take that to zero. That's fine. It's a smaller position. So that's the look there. Hey, Davis, do you have a chair that big enough for a big, tall stud like Big Kyle? We'll get the chair, brother. Don't worry. Big Kyle comes in. He's going to have a chair to sit on. We're not going to sit him on the floor. Don't worry about that. We'll customize the chair, man. We'll do what we need to do it, Dara. It doesn't matter. What's your look over there?
My look is NVIDIA. So basically, I'm in NVIDIA. Some of the chat was like, can we look at NVIDIA, please? And I'm like, yeah, of course. So I saw that, and I also was like, oh, right, Adara, NVIDIA. That was a thing. And I say that was a thing because there was a range on this earlier. I mentioned it. Never played it. Was looking at other things, blah, 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 all that jazz. But then I see NVIDIA break below that 110. And I was like, okay, Adara, this could be a short. So then I added here at that when we broke below 110, 109.80, which was kind of, I think you see it better on the 3 minutes. So I'll pull up the 3 minute to show you guys. But that was to me like a little bit of a break there of that rounded topish little look, right? So I said, cool, we got the rounded top, add to the position there. I'm going to be getting out. Now I think it would be, because I added this position, it's going to be 40% of the position. I'll be getting out here if we get to 55s. That would be that previous support. So if we get to that area, I would like some smoke to be gotten out there. Then we'll see what happens. What else happens here? I can't believe we only have 9 minutes left of the show, Sharif.
I know.
Time really, really, really does fly. You're no longer able to vote now, unfortunately. But the great news is we have the segment every single day. You can vote again tomorrow for your tickers during the midday. So you can watch Sharif and I make some puns, make some trades, and you can vote for your ticker. How sweet is that? There you go. So nice little audience interaction there. Look at this topping tail candle we got in NVIDIA right now on the 5 minute. Am I biased a little bit because I am in the short bit? I like the topping tail candle. Initially, I was trying to risk here into like 110.20, so just kind of this previous support area. Now that we've added, I'm risking into 110s. The closest we've gotten since I got involved was like 109.93s. So we'll have to see what happens here. Like I said, I've tried to get in the habit of changing my stop as I add. And that's not always going to be effective because there have been times where I've done that and then I've ended up like getting way too conservative. That's how I missed like a $3 winner on Tesla last week. So you have to figure out what works for you. In this case, I'm comfortable with this stop at NVIDIA just because it is a whole dollar break. And since I've been involved, I don't think we've really like gotten our little head peaked back up above 110. So we'll see what happens here. 112 sometimes is where the players dwell. Today they dwell in 110. And let's see if we can get that 110 short popping because right now we're really struggling to break below 109.80. Let's find out. Yeah, I think if we break below, though, that area where I'm first taking my profit, which is 109.50, I think that would be key. And SMCI, I know I said that was the other one I was looking at here. SMCI still does not want to break 442 in any kind of decisive way, and I have no interest chasing this thing to the ground. Shout out to Life Without Grass TV in the chat saying, don't chase people. I don't think you should chase people, and I also don't think you should chase stocks. So, we're trying to do a bid creep here in SMCI. The point I'm trying to make is SMCI, as much as we do have lower highs, we're coming into that pivotal area at 442 that I absolutely love. I have no interest in chasing this. I have no interest in getting involved till I see something I like. I don't really have enough risk to execute this the way that I would want to. And that's my own fault for probably for the SMCI trades earlier. It's all good. We'll see how NVIDIA goes. I do have eyes on SMCI, but I don't want to take it unless I can trade it to its full potential. Don't get to trade everything every single day. You got to figure out what's working here. CrowdStrike still rejecting that 268, so happy I got to that long where I did. How are you doing over here, Sharif? Don't go chasing waterfall, says Lion Talk Live. Yeah, because, some stocks need TLC, and you have to give yourself some TLC by not putting all your risk into everything. Something I'm still trying to learn, I'm going to be honest with you here.
I got stopped out of my SOC trade, so this is the first L we've got on the day. I'm disappointed with this. I thought I had the right read, but that's a look. You take the L and you move on. So this one broke the consolidation area range, moving into into $24. So I said, this is not the trade for me. Now, if it comes back into the 20, finds a bid on the 20, it's going to have to go without me because I'm going to have to weasel my way up to the big screen. But I want to shout out Kanye East. I'm not going to read out the message, but it's funny, right? Like, I don't fall at Eddie. I don't care, right? But that's just funny. Big smile, Burdette. LOI, envision Sharif rolling out one of those huge life guard chairs from the beach for me to say, get out of here, bro. Get out of here. You're a joker. Yeah, we're not going to do anything like that. You're going to have a regular chair, and that's just going to be just fine. Shout out to Big Smile, man. Can't wait to have you in the city. Yeah, this is the move here. I mean, I got in at 24 for the hold. It didn't break 24. We gave this 12 pennies, and I'm happy that I got out where I did because it moved down a little bit more into 80s. Now it's setting up for a possible head and shoulders on SOC, which, by the way, trades on the NY exchange, so we'll keep an eye out on that. It did find a bit of a bounce. Funny enough, at the 20, the 5-minute candle there at 150 comes in right into that 20 exponential on the 5, right at that. Sorry, I'm giving you the low. 23.77 was the low there. Now bouncing up into 96. That wasn't my trade, so I'm not going to feel bad about not having this. About 5 minutes left on the show, Adara. So I'm going to just say bye to everybody. I hope everybody had a good day. You had to have been short bias on these Mag 7 names and the overall market to really have a good day. But there were some of these small cap gappers that gave you the long. I'm talking about BOF. I'm talking about ASST, as well as SOC and some others. So I hope everybody continues to have a great day. And Sean O'Neill will take you into that afternoon hour. Get him, Adara.
Thank you. Hopefully they will be got. NVIDIA, every time I'm like, oh, this thing's trying to turn, trying to go long again, NVIDIA's like, oh, well, Adara, like, I can still give you some hope. I don't know. I don't want to be on any hopium today. That is not going to be my thing of choice here. So let's see what happens. I think we could be holding that 109.80s, though. When I say that as someone who's short, to me, like the biggest kind of piece here to kind of sully my conviction in the short would be that hold of 109.80 on the book. That being said, there are these topping tail candles. NVIDIA down a cool 8% on the day. So we'll see what happens. I think there is, generally, if I were to look at the balance of the evidence, one more for good measure, the 109, the short to me still is valid. So we're going to still try to get, I canceled my order for a bit there because I was like, this looks kind of dicey. Still going to get 40% out of here if we get to 55s. So that's going to be the level. Like I said, I only trade on the midday, so we're going to have to basically see, within like 2 minutes of the show ending, we'll be done this trade. But let's see what happens here. If I'm able to get my 55s in NVIDIA and carry out that trade at least somewhat to how I want to, that'd be dope. Thank you so much to Stevenson Etienne for the $4.99 super chat. Trader TV Live is the best stream on YouTube. Shout out to Neil, Sean, Adara, Obi, and Sharif. Thank you guys. I had my first profitable trade first profitable month, I think, in August. Shout out to you, Stevenson Etienne. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're really happy to hear you're profitable. We're happy to be here with this community every single day. As Sharif said, we're going to have I feel amazing how often people will just be honest, open, people have great months, people have bad months, and we're all kind of here together. I think that's one of the experiences of trading is you go through ups and downs, highs and lows, and I, again, feel very blessed that I've always been able to trade as a part of this community. So I want to give a huge shout out to that. Shout out to that super chat and shout out to everybody in this market. You know what else we have going on here though is the SPY, in terms of as we kind of wrap up here, a couple minutes left, S&P 500 here, not on the AX, continuing to push lower into low of days here. Should have been a lot more aware of this. So kind of a similar chip top that we saw a flip resistance here, 555.50. We're now trying to break below this support we had at 554.70, new low of day for the S&P 500. So some weakness coming into these, or not coming into these here markets. The weakness has been here. So I don't know what I'm talking about, but every time we think we get a little bit of a reprieve, the markets are like, oh no, we can continue selling off, and we will. Thank you very much. Let's look at the Qs as well here, down more than 2% to start off the month of September, which, as we've discussed ad nauseum at this point, this month does tend to be generally weak. Wow, the SPY looking very similar here to the Qs. You're not always going to see the futures looking mirrored in this way, but in this case, the future looks pretty grim and very red for both the Qs and for the SPS, or for the SPY here. So great look there. Very interesting time in these markets. We also have, love the SPX, says Freddie the Friendly Guy. Yeah, I know there's a lot of different derivatives that will be traded of some of these. That is for sure. See if there's anything else we should be talking about here before we end. You know what? I will talk about SMCI here, and I say that because sometimes you think your level will hit and it just doesn't. I thought a 442 breakdown would be dope. It hasn't hit yet, or at least it's not going to hit while I'm here on the midday. And we had a couple false breakdowns, so it's really, and this one thing I've learned as well, wait for those levels to come in. I've too many times I've had this happen. I should be definitely learning my lesson, but it's just another example of, wait for the levels to hit. Sometimes they won't, but if you wait, then you can attack them with aggression when they do hit. Wow, NVIDIA keeps running away from my profit taker here, which is going to be that 109.56. Let's see what we got. We were cents away. Now we're coming back up here. So let's see if we're able to get filled as we end the midday. We'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We got the green screen, guys. See you tomorrow.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. Neil and Sean, they're locked, they're loaded. They're ready to look at the takers as decided by you. So join Adara and I on How to Trade Midday Show and get into the chat. Subscribe, because that's the only way you can comment in the chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. It has been a very red day on these here markets. You can see that with the SPY denoted there, almost at lows. Likewise with the triple Qs. Look, it's been a story of which indice has performed the best. Right now, it is the Dow faring the best, second with the ES, the third with the Nasdaq, and the Russell really taking it on the chin, almost down 3% today. So that questioning that rotation trade that we've been watching all summer. We'll start off with the first ticker as decided by you guys, and that is the SPY. We're down, guys, almost 1 2/3% on the SPY.
Dun, dun. Yeah, so the market, what am I hearing in my ear? Okay, the market is obviously headed to the downside. I got something weird, like an echo or something going on. The market is headed to what looks like fresh lows in 5, 4, 3. No, just kidding. No, seriously, it's been all downside trending here on the SPY. We just broke fresh lows of the day. The 555 zone had been support. It's pretty much gonzo. I'm going to leave it up and just throw you into the daily over in this direction so we can get a better sense of ye rollover. This has been essentially the support at the top end of the range for the last 2 weeks now, which we're losing now. So I think there's room to the downside here. When you go to fresh highs, you've essentially rejected the top on the SPY, or at least that's what we're doing today. We're rejecting the top on the SPY. We're bringing it on down to Plummetville. Bring it on down to Plummetville. I love those sketches. Specifically, this is one of those rallies, moves down. Whoops, Baba just broke the low. Okay, Baba did a flat bottom break, whatever. But Nasdaq, ES, all down. Apple just got to key support at 223. So it's getting nasty down here. NVIDIA just got to 109. Pretty much everything, and if you look at what was holding things up this morning, like this is Meta. Like Meta was holding things up. It was strong. Now we're down 1.5 points here. So when you lose that support, you almost got to separate, okay, well, as we're breaking lows on the ES, what is not bleeding at the low of the day? Meta's kind of not the worst stock in the world. It's holding up a little bit. I look over at Microsoft, which is busting its low. So there's very different looks here, like Meta not breaking lows, Apple's breaking lows with Microsoft and with the overall market. So if we do catch a bounce, Meta doesn't look as bad as some of the other names. But only because we're not going to talk about this, Alibaba just now, when the market made that move, opening range bottom, Alibaba kind of just broke that flat bottom here. I'm going to give this trade to 82.35-ish, and we'll look to see if this is going to go down with everything else. Bit of a flat bottom break on Baba, but the markets just took out our range bottom on the SPY when you look at that daily chart. Yuck.
It's just so hilarious because when we started, yeah, we're good to go. When we started the day, we were like, we have no long ideas. We were all short. And yet I just look over and like everything's been long. We talked about fighting the trend and all that kind of stuff. And it just continues to happen one more time. And here it comes. NVIDIA breaks 119. I mean, what is the kind of size that's there to begin with? It's not even that big. A couple 100,000 shares. It's already done 300 million shares. So this is going to break. We're long at 40s. I mean, all we do is keep taking shots here. And like I said, if we had just gone short at 40, we could have made it all back, right? But we don't continue to do that. We continue to watch out for the long. So there it is right now, 109 and change. Look, we wrote down TQQs, right? To go short. Basically, if it breaks 66. Well, that came in, man, and now you're down 8% on this level. There's 66 right there. We had defended. Oh, there goes NVIDIA. And then eventually it goes boom to the downside. As the market's getting nasty, we said, I don't know the last time we were down 3% ever, other than now. So we're down 3% right now. I mean, I guess that...
If Copilot can't answer that then
day...
Copilot is...
Yeah, that day on August 5th, I guess we were probably down that much at one point. I wasn't here, but there it goes right there.
Yeah, obviously that day.
Yeah. But yeah, a closing day, I don't know, like this seems pretty easy short here as none of the pops have lived. So yeah, man, there it goes to the downside, just keeps on going. We'll talk about Palantir next, I guess. I might have to look at that one. What am I going to do, go long over there? Probably.
Yeah,
there's no headline today on Palantir, guys, but there was this headline from last Thursday. It looks like Forrester's recognized Palantir as an AI and ML machine learning leader and has invited them to the Forrester Wave, a conference to present and possibly network. It was a good look for them last week. Obviously, they were coming off local highs, but a bit of a tougher day today.
Yeah.
Palantir.
So you know what? When I look back at Palantir,
Nvidia.
there's a trade that usually when the market is trending, you see me like scratching and like sheepishly looking around. There's a trade that usually sets up on a trend down day, which we should all like. Well, we should like. Really, Palantir went to 31. There wasn't a big catalyst on this. So I wasn't really looking at Palantir. That's the excuse. But it goes right into 31 in VWAP. And when you're trend down, afternoon, if you can find something like this, and obviously it's a bit of a mess, the way the stock market has gone. There were stocks that were breaking out. Like this took the lows and then looked like it was breaking out the top. That's a little bit messy. But if you look at the highs from Friday, it essentially rejected the highs and then just trended down. So a VWAP retracement is always a reasonable way to go here. That said, we go to the higher time frame. This is not necessarily the end of the world. Like 30 is a big level that we've recently bounced off here. If this loses 30 or loses the 50 period, then you've broken the uptrend. Actually, you know what? It has to lose the 50 to break the uptrend. Even losing 30 is not the end of the world. So this is adjacent to some stronger names, but I feel as if we're going to test some of these lows if the market decides to keep this up. So it should have been a VWAP or trace, but there was no catalyst on this. That's why I wouldn't have been looking at it over there on Palantir. Down 2.5 points today. If this ends up being another rejection of 31.5, I mean, a retest of 30 makes a lot of sense to me on PLTR now that you've lost Thursday and Friday support levels in here at 30.80. I guess short pops into VWAP if we can even get it at this point.
Yeah, Sharif just came over here and I was like, damn, what's NVIDIA doing?
Damn,
You are right,
Gina.
Sharif. You are down a lot right now on NVIDIA. It's still trying to go upside right now. You see that little QR code there on your screen? Make sure you click it because if you're looking to maximize your idle cash for Canadian users, enjoy 6% per annual on cash balance up to $10,000 for 60 days along with 2-month commission free. You can also earn up to $2,300 in cash rewards when you transfer your portfolio. Both rewards can be enjoyed at the same time. With Moomoo, you'll gain access to comprehensive data on stocks, options, and ETFs. Plus, take advantage of algorithmic trading, allowing you to create, backtest, and execute your own strategies. Set up instant alerts to trade on your own signals, helping you take your trading game to the next level. Thanks to Moomoo again for sponsoring this portion of the show. Thanks, Moomoo. I need to set an algo for NVIDIA trading and only go short and stop only going long. So right now we are long in NVIDIA against that bottom wick. We just had, and it's going to break it now, so it's irrelevant. But I thought that this little bottom wick there was going to be it. We had that hammer candle. We were stopped out once it broke 109, but looks like it's going to take that candle one more time here. This is like kind of the first. I thought we kind of had like a little bit of a wipeout bottom there. We're trying to get back up to the upside. So we'll average into this thing one more time, but it looks like it does want to take it out. Palantir. So this was one that we had early. Thankfully, we got out of it. And, looking back at it, although we're zoomed in a lot there, looking back at Palantir, we absorbed all of this. We avoided, all of this. So we got out. We took it against 31. It broke 31 and we got out. Pretty simple trading, man. We took VWAP. We took the 50 period. When we weren't certain of the market, we had the feeling that the market direction was southbound. I think we talked about that. Every idea here is south other than Tesla. But look at that VWAP. Doesn't get much better than that. Whenever days are trending, and I talked about NVIDIA just broke, we got out of NVIDIA there. So it broke and snapped back up. But there it goes. Anyways, whenever the market trends down, you have to be careful of that move. So be wary right now of Palantir back up to VWAP. I think if it can get strong, we can break it, but that's an easy test. And if the market's still weak, you got to sort of look out for that. But, pretty strong name, having a beat up day today for sure. Nothing is really avoiding this.
Unless it's the VIX. VIX.
Yeah, the opposite of everything.
Like the VIX.
L, SOX S.
Yeah. What about the banks, though?
You know what? The bank's got that downgrade today. I'm not sure exactly.
Hold on a second. No, I'm just more. It's morbid curiosity.
69.
Yeah, they're down. JP's down, so I'm going to make the assumption that everything is down because JP's down and the rest of the banks are going to be down. Let's get on over to what's that thing in the middle?
Yeah, who's heard of this one, Neil? Yeah, NVIDIA. Sean kind of just explained that whole thing, but we are at lows going into 9% if we're not there already, guys. There was really no headline on NVIDIA today, but we saw the weakness off last week's earnings report on Wednesday. It was a bit of a sell the news event. It tried to rally on Friday, had a decent day, much with the overall market. But today, the first day of September, the weakest month of the year, guys, historically.
You know, there was a point
I heard about that.
at like 139 that I got back to green on NVIDIA. It was exactly at 139.
NVIDIA was the highest stock on the show.
It was like, I don't know. I shorted it 3 times this morning, and it was like, no, no, no. Then finally got it. Then was long. It was started bouncing off 110, was able to scalp a little bit out, but eventually it just could not hold on to that level. And this is the reason why the lesson of the day today was what happens when you're looking in a direction and we just scream away from it. Like, where do you join? And it was more about focus than anything else. Instead of what I usually do, which is find relative strength and relative weakness, went into a couple of things that were relatively strong for longs instead of being more aggressive when you didn't get VWAP retracements or key levels on NVIDIA. So when you look at NVIDIA, it's not, we were at $90 on the 5th. And obviously when we looked it up, August 5th is the last time the S&P was past 3. I should have asked Copilot outside of the 5th, like when was the previous time? No, but you're so far away from those levels that you could easily fill this gap in here to the 90s, and that's not even batting an eye. It's been down since earnings on NVIDIA pretty much every single day, and we haven't really found a bottom. 100's a good psychological level. Where we are at 108, if you look at it on the daily, like that was kind of a key resistance, which could, in theory, turn into support. We'll see if it can find some kind of a bottom today. I did like AMD for shorts. I had another like curl move, and I was sitting on the bid at 140.5 when like the big hammer candle came down. This is down 7 points. The chips are taking it on the chin. I would venture to say, to me, this is a worse looking chart, AMD's and NVIDIA's, and we could see 125 again in that regard. We did eventually get Intel because everything was trending down. Intel decided to go sideways here off a 2065 level and then got a couple of shorts on this, and now it looks like it wants 20 even. I'm trailing Intel down 8% today. Like, what chip name is not approaching double digits and you're not having a bad day? No, I'm now trailing this one at 2030 because everything in chip land is having a bad one, and we get to have a Broadcom report on Wednesday aftermarket. So, yeah, have fun with that, Broadcom. Let's see how that goes for you.
Yeah, we're back long right now. Like I said, like Neil was mentioning there, NVIDIA was the number one stock. I mean, we were cruising. We had lost right here, but not really. Bought it back until just now, where we've lost. Like these dip buys right here, and we were doing it on the show. We were talking about it, it just wasn't going. There's the dip buy right when we left you guys at 11 o'clock at the bottom, and then there's some out. So this was $2 in the money. Like it was a big stock. And then it came back in, we left it alone. We were buying 110. Then when 110 broke, we got out right there at 109.50. But then we just lost it again right there and again. So we just went 0 for 2 on shares. So this will be a red name for me right now as we try to battle back. We're long right now at 108.70 change. Again, I do not like the stock, but as far as a trading vehicle, I mean, NVIDIA down 9%. You know, like at some points, and it doesn't have to be now, it could be tomorrow, it could be whenever. You know, this name, and unfortunately our chart won't work out too well. You're down now 35% from its highs, right? That's going to be something that, you know, at some point, people look at it, and we've seen Cisco, we saw Meta fall 80, 90%. We saw Netflix fall the same way. This could be a disaster waiting to happen. And it looks like it's unwinding itself as we speak. So be careful, tread lightly. And I know that's hard to say when I've been fighting this long, but at the same time, feel like we've been scalping it out. Like we just had 108.70 all the way up to 109.16. So like, you know, it's been bad, but there have been scalped opportunities here where you could have taken advantage of, just few and far between, to be honest with you here today. So let's wait to see if there is a push. I think it needs to break at least the 50 period, right? I mean, it was only good when we were debating being above it. And then once we've gotten back under, the pressure and the momentum is just way too much for this stock. And remember, SMH, like all these things, SOXL, SMH, anything you can think of. There's a few other ones that are skipping my mind right now, even the inverse of all these. They have to also get in there and start selling, right? I mean, when NVIDIA keeps coming to the downside, you're adding pressure to all of this because of these ETFs are so heavily traded. So, I mean, the amount of shares that are going through on NVIDIA today, 300 million, I mean, it can get a lot more, and this volume could pick up and volatility could pick up greatly even to the downside. I mean, we might not bounce till 10, right? Like when you get SSR.
If it goes SSR,
that could be the bouncing spot there. So
I don't think we're getting there.
we'll wait for 108.50 to break, but
I'm actually,
yeah, you know what? People
I
want
can't
these
think
gates
of,
hell. Oops,
I actually can't think of many times.
this is gates of hell. You don't want to have too much fruit salad on this NVIDIA trade here, you know, unless you are having those limes in your fruit salad. This might be a sour fruit salad, this one here.
You don't usually get 10% down in the afternoon. Like a lot of times, like if a big name is going to get down 10%, it's gapping on earnings. There's news in the middle of the day, or it does the damage in the morning, and usually you're trying to make that bounce. And to get to SSR, I feel like Tesla did it one time in the afternoon on us, but man, that's just exceedingly rare. A stock that can move 10% anytime it wants to, Sharif, GameStop.
Oh, perfect segue in there, Neil. I wasn't sure what was going on. Yeah, GameStop again, no real headline today for GameStop, but we'll talk a little meme action over here. And the real good news, even though the price action hasn't reflected on the day, is a drop in the short interest by about 5% here. The short interest on GameStop dropped, still hanging out at around 10.125%. It would take traders about 5.5 days to cover their shorts given the current average volume on GameStop. Not really catching a bit of a bid today, but it certainly did, guys, on Friday.
Everything okay, Fabian? GameStop on Thursday and Friday.
Ever is.
All right, I have to. We got a new chair here, and like see the armrests, how they're like low. Usually it's a little bit higher. So now I have to like shimmy
jack it up
and kind of get over here. I have no idea how to raise them. I don't think I can raise these ones. So I have to shimmy over and just put my rest arm here. I'm just getting comfortable. But GameStop was a long Friday. It was a long Thursday. It looked like it was a long today. I tried to buy the dip right in, like when it held 23 and put in like the first green on the 15-minute. So first green on the 15 minutes, it's breaking out. I'm like, okay, well, GameStop has done late day rallies on a day where the market's bleeding. Why can't a meme-ish type name be the thing that can go? So I was just looking for a reclaim of the 23 level. It ended up not breaking. Now you're just continuing the trend down. I think you got to let it settle. It had a nice rally. They don't report till the 10th. Double check that so we make sure we get it right. Yeah, September 10th. So they don't report until next week. But it was on a bit of a churn. I think if it heads back into 22.5, look at the daily chart. It was like Chop City between 22 and 22.5. So I think that could be a bit of a supply zone for GameStop. The afternoon rally that's been okay might have to wait because this is not broken trend. It's been trend down instead of the trend up that we've been able to catch at least a piece of the last couple of afternoons. This is distinctly different. When it looked like it made a base, we tried the breakout. No mas for GameStop. And just for posterity, because I think we'll have Andrew Rader back on. Still waiting on that breakout.
Potentially.
It's a potential break. And ultimately, these meme names have been going sideways for a while. GameStop did do a little mini break and went going for a bit of it, but a bit of a mini break here on AMC would require it getting back to $5.
All right, we're going to talk about Tesla soon. I mean, I just took a position on Tesla right now as well. We talked about it coming down into 212. We'll let Sharif get back there and start to cover that one. But yeah, man, just to regroup, everything's going lower. The market continues to go lower. We took some out on NVIDIA. I mean, it's like I said, we're just kind of in scalp nation right now. We're long at 74s. I mean, if we could just kind of keep on getting piece by piece out here and then hold something, there it is. Like we'll take some more outs there in 88s, whatever that was right there, and just try to see what's going to happen here with NVIDIA. Let's see if we can make a little bit of money back scalping the long, and we long Tesla. But let's go over to the story here with Sharif.
Yeah, this is a really interesting headline here, Sean. Not one that I saw this morning. China's BYD is going to pause construction of its Mexico plant until after the election. That has far-reaching implications because we know the 100% tariff now covers both Mexico, Canada, the United States, essentially NAFTA. So if you want to bring in a Chinese electric vehicle that's not built in North America, it's going to cost you 100% more. And this plant here was supposed to get around that. So interesting headline coming out of BYD with respect to this plant. But Tesla did have good news, believe it or not, coming out of China. They sold 3% more vehicles this past August than they did in 2023, which explains maybe why this one was a bit stronger than most guys, down now 1%.
I'll take that as positive news.
It's not bad news, and certainly the market certainly liked Tesla this morning relative to everything else. There's no question about it. Things just changed, and we said this before. It doesn't matter how strong a stock is at any given moment. It could be a meme stock, it could be Tesla, it could be Nvidia. If the market bleeds enough, you tend to drag a lot of things down with it. That's what happened on Tesla. I was only looking long on Tesla early. It was a VWAP bounce until it wasn't. It was a 215 long that I kind of felt like, what am I doing in this if it's not breaking VWAP? And now it's trying to hold 212. I like 210 on a higher time frame. So we go to the 15. I will start on the 15 minute because I like this 210 pivot area from Friday. Like Friday morning, you had 210 half resistance, and then Friday afternoon, you had 210 half support. If we do get down in there to bounce off 210, I'd look for something at the 210 half level on Tesla. But as everything's starting to fall, I'd like to play off some. If some things can make some higher lows, I feel a little bit better. Or just look for something that is not trend down. Not really finding a lot of that. I'll kick myself because this morning when we were talking about Tesla, I was like, well, if we can find our way into a Rivian short, Rivian's rejected the 14.5 level again. And much like every other stock out there, it just failed wherever it happened to be at the open. The first bid that was there, it failed it. And then it broke last week's support and everything. Now your choices are short at the bottom or wait for it to get to some kind of a big level at 1280. I mean, if I see 1280 on Rivian this afternoon, I think that could be a nice little bottom zone, another 2% from here. Yeah, if we get that, I'd look for a long on Rivian. But are we getting another 30 cents down here? The market's already this far down?
There has to be, I was thinking there has to be some sort of capitulated bottom here. We talked about that with NVIDIA possibly being at that 10% marker. All right, so I wrote down here 212 bottom to watch out for. It's at 212. I have to go long now. I mean, this move, I don't have to, but I feel like, is there going to be a long in Tesla? Let's go and see. I mean, this is something that we had written down. We had lost early on it, but we didn't feel bad about it. Came into our levels of 214. We hit it. He hit it a little bit. It's funny that it kind of looks like that same day when I started the show today and was like, let's not get caught when it comes back in like this. But again, today was a little different. Under VWAP, at that point, it was probably VWAP at the 50 period of 216. We like the stock. We already seen it rip up all day. And we were like, hey, man, if the market wants to go, just the market doesn't want to go long, like all these longs would be fine. It's just the market kept turning on its head every single time, right? So I feel like okay with everything, but let's just wait to see what happens here with Tesla. Really at a breaking spot right now. If we break this 211.50, then I think we got to get out. That's sort of this bottom there. That was just before the imbalance area on Friday. So yeah, man, this is going to be a bad one. You know, NVIDIA, by the way, we just scalped it around it and it just came out. So we haven't lost anything over the last little while because we've just been buying and then eventually just getting stopped out. But some good outs on the rebuy there for NVIDIA. This name is, I feel so much stronger about Tesla than I do with NVIDIA just because of where this is right now, only down 1%. The market wants to bounce. Let's play a strong name. So right now, giving this name to 211.50. Oh boy, it's just so funny that we were up on NVIDIA and now it's just like crank to the downside. Again, so yeah, this name continues to be battered up. I mean, good thing we just got out at 108.50, right? Now it's at 108 flat.
We are going to,
I have to still watch this because I feel like there's going to be a spot.
If we go SSR on NVIDIA, so just for everyone, I'll do two things here. One, first out and Bob in front of 82. But when I say SSR, for anyone that's new, if you're just tuning in for the first time, maybe you're not that familiar with what we mean when we say that. It's a short sell restricting. Doesn't mean you can't go short. If a stock goes down 10% from the previous close in the Nasdaq, New York, or the NYSE markets, that's like the Amex, that happens, then the uptick rule is in effect that day and the following day. Now, what the uptick rule means is if you wanted to go short NVIDIA by hitting the bid, there's buyers there, you want to hit them, immediately go short. The last print on the tape has to be an uptick. Makes it more difficult for a stock to be cascaded down by shorters just hitting the bid. And sometimes you'll get names that will catch a bit of a bid because it's a little more different. Like the offers will stack up because they have to follow the offer down. And then when it finally gets hit, you'll get a relief. Sometimes you'll get a relief rally. So if NVIDIA hits 10%, that's what you would get. I don't see any name, big cap name that's close to going SSR at this particular moment. It just seems like it would be NVIDIA. Maybe we should have a poll end of the day. where it wants to go. But a lot of things got killed. See, Carlos in chat's like Pepsi got killed. I'm like, what didn't? I mean, everything's looking bad. I see XOM in the chat. Like, I'm looking for something that looks a little bit relatively strong. XOM's not moving, but it is at least at its range high.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's better than nothing. But with oil futures closing in like 5 minutes or whatever it is, I don't know if there's going to be enough juice for that to get through. So the only new thing I put on was we grabbed that short in Baba. I'm trailing Intel. Not a heck of a lot that looks fantastic outside of if we get to 10% here on NVIDIA, which we're now spitting distance away. Right, like that's going to be 107 something.
That's probably what we have to wait for.
Actually, let me actually do the real math on that.
That'd be nice. Yeah, do you know the exact number? Yeah, why don't we get that for everybody? I'm just trying to, I mean, again, I'm
107.43.
107.40s. Okay, so 107.40, 107.50. Watch out for that for NVIDIA. If you guys are, I mean, that might be a good spot, buy some 107.50 calls or something like that. If it does get down in there and, I don't know, 108.50s maybe for a dollar bounce. Okay, so Neil said, let's look for something relatively strong. I mean, I've stayed with Nasdaq, which is probably incorrect, but we just took a little bit there on Tesla. I mean, it went into the 40s there. We got a 36, sorry, Phil. We got a 26 and a 36. We are waiting for a 48. I don't know why, just ahead of 50. And then hopefully back up, man. If we can get to the 50 period, then we'll be positive on Tesla, which will be nice. So let's see if we can hold out for at least a 213 or what is this, 212.86. So here we go. Hopefully we get a nice little move upside right now for Tesla. For Tesla, yes. Next stop on Tesla, if it goes, I don't know. We'll see if the futures want to get going off the bottom here. 212. Again, let's put something in the 80s. Let's put like an 80. Let's just put 80 flat. Hopefully we'll get a 50 and then we'll get an 80 and then we'll go from there. So that's just one little name and we don't want to get too excited off of one green candle. All right, Amazon. Let's just leave NVIDIA. I feel pretty comfortable. Oh, sorry. Let's just leave Tesla now. This is another name that's pretty strong. You guys want to talk about some strong names? I mean, Amazon only down 1-1 is pretty nice. Yeah, I say leave Tesla.
Lulu's not that bad.
Yeah. Lulu? Oh, yeah. Well, their report was bad then good, right?
Well, I mean, the report was bad.
But then the stock...
then the stock went down, then up, and now is pretty much where it was before. It's consolidating at the highs. The bad news here, and the only reason... It's tricky because if you were to break out this top, go back to Friday. Resistance before earnings, resistance after earnings on the day, and you're hanging out underneath it. This needs to break not here, which is today's high. I think it needs to break here, which is Friday's afternoon resistance, like 263.5. Then it can go. Otherwise, it's stuck in the malaise. But I think we're on the right track trying to find something relatively strong. Hawaiian Electric is up. PDD, Pinduoduo had a day today, which you're apt to do when you get destroyed. Doesn't take as much for it to go to the upside. I don't know why it was so relatively strong. Bob was underneath resistance levels. Now it's starting to pull back in here, pulling back into prior highs. There you go. Friday, 97s. And ideally, this would go down because that would mean Baba's likely to go down as well. But that's trend up, pulling back into prior highs at 97. That could be a little something. Unfortunately, I don't know. Do you want to be only trading Chinese ADRs going into the afternoon when they're unlikely to move? I feel like that's not the case. So got to find something else. I'm not really seeing anything I'm absolutely in love with. Ooh, 108 just bounced on NVIDIA. What about Apple?
That could be something.
Ooh, 222.
It's actually not that low. Thought it would have been lower.
Well, it's 3%.
Yeah. But, I mean, looking at these other names, 4, 5, 6%, like, as we go, man, I mean, here's the little watch list of all the names I'm looking at right now. Here's NVIDIA down 9, the SOXL down 22, Boeing down 8, Intel down 8, ARM 8, 7, Micron 7.5, SMH, I mean, they're all the same. AVGO, Mara even down 9 for Mara, goes down Bitcoin right now. Wow. Texas Instruments, I mean, it just doesn't stop. There's Coinbase, of course, down 7. They're all kind of in the same thing. I get it. Google, again, down 3.5. Yeah, CMG might be something. What is strong, though? Like, I don't have any green names out of anything that I look at. Strongest name is Tesla, which is why we're on that, but that doesn't make any sense.
No, Chipotle's not strong.
No, Chipotle. No, I mean, I'm just looking mainly at tech names as we go. But, like, I mean, here is, like when you're looking at Tesla here, I mean, this is just a 60-minute chart. Whether or not you have VWAP down here at 211 or 210, that's not accurate completely. That's where the 200 period, we're under VWAP. The 200 period is 210. So that could be a little bit of a bouncing spot. This is only on a 60-minute chart, not on a daily chart. But after that, I mean, it looks like you might get some support, but that's 194, 195, this area. So you got a lot to lose here in Tesla before we get anything back going here again. So that's just a 60-minute chart. But yeah, kind of a slippery slope here today. I've been trying to get some out on TSLA. It just doesn't want to go back up. Like we just bought some more 212s. I'm at 212.25. It just went to 212.20 and stopped. So until we get a phone call here that some of these, sort of hedge funds that like to buy depressed assets, like an ARC or anything, that may come in. And you might find out tomorrow that someone's bought millions of shares. I don't know exactly at what price. But right now, Tesla, I would think, would be sort of prime here. If the market wants to go, it's only down 1. I could see some strength coming back into this name, but there
the other thing that got announced,
just lost 212.
Well, so Nvidia
108 is right there.
It bounced 108 for now.
Yep.
But the other thing for Tesla was they also announced that the location for their the Robotaxi event.
Oh, where's Sharif?
Where is Sharif?
No, you can get into. I was at Sherway, and you can get into the Cybertruck whenever you want.
He was saying you couldn't get in.
Yeah,
he was all upset about it.
I meant to send him a picture there. I should have. I was there. So you had to line up to get in, but I think the line was like 5 minutes. And
That's not a lineup.
No, it's nothing. Me and Marissa were just like, I don't want to go in. But it looked pretty minimalistic in there, but it was pretty cool. I should have, as Ramin said, I should have sat in there and sent a picture to Sharif so he could get mad, I guess. But
he's a Polestar guy now.
Yeah, but he wants to get into. I think the guy said he had $100 worth of Polestar. But at the end of the day,
what is that, like 1 million shares?
Yeah, it's a 4.8 million shares.
Basically, you own the company at that point.
Yeah. No, not just saying that he wanted to sit in the. So I should tell him that you can do it. But if it's in Yorkdale, you could probably do it there too. So I don't know.
So I'm again just sort of looking around to see what we can have here.
Wow.
If Baba gets back to 82, I'm going to take another leg out. Polestar is oddly going sideways. I don't wonder. I don't know. It's not moving. It's barcoding. It's strong. Polestar is strong today. We joke around about it, but it's up 11%. 12%, I should say. And it's been up like 3 days in a row now. Where do you think it got to? 200 period moving average on the daily, $1.45. We're talking about that this morning. So many things you could have shorted. This one you could have shorted right at that top. Goes right to the 200 period on the daily, and that's where it turns around. But I think we got to look over. Okay, so NVIDIA actually wants to try to break out now? No. It just bounced exactly 108, I think. And there's a bit of a reversal candle. Now it's trying to break out this 108.5. Let's see how it responds. If buying actually comes in here, that is a decent wick where we didn't get to SSR, but you're trying to make a bit of a higher low on NVIDIA. Yeah, consolidate here, break out, and then see what happens when you get to the 109 level. At least in theory, it's starting to look a little better. Rivian Millionaire just say Berkshire just went red.
Okay, I mean, it all makes sense. Just a matter of...
Yeah.
Yes, go.
Everything's going red.
Go. Okay. Sounds like Carnival there. Let's see if we can get a nice little upside move here. Finally, man. I mean, we've been selling this Tesla. I'm going to take another piece out here at 25. If we can get it. We were actually at 20. I put offer enter was 26s, so thanks for that. There we go. Okay, we get the 26 there. All right, so now we're good. Now we good. Let's now see if Tesla can get back. I was just going to say, if NVIDIA breaks higher and Tesla doesn't, when I feel like Tesla's relatively strong, then that would be something that would be upsetting. But here we go. Nice little move up, 40 cents in the money on that one. And you're right, it looks like NVIDIA trying to find, we said, well, where would that bottom be? It's not like a capitulated bottom. I mean, it's kind of like a very large size candle there right here on that last little red push. But hey, man, we are completely fine with this rebound now in the market. 50 cents in the money. We will fire off the hot dog cannon. Why not? Nice little 50-cent win here for Tesla. We'll take some pieces out here. We're also at 50. I mean, now we're 50 cents in. Easy. Let's see if we can get some more outs. Oh, sorry, wrong stock. Let's see if we can get some more outs there for Tesla. There it goes. Nicely traded there. I mean, honestly, buy. Sounds like NSYNC there, but buy. More buying coming in. And maybe Kathy finally got the memo there.
It's possible.
She was like, man, this stock is down too much. Let's see if we can buy this name back up. But no insider trading. We don't know anything about what Kathy Wood is doing, other than if we go to that website.
Every day. You know what? You might not know in the moment, but you're certainly going to know the day after. I always go to Kathy's ARC. I'm pretty sure it's just a free website that anybody can look at, and you can see what she's holding, what the changes were recently. So I'm willing to bet, usually on a day like today, the things that she likes, she buys more of. I'm just looking at Amazon above VWAP in here. I had the one Mag 7 name during lunchtime that broke VWAP was the one that I took. I'm going right back to it. It's only down 1% when the market's down 2.8. That's good, relatively speaking. If we can hang on to VWAP, this is the one I think I would like to take long unless something drastically changes. Maybe we can still get 108.5 on NVIDIA. Omar just said in the chat there, Amazon over VWAP. That's what I'm looking at, but it's trying. It's trying to hold on to it. I'd like to see it consolidate. It just made the break. Now you want to see it hold above like it did before. When it held above, I took the long. Give me that hold, and that's what we're going to get into. Until then, Baba just retagged our entry area. It was a flat bottom break. There you go. It was a bit of a flat bottom break. It just came right back into the 81.20s, shorted again back in. We'll see if it gets to 82. That's the level I'm looking at to get some out in front of 82 even. And if it breaks lower, great. Pinduo, which has been relatively strong, continues to bounce. 1.5% for PDD. They seem to like a little Pinduo today. I got to keep my eyes on that. If this breaks out the high of the day, I'd imagine Baba might try to follow suit.
Yeah, probably. Tesla falls right back down, as so does the market, man. The market just fell right off of the 50-period moving average right there again. Someone in the chat was like, dude, you kept on talking about NVIDIA 108.50. That's where we got stopped out. So I'm going to try it one more time right back in there at 108.50. If it snaps it, we'll get out. Not trying to, again, we've already fought this battle and lost on NVIDIA. So we will let this one try to settle down a little bit down here and see if it will bounce one more time off 108.50. And if it doesn't, then see ya. We can get out of that one really quickly with only a 20-cent hit. So I feel like that is very, very reasonable and like above water for what I'm trying to do right now. So that would be a good one there. Tesla, we got long at 211.85. Look, man, we just took out profit there. You saw sort of where we got this out on the upside, hoping to do that again. Feel pretty not confident as it's falling down, obviously. 211.50 is going to be our out. It just barely held last time, so that's our out this time. Let's take advantage of that as we did. It bounced $1 there. So we got out of that trade. We are reloading it right now, but Tesla's going to be a profitable reload. It's just, will it last this last time? And it might not, man. I mean, this has been the story of today and how frustrating it's been. The market has bounced and given many opportunities. It's just like when you close your eyes and open them again, it's like, oh man, I could just reload at the same price I was just at. You got to take advantage when it does pop up. And I have not done a good enough job of that. So we'll wait. There's NVIDIA, just came in again. So 66 is the price. Now it goes right back. See what I'm saying? Like now it's right back into flat, and I almost got stopped out. So it's like, what do I do? What do I do? All right, well, let's take advantage of something here. If we can make a little bit on this play, let's do some of that. So take something out there at 78 or whatever we just got out at. Again, now trying to go 1-to-1, but just trying to scalp it out. We just said scalping might be the right decision. So let's try to stick with that and see if we can get away with something.
Yeah, that's all you can do. I mean, at the end of the day, like I was just looking at Amazon was just at VWAP. We're just telling you guys, hey, there's a Mag 7 name above VWAP. Let's see if it can hold and look for the long. Like it's over there for a couple of seconds, and immediately you're just wicking in and looking back into the downside. So for me, it's not looking like the long just yet in AMZN. Unfortunately, I would have liked it if it could have, but everything just seemingly working right back into some of those lows. I went over to Meta to have a quick look at what they were doing. Meta it's only down 1.5% again. That's less than the market. It's trying to hold a 513 level, but it breaks a resistance level. Man, this chair leans back easy. It breaks a resistance level at 13 and then immediately back underneath it. Like it's there for like a couple seconds. It looks like it's going to be good. Okay, we're going to trend into VWAP if we can hold this, and then you're right back underneath. So again, the only thing I've done here is get back into Baba. There's always a chance this goes sideways. If it breaks 82, that's kind of like a flat bottom-ish break. I'm looking back over it like Bitcoin's right at 58 thou.
Yep. And
you're starting to hold the line on Mara. Remember what we said this morning about Mara? Yada, 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 Mara short. But $15 has been the one place that Mara's been very buyable. You look at this even a word. If you look at this daily chart, sometimes it gets down to $14, but really it's been bouncing away from this. Just a couple of weeks ago, we're bouncing off 14.75. So Mars getting into that target zone. It could go down 10% with one more push here, but you're starting to go sideways while Bitcoin tries to hold on to that even. I don't wonder if we can't break this one back out, if it can break this consolidation. Just looking for a relief rally because it's adjacent to 15. I did say this morning, I like the shorts in Mara, but if we get to 15, I probably start looking for some longs. I think we're starting to get to that particular point. I'm still liking Amazon more than anything else. It's trying to creep back up. There's another test of VWAP. Once it holds above, I'm going to like that long on VWAP, but I got to let it try to get there. I don't want to fight it as long as it's looking weak.
I mean, the scalp continues. I mean, I wish it was something a little more sexy than this, but NVIDIA just keeps on dripping into 108.50, and we're kind of just going long, and then, we just got an 80, what did we just get, like an 84 fill? Yeah, we got 84, so it's like 20 cents back and forth. I mean, if this breaks the 50 period, I think we can try to get going on that, but that's just a 1 minute chart. We haven't broken this 50 period since, it's not even that long ago, an hour ago is when we sort of broke it, and that kind of changed everything. And the momentum since then has been all downside. So here it comes, coming back in right now again for 108.50 retest. So NVIDIA, I'd like to really see that break, and then maybe we can get a little bit excited one more time. That's 109. We just keep on getting out in front of it, but let's try to see if we can hold a little bit for a 109 break. At this point, I think we should just hold it all, honestly. I mean, if this continues to go, we'll have Justin coming through from Moomoo very soon, and we'll talk to him about this sort of rotation, I guess, out of some of the semis, right? I mean, I know he wants to talk about that, so we'll touch on that with him. But yeah, NVIDIA now down 9. Maybe that bouncing point, you did the math there, 107.50 or so is 10% down, and that. So here we go. Like,
if we can't bounce
when this breaks 108.50, I'm gone. That is already it's not the low of the day, but it's a level that I wanted to support. You can't just keep on. How you get really smoked is that you just keep on digging in to all of the. There you go. So as I said, we got out there for probably 47s, but it's like if you play this to the end of the day or to the bottom of the day, then once that hits, you have no choice but to punch out. So let's get out now, regroup, and that was just a little bit of back and forth there again. So back and forth with NVIDIA, back and forth with Tesla. It's a good thing we got out of Tesla there.
210.
I mean, look at this. There's the 212 retracement back up, and then boom. Like, it breaks that level. It's still frustrating because if we just flip this over the other way, man, we have all of them shorts all day. But it's like every time we get out, it pushes lower. So our outs are good spots, but our ins are not. They should be the other way around. But yeah, it's like, and then I look over and I say, Amazon's relatively strong. And then all of them, I'm thinking long, but we have to flip over.
What's so frustrating is I'm staring at Amazon looking for it to break above VWAP, so it can do a reversal because it's strong. And then what's happening? It's actually rejecting VWAP. But to me, it's not weak enough that I would want to short it here. Everything else is so much worse. Like, someone in the chat just said Micron looks good for a long. And I looked over, I'm like, okay, well, is it at a big level on the daily? I hesitate to say yes there because 85, 86 would be the bottom of Micron, down 7% Micron. There is an undercover, bad-looking daily chart on a chip name. It has to be Micron. I don't think that one gets talked about enough. We always say AMD or something, or Intel. But just because it's making a higher low, to me, doesn't mean it's that kind of a trade to look for a bounce. I want to see something which is more obviously strong. That said, you've got to find something to get into or just be able to sit back. Baba set up because it was a flat bottom break. Apple, I don't love it at 222, so it's going to be Amazon, or it's going to be a lot of patience for NVIDIA if it retests that low. That SSR at 107.5, there's very few chances you get for a big name to get 10% to the downside. When SMCI did, it was a heck of an opportunity. If you were there the first time it did it, it was a great long, like 3 or 4 times, but that was early in the morning. We've seen Tesla do this. NVIDIA, I don't think I've traded NVIDIA down 10%. So I think that it's going to be a first. No questions asked. It has to break this 108 first, and then you get that 107.5. But as we said, we're going to have Justin Zaks on, and wow, there's a lot to talk about here today. But the running to the hills on pretty much everything to open up the fourth quarter, because that's what we did today. We opened up the fourth quarter. My goodness, it's like the parting of the Red Sea on the bids as we speak. So we're excited for the volatility in the market, but I'll tell you, this is one of those, it's like, well, why aren't you short? I said it at least 7 times this morning. I'm not trying to punch bottoms in the opening range. I've been burned so many times doing that, and ultimately, you could have just kept hammering that short. It would have worked. Let's see what our good friend Justin Zacks from Moon has to say, because there's a lot to talk about here on this Tuesday. Wow, Justin. First off, welcome. Good to see you again.
Thanks for having me back on again.
Well, it's a good day to have you on. There's some things that are happening in the market today.
No.
Wow, the volatility.
There is some things, yeah.
There's a few things happening.
My bad.
A little bit of volatility out there. We get AVGO this week, but everything has to start with, people like to say risk off. I feel like we need a better term for days like today. Do you have anything you'd want, like what could you throw out there? Because risk off seems a little bit weak.
Yeah, I mean, it's risk off, but definitely you're seeing this pivot, right? It's summer's over. I mean, I'm here in New Jersey. The weather's gotten a little cooler. The market feels different, right? There feels more volume. You're talking about this buy the dip's not working today at all, right? Like it's just gone straight down. Pretty much every major stock, the indices, which is much different than we've seen. Even when we saw some volatility in August, there was always a buy the dip during the day at some point, right? And we didn't see zero today, right? That's just this constant sell pressure coming in. And so, you may see a scenario where we finish at the lows of the day.
Yeah, we definitely hope not. But at the end of the day, I mean, your trader's a trader, but we're always more happy when the markets go to the upside. So talk to us about, we got some PMI data, obviously, and there's been some good news for the overall markets. What's the role in economic data here? Like, is any of this putting any fuel into the fire? I mean, you'd like to see manufacturing be good. What are your thoughts on how that contributed, or did it just not matter? Do you think we're just going to go down anyways today because of the sentiment, or did any of the PMI matter?
Yeah, I think it was kind of this perfect storm for a number of reasons for seeing a sell-off. One was we had, this window dressing. Last Friday we saw a huge move up, particularly in the last 10 minutes of trading. We, traded up 20 handles very quickly. Funds buying, want to look good for the month. You start off the new month and just seasonality is not, on your side in September. September is the worst month of the year. The average S&P performance is down 1.1%. Some of the bigger crashes we've seen in September. So you have that. And then you have the economic data, which last week honestly was quite good, or at the very best, middling, right? And now we get these PMIs and these ISMs that don't look so hot, but it wasn't even in the U.S. that was the real problem. It was the Chinese PMI, their manufacturing PMI, that came out below expected, and you're seeing oil drop 5%, right? That is really a precursor to a global economic slowdown, and that's, I think, what really kicked this off. So you see people thinking about this, slowdown may be hitting us pretty quickly because you have these geopolitical tensions and oil's down this much. That's not necessarily a good sign for the economy overall.
No, you don't want to see that. And obviously, that's why you get this kind of a bleed. Like, we're looking at our quote boards. And again, when you're a day trader, your quote board's not going to be, maybe it might be different from a lot of others, but you're bleeding into everything. Like nothing is to the green side. It's all red, with the exception of a couple of Chinese EV names and obviously VXY and TLT, which you expect to be in the other direction. And that's just my quote board. So one of the things that you've also been able to lean on recently here, Justin, is in addition to just buy the dips, there's usually been some strength in the market somewhere that you could lean into. There's been something strong, like energy might be strong on that day, or maybe you're getting something in healthcare. But when you have the concerns that you just mentioned, you can't hide today.
What you're seeing today is energy you can't hide out there, right? And suddenly utilities have become a AI play. You can't hide out there. Healthcare is working today, right? Healthcare is doing decently. That's about it. That's the real defensive play. Otherwise, people are look to be moving the cash today.
I'm laughing here, Justin, because people in the chat are like, "Oh my God, is Sean okay? Did he mortgage the house or anything today?" No, I mean when these moves happen, yeah, I am a little bit like, "What is happening here? What am I trying to do?" And I'm trying to look for more entry points. But you had sort of mentioned that potentially we could finish near the bottom. I mean, all of us can take a guess. We have something like a lucky 8-ball here. We could ask it many random things. Let's talk about moving forward here, because today's market seems to be a little bit of a disaster. There are some key earnings coming through this week. Is there a name that specifically you're interested in? I mean, and we've got the notes here. Zscaler, I guess, HPE, which is great, HPE Enterprise there, Dollar Tree, maybe we can have a look at that as well, and Broadcom, all coming this week. I think they're all super interesting and all kind of for their own reasons. Which name or multiple names are you guys looking at over there at Moomoo?
Yeah, I mean, the three of those four you mentioned are obviously, a good idea of where the AI play is going to go. Zscaler, right. Particularly Hewlett Packard Enterprises is going to be, very important on that AI side. But probably the most important one is going to be Broadcom. And it's not just for AI, it's just chip demand overall. And it's about that recession. And I'll tie that into the video, right? We saw in the video report, above average expected earnings, but not as good as the beats we've seen. And we've seen it underperform. Even on Friday, it underperformed the market. Now we see it down big, right? One of the reasons it's down big today is because of Taiwan Semi and news out of China, right? The last time we saw NVIDIA down around this much, it was down 10% on April 19th. And so if you want to look for a level for today, that's about 107.43. I think that'll be a key level to see if it can hold that level for today. And it's the same thing. That was that deep 10% drop was on Taiwan Semi scaling back their outlook back then. So it's important to watch some of these competitors, and Broadcom will be that next competitor. Second biggest chip manufacturer in the U.S. by market cap, right? So supremely important. Not as important as NVIDIA, but the next one up. And so what they're saying about their demand, and particularly even on the non-AI demand, might even be more important in terms of where we're going to go for the overall market and the economy, and what type of, sometimes you see these semis lead some of these recessions. So we want to see if that demand can hold up.
Yeah, we had talked about the semis, like the SMH being sort of like the new transports. Everyone used to look at the Dow transport. And then, you can see the downside. September 4th is Dollar Tree. So I have that marked down right here. And we are also screen sharing with you as well, Justin. So if there's anything you want to show. But what a disaster this has been on the daily for Dollar Tree. Is it that bad of a story where Walmart's kind of eating their lunch here? Any opinions on Dollar Tree? Is it time to pick this up? I mean, we're at some pretty big lows now, breaking through this $100 mark. Dollar Tree coming in a couple days. A lot of options going through there. Anything going through on Moomoo that you guys are noticing, or any opinions on Dollar Tree and sort of the way it's been moving here?
So again, I think this is a great test how the lower end consumers is doing. Right. And so, obviously they're expecting a slowdown in their same store sales. What the key thing I'm going to be watching for is we saw their competitor Dollar General cut the forecast and just get smoked. Right. If they don't cut their forecast, I think there's room for a pop in that stock. Okay. You could see, some of these people, you saw the chart, right? It's been straight down. So obviously not good, but you look at overall how that's been doing. That's, I think, the forecast more importantly than even the same store sales. People are going to expect these same store sales to slow. It's going to be, are they cutting that forecast? What are they looking for going forward? And if it's at least holds up, it doesn't even have to be excellent. I think you can see some people say, well, maybe this is time that they are interested in buying.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're looking. You're always looking for that guide, right, to make sure that they don't have to cut that. Walmart, though.
I was going to say,
Justin, Walmart, what are we even talking about here? Look at this stock on a daily chart. I mean, you want to talk about a complete opposite there. They're not guiding anything lower, that's for sure. Walmart, straight up. We have basically seven, what am I even talking about? It's like 9 or 10 up days with one little red blip in there somewhere middle of last week. I can't even believe this, that we're going to be up on Walmart today, heading into this kind of a day. So there's strength definitely in that name. And then, of course, Costco, as I have the wrong moniker here, is a Nasdaq name. Let's see if that's up today as well. Maybe it's not. But Walmart, any comments on that? I mean, I think that if we're going to run away from retail names, I think this place we can hide out for, especially now, is Walmart. Or are we getting top heavy? Any opinions on WMT today, Justin?
Yeah, I would say, people have an old-fashioned view as Walmart of you being a Dollar General or a Dollar Tree. And it's a grocery store now in a lot of ways. And so it's more, and Kroger's reporting on Friday, so that's going to be one to watch as well. So you're thinking about what people absolutely need to buy is groceries, and that's where some of this defensive money flows in. So it's not just these good value bulk goods that Walmart's selling, but Walmart also gets the trade down from people that are in a wealthier spot. Right. So when you want to cut back and you're wealthy or you're upper middle class, you start going to Walmart. You don't necessarily start going to Dollar General, Dollar Tree. So I think those are the differences. And so a lot of people are thinking, that's kind of how they're thinking is, when you see these consumers starting to get hurt, that the last thing they're going to cut back is on groceries. Right. So that's where they're running to.
We know that back to school too, right?
Well, back to school as well. Well, you know what? But you were talking about Kroger's reporting at the end of the week, but we're going to get employment data as well. So talk about hiding anywhere in retail. At the end of the day, if we start seeing weakness after what we've already had to start this week, if we get weakness in the labor market on Friday, I mean, are all bets off at that point? Because if people are scared about the economic downturn, and then we get any kind of confirmation this week in employment, we could be in a little bit of trouble. And then I'm not going to like any retail name in that vein, Justin.
Yeah. So you're the interesting part here is the expectations from the analysts are actually a little bit better on the employment front than they were last month. So even if we get anything that was exactly like last month, even though it's not a decrease, it's not going to be good. And not only have these employment, but we have jolts, we have claims on Thursday. So we get a bunch of employment data that's coming out very soon. I think that's going to get, and we have ADP too. So we have all this employment data, and we have Beige Book on Wednesday. So this week is full of economic data, and pretty much you're going to have trading opportunities every single day from these different data points, which is really great.
Well, we always want opportunities in there, and obviously, one of the good things, and that's what we talk about with you guys over at Moomoo, like the ability to sort of streamline. There's so much out there in the market. The ability to streamline your ideas, the setups that work for you, like the sectors that you like. You've got to find some way to condense it. Otherwise, it gets really, really overwhelming. Like the market today, if there was a million things you could have looked at to go short, or that's doing 2 to 3x what it's rational.
I think there was like 1.5 million things.
Million and a half.
I heard that report in my.
No, and it's very important that we make sure as traders we try to narrow it down as much as possible. That's why we love having you on here to sort of give a higher look at some of the interesting catalysts that we're going to get this week. Any thoughts? Anything we haven't covered here for some final thoughts that you might be thinking about that you didn't get off your chest here, Justin?
Yeah, I would say this. This is definitely one of the most important weeks that we're going to see this year. We just have, with all this economic data, a couple good earnings reports, and the volume coming back into the market. I'm going to be looking at all of these different things, and as you always talk about, NVIDIA is such a key stock, so continue to be watching that one. And so that's kind of where I'm looking at all these different things going into the rest of the week.
Justin, I want to make sure that everybody scans that QR code right there. Find more information about Moomoo and your platform. Thank you so much, for coming back on the show and continuing to sponsor us here at Trader TV Live. Lots of great information there. Justin Zacks, thank you so much, and we'll catch you next week.
Thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Right, ciao.
All right. You know what, NVIDIA, man? Like, honestly, now that Justin's gone, but I've been building into a position here, and I didn't really want to talk about it. not that I didn't want to talk about it, but 108.50 here, trying to go again on NVIDIA. That's still Walmart. We'll go over to here. We just scalped a little bit out there on NVIDIA, but it's finally happening. We took a small short actually in front of the 50-period moving average. Then once it broke, we got out, which was fine. It was nothing. But I was thinking maybe that's the short. We could still be there for the short, but I want to give this a go here. Even Justin was like, look, in the afternoon, we've had opportunities in the past where the market's rallied. A late day sort of rally into the afternoon. I wonder if that's what it's going to be like now, because if I was going to bet honestly, and I think this is something I could have asked this to Justin too, but is tomorrow going to be green or red? I mean, it's such a flush out today.
After a day like today, it's going to be green.
Right, so exactly. So there you go. So I think that we're thinking alike there, where we probably, I don't know. I mean, again, this is something that we could ask ChatGPT about this.
ChatGPT?
No, just like what are the chances of after a minus 2.5% day in the Nasdaq or something, the likelihood of a green day following? I'm sure there's
I was just going to ask, will tomorrow be a green day for the Nasdaq?
Yeah, what am I talking about? Stats. This thing knows.
There's always the bubbles in the way. Settle down. It'll settle down.
You can't shake it as much. That's the problem.
Oh, I shake it too much?
Way
the problem is I'm talking as I'm shaking it, and now I can't even read it.
Shake it off. Do a little Taylor Swift.
There, I'll have to let that one settle down. The question was asked. It's got the answer. I just can't read it.
You're right.
Like the bubbles are all there.
I can get them.
We just broke 109.
Something about Rumble?
Rumble?
We'll have to wait.
Why
I don't want to move it, but I have to hold it because it's not going to stand. Okay. All right, Neil, you really screwed this up. We'll have to ask it again.
I shook it way too much.
Yeah, you shook.
I was talking. Just a couple of things. I just trailed out of Intel. Intel's making a reversal, and I might reverse into the long on this. Just broke the 2025. We've been short this one since 2050 or 2055, 2060. So if this can hold above the 20 quarter, it's bounced off 20 even. Looking for just hold the bid. Like it breaks the level, and then the buyers decide this is the moment that we're going to stop. The other thing that's happening, Amazon's back over VWAP. More important, Amazon's now holding above VWAP. This looks a little bit better. Let me see if I can get the 60s in here on Amazon. I want to be able to give it to, even if I give it to the 40s. Amazon above VWAP, like how many big cap tech names can say that? Yeah, that's right.
I think.
The answer is
I
zero.
yelled that out inappropriately. But
no, it's zero. There's none of the big cap tech names are above VWAP except for Amazon. It's down slightly less than, now 1%. So it's trying to break out this local high. I'm going to give it back in. I took the break, so I'll give it back to the 50 here on Amazon. I bet you still can't read it. I shook that way too much. That's my bad.
The problem is, like, in order to try to, I know. If this says something about Danielle Shea, that's what it is. So we have to ask her.
Yeah, I jacked that up.
We got to try that again. All right, out a little bit here on NVIDIA as it goes to 109 and change. We're long at 108.70 on our biggest. I mean, it was our biggest. We're starting to scalp it out. I'm into scalp mode now. I would love to see NVIDIA ride back up to the promised land here, but honestly, is that going to happen? Justin also gave us that 107.43 area, I believe.
10%.
Yeah, so if that hits, we talked about that as well as an area. 109.70 is the 200 period. Normally, if you can get a stock and you do have the bottom, it's kind of like a fib thing that I haven't tested. It will normally go back to the 200 period, and then you have something to talk about because we've cleared the 50. And as Neil mentioned, we could still get to VWAP. I mean, 111 is only $2. I say only, but I mean, that would be real nice if we could get up to there, Miss Adara.
Part of the show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you, Adara, for that one. I actually have, and thank you for the credit there in the chat about this NVIDIA trade. I mean, we're making it back. We made back everything. We're actually now, we're not going to be up on NVIDIA, but we've made back whatever it was that we had lost, just screwing around, messing around right here. So we only lost once. We actually lost twice. There, but we got some out. There, but we got some out and lost. Then we did short ahead of the 200, the 50, which is going to obviously turn out to be a mistake as I sit here and watch to see what's happening. We just got a piece out there again at 15s or 14s. So that has actually worked out for us. So hard to complain here today for the rescalp of NVIDIA. And at least we sort of came up with that idea that, hey, take another piece out right now at 10s or 9s. Let's just get it out as it comes back up, man. I mean, we're in the money now, 35 cents, 40 cents now. Let's just, let's take it out. And if we can have half, which we have a little more than that right now, left, then giddy up, man. And maybe we do get into that 200 period moving average. But let's start to lick some wounds here, buy the bottoms and see if it is the bottom. We still have an hour to go.
Yeah, it's only power hour just.
I mean, can the market get back? kind of wishful thinking potentially, but an area to look at, I guess, would be VWAP is 19,250, so 19.2. I mean, we talked about that as being that little area earlier today, that if 19.3 doesn't hold, then we could bounce off of that. That's where we lost, because that was a tough road there once that broke. But that was a level, so 19.2. So let's see if we can get back there, which means the futures have another 150 handles higher, which means NVIDIA soars. But does that happen?
It's a long way to go when the market's down that 3 points. So Amazon, like I said, finally got above VWAP. It's starting to look a little bit better. If it gets to the 80s, we're going to get some out there. 177 even. I'm just looking at where we had resistance above VWAP the last couple of times, right? Which was at 80, which was at evens, and right at evens. And if you end up breaking that, you go to the morning highs in here, 177.5, and then you start to really be able to juice it up. And everything's starting to go. Tesla, okay, so Tesla held that 210.5 and is trying to break it out. So remember 210.5, you have to look at a 15-minute chart, which I'll get to in a quick little second. But now that it's done it, can it hold on to this 211? There's a buyer right here above 211. Hasn't broken out the top yet. No buyers above the quarters. I think I'm looking long quarters, maybe back into the 11s. You know what? No, let's leave it on here. You zoom it back out, and you can look at Thursday and Friday, and you'll see that 210.5 was kind of a key pivot spot. This is where you want to see it bounce, but it has to break out these quarters. Don't get to resistance and fail. Get to the resistance and break through. Otherwise, I'm not interested. You've got to get through that resistance spot. And as I say it, I'm getting excited. Tesla's trying to hold. It loses that resistance level and comes back in. So still needs to break it out up top here above the quarters. Yeah, Tesla tried to go. You just saw it was trying to go in there. Now I can kind of calm down, go back over to the 15-minute, show you Friday. This is 210.5, morning resistance, afternoon support. And right now, the bounce spot, in theory, on Tesla, if it can make this break. So I'm just in Amazon. I'm not going to reload short in Alibaba because the market is trying to bounce. So I'll wait for some kind of a reversal to go ahead and do that. Come on, Tesla. Get up. Get up, get down.
Okay.
Do something.
Yes. Okay, so just really, really quickly. Oh, not really quickly. We can stay here for a very long time. We're falling down, man. Back in again. So good out there of NVIDIA. Obviously, we will wait to get a little bit more out. If it does come back up to the upside there, we'll take some more out. I did want to talk about TQQ trade. I actually think this is a reasonable long. I mean, you're going to think that sounds a little bit insane, but if we can break this level and be above the 50 period and try to hold it, I actually think this here area at 63.02. I mean, if you want to talk about the SPY, I know there's a lot of you trading that as well. Let's have a quick look to see what level that would be on the spiders. I mean, it's not as nice because you have that wick, but I mean, it would still be roughly the same, and you have a little bit ways to go right now on that. But coming into right there, basically 554, an area. These wicks are good because it's right at the 50-period moving average, so that's nice. I mean, you could almost take a break right there and take something like this, 553.50, something like that for a take, but that's in the pocket there for me on the SPY. So that would be a take there. Now the TQQs are falling down, so I feel a lot better. First of all, let me get something out on NVIDIA right here at 94. We'll just put an offer and get it out. I feel better on that break rather than buying this dip. So we heard what Justin said. We had sort of talked about, hey, can the market get going or not? And if it doesn't, then fine. But if it does, I like that break. So we'll take that and hold it against the 50 period. 25 cents worth of risk, giddy up. We'll do that. Because if it can get back to the 200, then that is 25 cents. So 1-to-1, kind of like that. NVIDIA, we just took another piece out here at 94. We talked about that. Hopefully that can get going. All right.
Yeah, Intel's a forever short.
Dealer Delta, minus 3.8 billion. Is that what are you talking about here? Is that like an early look on the imbalances? I don't know. Or are you talking about, I guess, is that an aggregate number, minus 3.8 billion? Anyways, I don't know what that is, Jose, but maybe you can explain it and we'll deal with that. But he said TQQs is the right play. I mean, is it? I'm just looking at the Nasdaq right now, and you're at the bottom. I thought we could have got excited there taking the 50 period. You could see we've pretty much been under. I mean, every time we broke higher, we did have a nice little run every time we broke higher, but again, now we're not. So that was a good one, up to 63, and then the fade back in. So there's the break, there's the run, there's the fade. So I feel like this is playing out almost perfectly. We've done, like net-wise, I'm not embarrassed to say this, but we've done nothing pretty much all afternoon here. We battled with TQQs. Not actually, we only battled with NVIDIA, I guess, right? We had some Tesla trades, I believe, yeah. And that was fine until it wasn't. So yeah, so far so good here. Pretty flat afternoon for me, but want to make some opportunities happen here.
Astus is going. ASTS is starting to go. So on a day like today, maybe you always look for something which is doing something different, right? And ASTS, it's been a high flyer in the past. Obviously, it's on the other side of the move at this point. When you look at the daily chart, it's not like it's impressive the last couple of sessions, but it hasn't really made a big capitulation the last few days, and it's held on to, like $28 in here. And now you're starting to see, like, there's a bit of a double bottom. Like I said, $28, there's your double bottom. It's trying to break out a local high, and there's room. The local high is 29.80, so if we can get through that and 30, I'm breaking this out long and looking for the half and then 31 even. So ASTS, it's only up 1.7%, and again, a trade is a trade. So this is AST, the Space Mobile. What is that? Market cap's like a 7 billion, and the float's only 137 million. So it's not gigantic, and it has been running pretty decently. I'm just looking for that top to get taken off. Once, almost twice. If you can take out that high, ideally a consolidation under, and don't just get there in one shot. But Astus starting to look a little bit good again. I only call it that because that's what a few traders have called it, and it sticks in the head after a while. Like, I know it's AST Space Mobile, and we should call them by that name every now and then. But Amazon here, which we got into off of VWAP, you're not even seeing it. Can't break the consolidation higher. It might break it lower. I'm just going to jump out if it does. I'd say big disappointment for that. Thought that one of the stronger names could do it. Even Tesla, which tried to get back above that 211 quarter. No breakout. It's holding the higher low. I want it to break out this top and then work into 212. That hasn't happened yet on Tesla. So we're just waiting for that to either break or for ASTS to break out that high. The other thing, and I said until the corner of my breath, is a forever short. Like, you trail out when this breaks the consolidation at the bottom, it goes a couple of pennies higher and then just dumps again, right back into the low of the day. Like this, when that happens, you're being told that the stock is still a short. So the idea should be to try to short it again. Next available pop, if we get one in the market, I'll probably try to short Intel off this 2030 level. Like, you trail out, where I think it made sense to with that rounded bottom, what the market was doing, and then that was essentially a short entry where we got out of it. So if we get another pop, we're going to take a shot at Intel to the south side. Disappointing that we just got out. And then Alibaba in here, it just broke that 82 level. We were sort of sitting in this one off the flat bottom break, reloaded the same price, and now it's trying to break the 82. And then there goes Amazon. So the one stock, the one Mag 7 stock, I shouldn't say the one stock, plenty of stocks are above VWAP. The one Mag 7 name that was strong went for the breakout, and I've had this one twice above VWAP, and then it breaks out or fails that breakout above VWAP. So another rejection of VWAP on Amazon. Should still be short Intel. We'll rectify that the next time it makes an upward move. But I'm not going to short the low of the day right at 312. Got to be a little bit more patient than that, I think.
Yeah. I think patience is going to be really key. And I was just going to say, like, man, I'm glad you're short Baba, because it's like the short is like.
But I want Baba to go up in the general sense.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, come on, man. I want all these stocks to go up in a general sense. But we got another fill on NVIDIA. It's only 313, so there's a little bit of time left here. We got 1904s.
I'm going to get
right there. Decent year, I guess. I don't know if it was or not. 1904. There's a bid there, 109.04. So anyways. Let's see if it gets back up again. Now the 200 period is a little bit lower, 109.50. We do have an offer at 109.24s, 109.47s, in case we do get lifted upside right there. I think it's a pretty easy out now, man. If we break below this 50 period, let's give it a little bit more room, but we're pretty close to getting out if it does break lower than that on NVIDIA. Let's hope not, but that's a play for us again. Tonight, earnings, we're going to have Brian Shannon on the After Hours show, which should be really nice. We'll talk a little bit about anchored VWAPs and NVIDIA, and if there's anything that we can find on that. And then also, if there's any questions, Bears versus Bulls, please remind me. I'll try to remind myself, actually, but we'll take some questions from Brian Shannon if there's any stocks, because we have GitLab.
I have a question.
Okay, good. Yeah. What is it?
No, my question would be, oftentimes you'll anchor VWAP, VWAP on an earnings day or something like that. When you have my question is just like, when you have a day like today or your day like the 5th, no particular catalyst, but everything does an outsized move. Do you take those capitulation days and throw an anchored up on a day like that? Or is it just reserved to things like, big monster volume spikes or earnings or things along those lines? So something that's kind of what I'm kind of curious about, just to see what his thoughts are. And the best thing about the aftermarket show? Well, there's a lot of good things about it. No, well, if like everything's happening fast, sometimes earnings are going through and maybe you're excited reading an earnings report, you miss something here or there. Hey, you got all evening. You can always go back, rewind it, listen to what Brian says again, or a lot of times when Danielle comes on and she's got her plays and she's looking at options, which maybe you're not as familiar with like I am. But you can always take that time later on in the evening after dinner or whatnot to go watch that 15 minutes of Trader Talk back again if you need to, which is always cool. So that's the reason I asked. I mean, you can prepare for tomorrow by listening to Brian. So there's a heck of a lot to look at. One of the things on a day like today, I have to admit, because you've seen how hard trading is today, right? Even when we're trending, it can be a challenging day to trade. That's why I believe the campus program matters a heck of a lot. So if you are in Canada, if you are passionate about trading, the campus program is back. Unfortunately, it's not for U.S. citizens, but if you're in Canada, this program is for you. It is a free program where you can learn to trade on a professional trading platform, where you get the market basics to start out with, you get one-on-one coaching, you get introduced to this platform, P Pro 8 that I've traded on a long time, many years, that Sean has traded on, that Brendan, Sharif, Adara, Obi, the entire team trades on here, and all the guys in the back, Big Patty Ice. We're all trading on this. We give suggestions for the platform to improve it all the time. It's a great platform for fast execution. You got a great simulator at phase 3 that you go into, as I said, one-on-one coaching all throughout, so that hopefully you can grow every single day, get those bad habits and mistakes out of there if you can. That's about a 4-week program in the simulator. Then you get the chance to go live. I mean, this is what it's all about. You still get one-on-one coaching, trading real money, getting real experience, and possibly getting a funded account. You got goals that you're going to have to meet. No questions asked. You got 16 hours a week of trading that you got to put in. You've got work that you've got to put in there.
Put in that work
to do. There's no question about it, but it's free. All it takes is your time and effort. Trading is hard enough when you don't try to do it the right way. So if you are in Canada and you think this is the program for you, then check out realtrading.com/campus, scan the QR code, check the link in the description of this stream, and sign up, because it fills up very, very quickly, as we always say. And it's a great opportunity for anybody. Like I'll say it, I say this all the time. I've been fortunate. I have always traded on a prop desk where I've had risk managers and the risk system that shuts you down if you go too far, and all that kind of external discipline was given to me, right? Like most traders have to develop all that stuff for themselves. And I think that's why I'm always passionate about this program, because it's a hard game, and if it can be made easier for other people, then I'm all for that. 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Yeah, no, I think that's great. I mean, you got to start somewhere, and I think that it's a good point there, Neil. Bring your A game to the campus program and see if you can come out, victorious. I mean, this is what trading is, right? It's you versus the market, you versus yourself. I mean, you got to make the right trades. You got to hit the right buttons. All right. Well, about that, NVIDIA. Here we go.
Here we go.
I mean, we are time to dance with the devil right here, and it does appear to be not just a pale moonlight, but definitely a bright one, shining right in our face. And all the sell signals are right here, right now. We continue to ignore those, of course, and go long on NVIDIA. So it's coming close to that breaker spot right now. We thought the momentum was going to be to the high side. Seems like it is not, as it continues to fade out. But again, it's just like, it's frustrating because we don't show our nets and everything, but I can just tell you, giving you the truth all the time. Obviously, we're not going to be green today. We don't have one green stock, all red. But as we win on this, and then it comes in, and then we just give it all back. Like the moves are not continuing. Most of these longs, besides this one, had some kind of sort of tailwind pushing them through. Right now, we're not going to sit here and try to catch this, man. We're right at the 50 period, and here we come in right now. We're starting to fall even lower right now. We're going to get out on break lower than this, man. 108.40s. We'll be gone out of this. And again, it's just like, will be slightly red on this last transaction. You know, this was a buy here at, and I'll let Neil come in a second, 72s. And I mean, these outs are 20s, these outs are 14s, these outs are 15s, these outs are 90s, 80s. So it's 20, 30 cents of a win. And right here, we're long at 67s. So we're going to lose again 20 cents on the way back. But the problem is when you lose, you're losing on your full position. So it's like whenever I get out for 20, 30 cents, that's why I try to scalp it out. Can never pick the tops, but apparently we've been pretty good picking the bottoms as the market just continues to go lower right now. Will NVIDIA break that 108 bottom today? I mean, do we just wait for that and say kind of like
The SSR level? What's interesting is that
wait for that?
for Justin to say the exact same thing that we were saying for that level, 107, 10% down, 107.43, it does say something. But here's the point I'm going to make. Like, Tesla's trying to bounce. Win, lose, or draw on this trade, and I'd have to do something stupid, at least now it's starting to go. This will be the first green name that I was long today. It's this simple. AMD today, shorted it, up on AMD. GME went long. I mean, GME doesn't really count the same way the other stocks do, but we took a long on GME, and that's a red stock. Intel was a stock to short today, so green on Intel. Mara was a short today, so green on Mara. Meta was a long today, so red on Meta. Microsoft was a long, I'm talking about for me, I'm not saying in general. Microsoft was a long, so red on Microsoft. NVIDIA, okay, in fairness, I've been in both directions on NVIDIA, but point is all the recent ones were long, and I had actually gotten myself to the point where I had gotten it back, and then I started going long. So that one's red. And then, like I said, Tesla is turning into, okay, fine, I've maybe gotten a couple of better spots to have gotten into Tesla to be green, but it has been that simple. And I cannot remember the last time that was true, where simply every stock that I was only short worked, but that's the kind of day it's been. So Tesla, it did eventually hold this level. It is a key level. Let's not forget this 210.5 level has been something for the last week and a half, right? Like when we're above it, it's good. When we're beneath it, it's bad. You can see like we run away from it. We run away from it. We run away from it. It's just trying to do the same thing in here today. That's what we waited for 210.5 to hold. It held, made a higher low, broke out the top, dipped back into the higher low support, and now it's trying to trend up. We get to 212.5, and I'm getting the you-know-what out of Dodge.
Yeah,
That's the morning range bottom and clear resistance on Tesla. If Tesla wants to go more than that, Tesla can have lots of fun doing so. But I'll just take the bounce off structure, and if we can get through 212 and get to those quarters, then I'm just going to take it. Like, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's a weird saying, but it actually makes sense. Basically, if you get a long that's working on a down day and you have a level that says, hey, that's a pivot spot, I should be taking profit out in front of it, then go ahead and do that. Don't try to hit the home run when, you're up against Nolan Ryan and his curveball's too nasty. Sometimes you just got to look the other way and slap it in the right field and get to first base and do some damage.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully, I don't know where first base is today, but we are going to sit around and try to get somewhere like first base. NVIDIA right now continues its move down. It's funny, Daniel in the chat's like, you got to get bigger on this stock. I don't think so, man. Not today. We have our strategy. If it breaks that sort of wick bottom, we will get out. And again, look, this is just what I want to show you. I've zoomed in. Like, here's the buys all the way down in. So we buy some 70s, some 60s, some 50s. And then there's the out right now again. So some of our outs pretty good. Now we'll wait. I mean, if we almost got stopped out right there. This is just how unbelievably volatile this name is. And I can't even get the words out. 109.50s. I guess we can cancel those right now. I don't want to have too many orders out just to make sure that if I do ever flatten out that it, everything operates properly. So right now, 108.65, we are flat on the trade. If you don't like this trade, I don't blame you. You can get out now for flat. Let's see if there is a move back up. I mean, the futures are almost looking like that flat bottom break there. I'm actually going to cancel that break long on the futures right now, because if it's going to work, then NVIDIA will work, and we'll already have that. Don't need to push double the long right here. I'm almost thinking about this break, because we're going to get out of NVIDIA not near the bottom. But if the Nasdaq takes down this 19,031, it's kind of random area, but that is the low of the day. I don't know. It's getting to the point of the day now where it might not be worth getting too excited about too many more trades. What time is it? 3:25.
Speaking of which,
we still have the imbalances to come through.
Nvidia on the brain.
Nvidia back down
Tesla
again.
just went to the 212. It very, very, very briefly broke 212 and immediately rejected it. So out. I said I'm not looking that gift horse in the mouth. We're just going to take it. We got the break that we wanted. It dipped back into prior support, and it made the move. We got the $0.50, then we got the 212 level. So just keep it on point. If that's as far as it goes, great. If it goes further, maybe there's one last consolidation, or possibly we'll get like a close trade or something like that. Like 350 hits. I mean, I guess in either direction this could happen. But if 350 hits, there's such a big move in the afternoon to the downside that a buy imbalance on one of these names could really have some kind of crazy relief action. So I'm out. We got right into the zone on Tesla, and then we're just going to jump out of the trade. I'm still in Alibaba. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. It was a flat bottom break, but it's a Chinese ADR. So, it broke here, went to resistance, never really did anything. It's trending to the downside, but it's not flying to the downside. And that's because we know in the afternoon, there's usually less volatility in some of the Chinese names. It doesn't mean you can't trade them. It's just that sometimes the moves don't go as much as you're expecting. Earlier in the day, I feel like if you lose that bottom, you probably drop a buck. In this case, you have like a 25, 30 cent move on Alibaba. And Baba's having a bad day, but reminder that Pinduoduo is knocking it out of the park. PDD might take that 100 tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Pinduoduo is having a good day today, and I don't want to ignore this because anytime you have a chart that looks like this, I'm always interested when you try to fill a portion of that gap. And this on the first day, it was $102 that was resistance. On the second day after earnings, it was $102 that was resistance. If this thing can get back and break out 102, that's the kind of long I want. Not to say it'll fill in the gap to $140. Obviously, that's not going to happen when you day trade it. But if it does, $3, $4, $5, that could be fantastic. So good day for PDD. You want to find stocks that were strong on a day like today, because then when you come in tomorrow, they might provide you with a good opportunity for some continuation where you're not fighting what happened here today, and then every chart's going to look relatively weak, obviously.
Yeah, we're getting to that stop out point here on Nvidia as it just keeps on getting lower and lower and lower. I mean, honestly, there it goes. It's pretty depressing that this name just keeps on going to the downside. We took a shot there again. I'm still holding 75%. I mean, what if this just breaks? Again, so it looks like the short would have been fine. Like you go back and forth with it all the time, and it's just like whatever. But here comes 108 again. I held on to a little piece of this just in case that break wasn't for real, but it looks like it was. So we cleaned that out there once it broke 39 or break 40. We got out 30, probably 39s. Here it comes back in, man. It's going to break that 108. That is the bottom of the day, and then we have to wait to see what winds up happening here. As we mentioned, into that 107.40, whatever that was area. Justin said 107.43, but I think it was 107.50 or so.
Well, I said 43 is what I did for 10% exactly.
Right, is that rough area. So, okay, so we can have a quick
within
look.
a penny or...
Yeah, we can have a quick look at that. I'm just going to get out now and just say, okay, let's just wait. Like, I'll probably, if we just break that, then I'll be like, okay. I don't know. Now it feels like you want to go long there. Yeah, I like, thank you, Franco there. Franco really likes when I have dollar winners. Yeah, me too. That is nice. Everyone likes when we hit that dollar club, but today, it would be, I don't think I've lost $1, but I've lost more than that, obviously, here, if you add it all up. But we're kind of just like death by million cuts kind of thing here on Nvidia, and it's just kind of not working out, the longs. The longs have not come back in. It's been just fade everything. And even that TQQ idea that we had was pretty, we've learned our lesson. We left this one alone. But we wrote down here breaking 66 would be something to look at, 62. And we wrote that down when it was up here at 68. So that continues to work out. But right there for the short, do you buy these bottoms? This is what we're dealing with right now again. So so far so good here on the TQs holding the bottom, but it's about to break right now. Nvidia also kind of the same thing right now. So down to 108. Let's see if it holds.
Coin just broke 170. Shout out to, it's Jason in the chat that just pointed that out. Coinbase down 7.5%. It all looks like this. So I don't think Coinbase is somewhat special in what's happening here. But the bleed, I got to show you guys, the Nasdaq on an hourly chart there hasn't been a green candle for the entire day today on the NQ. The ES at least tried a couple of times on the hourly to have a green candle. And then I'm looking over, like the VIX is up at 20. I know 20 is not a big deal, right? Like VIX, wake me up when the VIX is over 30 is usually what people like to say in terms of panic, but it's been straight to the upside on volatility. Bitcoin just tried to hold 58. Actually, no, it's back to 58,000. It's actually holding 58,000 really, really closely, but it just tried to break out the top and pulled back in. There's not a lot that looks really bullish in this moment. And I think when that's happening, wow, look at the flat bottom break that's happening on Coinbase too. Coinbase could test the August 5th low, which is $161. Like that's a reasonable test tomorrow. And that's why be very, very particular, at least attempt to, if you can, with those trades. Just checking back. Tesla's trying to make another higher low. At least it's not when the market is at the lows. It's making some higher lows in here. I tend to think I'd prefer it breaking tops like last time, like make the consolidation, go straight up, break out that top, and then take this one as well for like 212.5. Confirm the strength for me so I'm not buying a dip or buying it on some weakness. I think that can be the trap. Like get it off of that strength and you'll look a heck of a lot better. Alex just said that Apple is holding up. Someone's buying. Maybe buybacks are propping it up. And the scary thing about that, Alex, remember the last 10 minutes of the day, guess what companies can't do? They can't buy back their own stock. So if you think that buybacks are what are propping up something like an Apple in front of a 222, then it gets very scary in the last 10 minutes of the day if we see any sell imbalances, because all of a sudden you're not going to have their algos on the bid trying to hold it up. Apple's levels, Apple's holding the 50-period moving average on the daily. That's about the only thing that makes any sense to me there in terms of making a bottom. There's nothing significant about 222. Easy peasy. I thought I saw the VIX at just 20 now. You're saying 19. But either way, volatility's at the highs. I mean, here goes the market's at the lows.
And NVIDIA, I'm going to try to take this bottom out on NVIDIA. Like, I'm not going to take it out. It's going to go itself. But, and then maybe, 108. Like, I mean, it just wicked up to there, 108.50. I mean, to hold this back 50 cents, maybe to get 50 cents. I mean, that 107.40 area for that bounce. I mean, what if that area is the bounce area, but there's no bounce? People will be caught. And then, I mean, I agree. Sometimes we don't think enough about that no buyback, situation there that can happen for the end of the day. So, it's been a pretty red day here trying to chase some of these names. But, that's Sharif said something like, I forget what it was before about, this is a very risky, like you're here to trade. And sometimes these days just don't work out and they just continue to go down when you're expecting some kind of a flush to stop. It doesn't look like that wants to do it right now. Nasdaq down minus 3% without even the imbalances through yet. I mean, we just bounced off 108, but has it bounced 20 cents? Like, I'm just trying to think to myself, like, if it bounces now at 108, that'll be tragic. Not tragic, but
just doesn't want to get to that.
Like we tried to buy pretty much every level here. We bought 108.50s once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Each time does not work. So, all right, we'll try to go short. First area to try to cover, if we get the short, would be that 107.50. Honestly, or we'll go probably 107.60. Let's go a little bit ahead of that if it does break down. So that's 40 cents. And that's pretty good ratio. I mean, we just touched out at 109.40. That little wick there is 50. These tops are 31s, 32s. Feel like that risk is well appropriate. Let's see if it comes to the downside right now. Here goes NVIDIA. Sort of hands off this. Let's just get punched in, and we have our targets to the downside. We may miss. I'm only crossed down 10 cents. So are people getting liquidated here? I think we'll find out very soon.
You know what? I tend to think that like this far down late in the day,
people are already liquidated.
Yeah,
then we should go long. That's the whole thing.
That's the problem. That's exactly the problem. Is like usually, are you really getting big stop outs at 3:30 at the end of the day? And I always come back to not usually. No. That's just not usually how it works. So it's an easy way to talk yourself out of that kind of thing. But then I also said I would short the first available pop in Intel. Just to remind everybody, it hasn't done anything but just more and more slowly grind to the downside. It just hasn't happened. It's not really letting you in. If this breaks $20, I'm not shorting $19.99 on Intel. That's way too big of an obvious level where I think you can fail. But as long as we have time to 350, if there is a move up, this is one that I wanted. I'm trying to look. I thought AMD was like super weak. Like maybe that's one for a short. Look how steady this is. This is your chance to get in. You know, when I'm looking at Amazon above VWAP, or, you know, the names that we were trying to trade. I mean, I was also trying to trade Tesla a little bit there. Thankfully,
AMD.
that one worked. And in the chat, I was basically just saying in the chat, like for every one good long I had, or sorry, every one good short I had today, I had a bad long and then a couple of extra. And that's the thing. Just not enough shorts. AMD, you just had to hold it. But the way I like to trade, there was like, where's the re-entry into it? Like you had some obvious ones early, and then it just was not easy to find your way in. Look at that bleed. That is linear. It is controlled. Like, it's nothing out of control about the way AMD is going down the last 4% of this move. But it is going down and further and further and further.
I mean, NVIDIA broke. We're short. I mean, honestly, like, wow, we're in the money 20 cents or not even anymore. Like, let's see what happens. Back and forth here. Like, I lowered my shares on this because it's like, okay, I'm going to go short at 335 at the bottom of the day. You know, like every bottom though has been broken so far. So I you know, if this one goes, we've lowered our shares. We're going to see if we can get that bid down there at 107.50. So a take of, and here it comes right back up, maybe there it goes, right? Like 108.50 maybe. We did cross down and get that. I mean, it's a fine print. We get basically the max pain level. We got 107.90. It only went down. I mean, what is the, of course, our thing says 106 there is the low, which it's not. 77's basically the low there. It looks like it hit it twice or so. Maybe that's the same candle, but 107 and change there, 107.77, the low on that one. We're not super stressed out about this position. We were going to take more shares, but you know, just looking at it, let's get short, hoping that there's some kind of a reaction here. Like that's the idea. And if there's no reaction, there's no reaction. Honestly, we have our stop out areas and we're comfortable with them. So we'll put another bid there at the low of 80 or whatever that was. Hopefully we get one more flush for NVIDIA. And if this is where it wants to hold, then honestly, man, just pour me a scotch or something. Because at the end of the day, you know, we'll tip our hats to NVIDIA, which just goes, yeah. We had at our friend's house, I was trying to scam into some McAllen 15.
Oh, you're not telling the whole story. We did our fantasy football draft on Sunday.
Yes, we did.
And the buddy whose house he did it, the guy, he's not really much of a drinker. Like, so all of the good stuff in his house, he has no idea what he has. His wife just gets it all. So he essentially just only had 2 bottles of scotch, right? I think it was a Black Label.
Yep.
And there was a McAllen 15. And so Sean, being gracious and actually a nice person, asked him, which one should we open? To which he's like, I have no idea. We're just like, oh my goodness. Okay, so you have the $500 bottle.
The lesser one.
We opened the lesser one because
it was a good idea. That bottle was polished off.
Yeah, we crushed it.
Yeah, you guys might need to see somebody. I mean,
obviously his wife had bought the McAllen for a special thing, and if we had opened it, that would have been the last time the draft.
So I think the story is that he gets bottles given to him a lot, right? Like.
That's not his. I
think someone gave that.
I think it's hers.
Hers? Is she a drinker? I have no idea. I guess if you're married to him, you're a drinker. Oh, send that to him.
No. I respect anybody. Like, whatever. No one has to drink alcohol. I respect it sometimes. We busted
I rarely drink, man. I don't even.
But I'll throw it. Here's the problem with this dude's situation is, you know what? If you don't enjoy a good drink every now and then, and your 2 quarterbacks in a 2 QB league happen to be Baker Mayfield and Bryce Young, you're gonna be drinking by the end of the season.
Yeah,
bro.
he needs.
That's for sure.
You need to get the cheap stuff for that.
You need all the drinks.
You need to get the cheap stuff.
It's all right. I'm gonna take a shot. Like, Intel just keeps breaking lower, and I keep thinking I'm shorting the pops, so I'm just gonna short it into $20. And if it breaks back above this local bottom, just got taken out, was the 15s, so be it. The stock just keeps bleeding to the downside. It just did this candle down, and everything has looked pretty nasty the entire day. Maybe this is where we make a bottom. I want to acknowledge ARM just had one of the bigger moves to the downside, breaking some lows. And I looked over like, well, do I like ARM as it's breaking to the downside? And then I remembered 122. So ARM is a no, because 122 was a big, big deal for this stock. Just look at it down here, 28, 29 at the end of the month. Clearly, that's more of a bounce zone for ARM. And it's just a different looking chart than Intel. It's above the 200-period moving average. People actually want to own it, even though it's ridiculously overvalued. Intel looks like that. So let's see if it gets down into 20 even. If it gets to 20 even, then that'll be at 1-to-1. I'm just going to sit there at 1s and 2s. And if we get it, we get it. If it breaks 15s, I'm jumping out. Bobble's not doing anything. Hertz Scrambler just said Lilly down. What isn't down today? Yeah, Eli Lilly, low of the day. Surprise.
Yeah.
On a day like today,
caught on this.
everything is just bleeding. And you know what? They were having a good morning at the market. And I've said this a few times. When you can have strong relative names, but at some point when the market does 3% down on the Nasdaq and 2.25% on the ES, and every sector's taking it in the and PPI data, like it wasn't that bad. You're going to have bleed in a lot of places that you haven't seen it. And the CMG's down. Walmart, which had been pretty strong. Walmart just broke the lows of the day. It doesn't matter. You're not hiding anywhere today for the longs. There's just been no place to go unless Rolati just said VZ's not bleeding. Verizon? Okay, maybe you can hide into Verizon. Verizon's at the high of the day for reasons unknown.
So here's the picture right here. So this is our draft. So you can see here. I guess we all like blue jerseys, as you can see here.
Well,
I'm wearing the Calvin. You've got the Bills.
Why aren't you in a Packers jersey?
I could have worn I always wear Packers.
You don't even have any Detroit guys.
Well, you know why? Because Marvin Harrison. So I wanted to take Megatron, like the nether elite wide receiver.
I got you. It makes sense.
You see what I'm saying?
Because you had the third pick. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, this is our crew here. He's got the scotch. He's got the scotch right there. There's some scotch right there, as you can see. So yeah, that's it. That's it, man.
Shout out to the butler.
We've all been friends for a very, very long time. This is all from Brampton, et cetera, et cetera. As you can see, here's the butler.
There's the butler. So if you finish last in our pool, you have to...
He did a cold plunge.
Oh, he did a cold plunge. That's right.
Right. He did the cold plunge.
Yo, he took that like a champion.
But I thought people like cold plunge.
No, he did the cold plunge like a champ. Straight up. I think so. I mean,
he did it.
He had to do 3 minutes.
I said I'm not doing
plunge.
it unless there's the doctors in the building.
I'm not.
There was.
Well,
there was a doctor.
If you've never done a cold plunge, essentially it's just like a crazy ice bath. If you've never done it before, it is very, very shocking to the system.
Those are high school friends, correct?
Yeah.
We've been in this pool for 20 years.
Isn't that long?
We've been at. I think it's been longer.
I guess it was because right after we got out of university, we probably started a couple of years in.
We'll find out how long that's been. It's been a minute. Okay, so here we go. Let's go finally. Money. Hate you, NVIDIA. I hate you with... No, actually, I really like you. I mean, the returns on NVIDIA have been nice for the longer term portfolio. But for today, it's been downside movement there in the portfolio or in the day's net right there. But we'll finally go pat ourselves on the back there because we do get a chicken dinner winner for everybody on that short. So right now, it's not even like it's huge, but finally we're able to hold it. We did punch 108 short. We did average it back in. Our stop is now up at 108.50, where the 50 period moving average is. And I don't, honestly, man, we're coming into these imbalances. With my luck, NVIDIA's been a sell for a very, very long time, but I just feel like for today, and you should never speak negatively. I never know what's going to happen, but wouldn't it be just fantastic if it comes a sell imbalance? We may be out of this by then. I mean, if it breaks that level, we are out. But if it comes a sell imbalance, oh my. So anybody has some sort of a insight on that would be nice. But for right now, downside doesn't look aplenty here. We have MGA's a bid. My Lumen Technologies there, a sell. I'm trying to see if there's any like tech names on here. I mean, Nike's a small little bid right here. We can see what's happening. Ooh, I sold Nike last week. Well, obviously everything's down, so it doesn't
Every
matter.
sell last week.
Any sell last week is a good one. All right, new was there. That was a great bid last week. We sort of talked about that one as the NYSE comes down now today, down 0.74. Looks like there's going to be a small sell imbalance on Oh no, sorry, it's a buy because that's from 9:30. That's the most recent one there. A bid. I don't really see any tech names on here, so we're sort of flying blind a little bit here with, see, there goes NVIDIA right back up. So we took some out there for sure on the downside. And yeah, we did spin the money because we were starting to capture some profits down there. So let's see if NVIDIA continues the heart attack mode and waits for those imbalances. I'm getting the feeling that these imbalances might be buys.
The logical thing when you have an extreme move like this would be like some buying dips and short covering into the auction. If you were just like, we lean on it all day long, put it into just throw it into the auction. And that's where you have liquidity. Like there hasn't been much reason to get out of short. Like look at the chart of Intel. I just happen to be on Intel, but it doesn't matter. I can show you, I'm looking up. I'm seeing the same thing on every one of the charts I'm looking at right now. Like this is Tesla's chart today. Like, when have they lost control? So if it does break out, I got a 15 stop that I'm going to tighten up to probably 12 or 13. On Intel, just tagged 2004 and couldn't break any lower. Tesla, thank goodness. I mean, Tesla was looking strong. Remember, like, Tesla was breaking out, went 11 to 12, held that 2050, and next thing you know, you're right back at the low of the day. It's been a short to pop situation. Like, even if you've been right long, you've been wrong because it's just been a better short. That's the way I like to think about today. Shaggy 937, NVIDIA did not go SSR. That was 104. It never hit 10%. It's 107.43. So
Which one? Oh.
And NVIDIA has not gone. I don't think isn't a single name that I'm looking at that we trade that has gone short sell restricted today. It would have been NVIDIA. That would have been the only one. I'm going to jump out of Alibaba because like all it gave you on this break was essentially a move into 82. Brief break of 82. I'm just going to get on the bid of 82 again because Chinese ADRs don't move that much, and we have 15 minutes to go in the day.
Yeah, I feel like that's the right thing to do. All right, so right here, let's go NVIDIA. It just bled right down, and we'll say thank you very much and go bang on that one. Like, we were starting to get in trouble a little bit there to the upside. We did not average back in, man. We've already talked about what our expectations are for this stock, and expectations or not, we have that 107, 60, 50-ish area. I'm sure we can, did you actually calculate, or that was a guess? Because someone in the chat could definitely.
No, I put it.
Oh, you did? Okay,
yeah.
So 107.50-ish area?
Yeah, it's just under
43-ish. Okay, so we'll see as sort of a target zone there for NVIDIA. We're short. We just got some more out as it dripped down in, and we have now half of this position. So even if it gets stopped out there at the 50 period, which we might have to adjust.
Might be worth looking at new. Anytime you have. Anytime you see, and if you weren't watching on Friday, this isn't going to make as much sense. Anytime you have a monster imbalance on a month end or index action, if it moves like a huge imbalance and it moves big, sometimes the next trading day you might see an imbalance as well. So I just got out of BABA. Intel just tagged 20 even again, so it's trying to break lower. But NU did that big imbalance. Sometimes you'll see the other direction. Like it was a big buy on Friday, like maybe you see a big sell come in, and it might be tradable at 350. So I'm going to have NVIDIA and NU as the names I'm looking at 350 when the imbalances drop. If there happens to be like a relief sell on this thing, as is what it did on Friday. Like it was a big buy and balance, I think like 90 million, 85 to 90 million, something in that range, which is huge. And that's the move it made. Did a 2% move to the upside. Almost top to, I mean, if you got it right away, almost a 2%.
We're starting to go, Neil. There it is right there. So we are, I mean, you're dead on right now. Obviously, you've calculated it, so good look on that one. Here we go. Let's go. Spin it, spin it, spin it. Bang, 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 bang right now for NVIDIA. There's the target. Oh, man. All right.
It is now 10%.
Now it is. So there it is. Yeah, so 107.40, you're exactly right. So there it is, a nice little bounce. Let's get another piece out. Boom, 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 boom. That's exactly what we're talking about. You guys were wondering about this. When would this come through? And there it is, man. Your boy is now back finally where he belongs, into a short position. For the first time, we do not get that stubborn. We just took some out there in the 30s. Again, when this name fell down, that was the look that we're looking for. Flush down on NVIDIA before the imbalances. We get it. Now we could see that bounce back, right? I'm going to take another piece out of, I just tried to get 57s, did not get it. Nice little bounce back. There is the SSR bounce. So what that means is now you cannot hit the bid. So you now have to only get short off the ask, meaning that someone's got to run the stock into you. And if there's no buyers, then yeah, you're going to, there we go. Oh, what just happened there? All right, well, I feel like this is what's happening. Did you get long down there? Because I was just covering. That was a good one.
It's 348. If it was 330, it's not in front of 350. Not in front of 350.
Okay, so this is for Kyle. Right there, the gates of hell opens up. Thank you for the $10 there, big Kyle Burdett. But yeah, okay, so that happened. We got filled. I mean, our best fill down there on NVIDIA. Yeah, 32. So I don't know how low it got, but we were sitting there ahead of 25s. That's a 32 print. Feel like that might have been
29.
The low. Right, so boom.
Basically.
Oh, good on.
Jesse Barfield to Magic Johnson?
I don't know. We're short at 95. I don't think any Blue Jay was number 95. But here's about maybe.
There always is.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Minor league.
Minor leaguer. Yeah, okay. But there it comes in right now. Good bounce back. I feel like we nailed this stock twice, man. I mean, we called this potential bounce for SSR, and we also called that it would go SSR. So that was good outs, man. I mean, we knew that was going to flush. Good outs there at the 30 level. We still have a piece of this. I'm fine with it. but these imbalances coming out, we never want to be too involved when there are these imbalances. So I'll put another piece down, like in the 60s, in case that is a sell imbalance. We'll take some more pieces out on the way down, but so far so good there. We still have a target to get out if it does start to rip. 108.50s right there as our out, the 50-period moving average. But here we go with only 30 seconds left. Yeah, it looks like it might be a buy.
If it's a buy and balance, I might go for a long here in NVIDIA.
I think that would make sense. So we're starting to slowly get out of that one, but there it is, man. I don't know, guys. Anybody that's saying
sometimes you got to switch it up, right? Flip it up.
Well, flip it up
and reverse
it. Just that's for sure.
What the heck does she say in the next line?
It's backwards what she says.
I know, and I always forget what it actually.
All right, here we go. Coming out right now.
Right,
are these imbalances? We'll have a quick look. I'm just going to see activated. Only have the Nasdaq ones out now. We'll see. God, Apple's a huge buy. Apple's Nvidia's a huge buy as well. 5 million to buy. So. You know it's not your day. Like that goes the other way, we get 30 cents lower. But here goes NVIDIA. We're still fine. We're still at that level, 108.50. If it takes it, it takes it. That'll just sort of wrap up.
And it instantly goes down.
Yeah, but did it really?
So it broke the local high. Yeah, I'm not fighting that one. If it was closer to 107.5, I think that's good. But remember what I say about these. If you go long, you're getting the algo top, so you got to be careful with it because you're not getting the bottom on an imbalance move. So I went for it to break. It tried to break, but if it doesn't hold, I got to get out of that. You're not getting it down here. You're getting it up there. I mean, I'm just talking about the entry point that I'm going to grab. And it was a buy imbalance of like 4 million. It's already pared down to 1.2. So when I see that, it's like, no, forget it. 1.2 million is nothing. It was 4 million right away, instantly pared down to 1. That's a reason to get out. 1 million is nothing on NVIDIA. 4, 5, 6 million is going to matter, but not that small number on NVIDIA. Intel is a buy and balance, but 2 million shares on Intel. It's a $20 stock. Apple is a big one. 2 million shares to buy on Apple. And then AVGO, Broadcom, 1.3 to buy on Broadcom. So those are the two with, I think, decent size imbalances. A bit of a surprise. Broadcom's at the low of the day, like all the other chip names. Apple is holding on to 222. Oh, wow, this one at 221?
Apple
went to 221. Now it's pulled back $1 here. But yeah, wow. There's some prices that we didn't think we'd see.
I feel comfortable with 221.
Well, compared to everything else, Apple's above the 50 period on the daily.
We just got 87s.
It's a heck of a lot better than a lot of other stocks right now.
All right, we just got 87s on it. Yeah.
Easily.
All right, so there it is. There's 87s again. If you don't believe me, we just got it. All right, so we'll wait to see now what's happening over here. Just a quick look if there was some new holding size coming through. There is not. We have Intel, Apple. We already talked about some of those coming through. Microsoft, wow, 1 million bid. Adara normally puts it in there. There it is there. So it's 3.2 billion to buy. Nasdaq is over 2 billion. Mag 7 about a milli. So yeah, Microsoft trying to get that bounce side as well. And you can see sort of the action, right? I mean, if you're short, you're cruising here. You're like, oh yeah, we're finally short. And then those imbalances come up and it washes about $1.50 to the upside. So you got it. There's NVIDIA now. Now NVIDIA is a sell, but you're not, I'm surprised that it's going up, but there it is right there. Sell. So at 355, maybe we'll get it flipped up again, but we've just been taking some out. So I don't know if you can, I mean, obviously you can see all these ticks here. Let's just give it a minute, man. Maybe this name does continue to get lower and lower. NVIDIA right now trying to make that bottom go. Oops, my AirPods just disconnected.
Dun, dun, dun. Every now and then. They're still more reliable than the ones we have before.
Oh, no, I think they might have ran out of batteries, actually. Yeah. So.
Got to get that juice back. It's been a long day. Someone's buying ARM into the close, Junior Sun. Someone's buying a lot of things. Even Alibaba just popped now, but ARM catches a bid. There's that 122 on ARM. Somebody likes $122 on ARM. Don't take my word for it. 122 on ARM last week. That was the bottom. There was one wick underneath in the aftermarket on, if you can't figure out, remember when NVIDIA reported? Yeah, that's the only time it broke 122. So to me, that doesn't even count. It was the aftermarket, and it was during big earnings. But 122 on ARM down 7%. And it goes right there on a dime, or 2 pennies actually, 122.02. So this is a level to watch tomorrow. Didn't trade any ARM today, but 122 looks like a good one tomorrow. I did get out. Intel held $20 because it's $20. Actually, it ticked $19.99 to be technical, but it's holding on to $20 for dear life. And if you haven't noticed, Intel also failed its post-earnings resistance level. It was trying to break it out on Friday, failed that again today. So a retest of the lows would be logical. The next bottom is 19.5, and then the absolute low is like 18.85. If we don't get above $20, to me, that's where those are the places that you're headed to. But I'm not trading this one unless something drastic happens at 355. I'm going to get out of Dodge. Try to stay away from anything when nothing is really setting up at the close. I wanted NU to have something, but there wasn't an imbalance on new. And then NVIDIA just did not have a big buy imbalance. It was 4 instantly paired to 1. And now all of a sudden, I think it's actually even a sell imbalance. So no trade for NVIDIA in the last 5 minutes. But we'll let you guys know what happens. O'Reilly's moving around. All right, B. Riley's making a move again. Into the
be
close.
aware of B. Riley.
But this stock, I don't know what made there was a go take private offer for $7 by I believe the chairman, and now the stock trades at $5, and now it's going up on some more rumors. So this one always moving around on some deal rumors, B. Riley, but it did just spike 10% and looks like it's going to close at some highs. No trade though.
I mean, NVIDIA with a decent sell there, but all we did was get 90 bids, so we'll take 93 bids now. We're just getting these out for flat. I mean, they're small wins, but honestly, on a day like today, who really cares? We're going to get out at 108.30 if it breaks that. Well, now we would put at 108.40. I thought that this move, we have over 40 million, 30 million. The print's going to be now 35 million right there to sell on NVIDIA. So it's going to be a big boy print that comes through. I'm actually surprised this name is not falling
30. That's a huge
right now. So there's a big sell imbalance coming maybe for it, but this probably flips up over to a bid. So we're being a little stubborn trying to hold on to this, but we don't have that many shares left. Would like to see this come back in to the
just
downside.
went to 1.6. No, it's back. It's over.
It's not. I'm not really worried about it. I'll get punched out where I get punched out. There's only 4 minutes to go. We're going to give this up to 108.30s break. That's the 50 period. We've been fine. We're out of a lot of it now. So if it goes down, we'll make a little bit. But if it doesn't, we'll lose a little bit. And that's been fine for us this afternoon. So we'll be red in the afternoon, I guess, primarily because of NVIDIA, I guess. What else did we didn't really trade anything else, right? We didn't trade the Qs. 61.50. Okay. That's going to be a level there. We'll have to look at that tomorrow. We didn't trade Palantir. Palantir down. I just thought I saw Palantir down 9%. Of course, that was NVIDIA. Palantir down to $30. That could be a level tomorrow. We didn't trade that this afternoon. And then we got in and out of Tesla real quick. So it's really just been the NVIDIA show for me here. And not much. We shorted there. We shorted that break. We tried to go long. Everything was fine. So yeah, net, man, it's going to be a pretty flat afternoon for us, despite it was really right into here as soon as 2 o'clock hit. It's these trades at 109 that we wound up losing on when it broke 108.50, and we battled with 108.50. I feel like tomorrow this stock is going to be a lot higher. We don't hold after market, so we have to be flat at roughly 4 o'clock, 4:05-ish every single day. So we'll have to wait to see where this name eventually prints. But hands off for now. I have lower bids, but they're obviously not going to fill.
Before we go into the close here, I think we have a Dara at the desk up for some news.
Nice volume push here for ADM. Archer Daniels Midland getting its second largest candle of the day here on the 3-minute chart as we head into the close. New CFO here, Manish Patawala, saying that he's been touring some of these locations and meeting with employees. This is at the Barclays conference. Archer Daniels Midland has been a little bit embattled as of late with various accounting issues here. So new CFO making some comments here, apparently well received by the market as we get a bit of a volume move into the close, guys. There
you go. Where's Alfred? And he loves the Archer Daniels meeting. That Midland, that's Sharif's good friend, Alfred, the value investor. So I wonder if he still likes the value in that name. If you're a value investor, days like today, you're probably just like gobbling up anything that's at a price that you like, that you think is a good value.
For long term.
Although when the ES is so close to the highs, are there going to be that many values up here? You can always find something. I don't know how many there might be on like a PE basis. So only 2 minutes to go. Sorry, less than 2 minutes to go. I can tell you that NVIDIA is still a sell at 2.4 million. So you're still a sell imbalance. It's just not moving. It's going sideways off the 108 level. A lot of things did bounce. Like Intel bounced up to 2015. Even Alibaba got a little bit of a bounce there. I'm looking at Tesla. Tesla got off a 209.5. It broke 210, 209.5 to get back into 211. Well, that's not bad. And then Apple was the one that was a buy and bounce, held on to 221. This looks relatively strong here at the close, bouncing like $1.50 back into the afternoon resistance levels for Apple with just 1 minute to go. It's been a wild day today and a wild start to a holiday shortened week. We had a lot of economic data this week. We got Broadcom earnings. You're going to have Zscaler tonight. Make sure you tune into the aftermarket show because it's not just the earnings you'll get to, but Sean's going to have Brian Shannon on.
Yes.
So remember, it's Tuesday today, so it's Brian Shannon today.
That's right.
You want to make sure you tune in for that. I at least did not say that it was Monday in the afternoon show. I did it like 3 times this morning, but I managed to not make that mistake in the afternoon. So not a bad close for something like Apple here. Still down 3%.
How long?
Like Apple just gave you like almost a 1% bounce, and it's still down 3 points here. Intel, you can say whatever you want about there being buying at the end of the day. On very good volume, biggest candle since the open, it did go green, but that's not the story of the day for Intel. Intel down 9%, which is saying something when you're already down as much as it had been. Let's get this countdown on for Tuesday. Adara, here we go in 4, this is wrong, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it now. And now the market is closed.
And now it's closed.
And where are we at here? 3.12% to the downside on the Nasdaq. 2% on the ES. I guess that's not really all that bad. I should have been on. Where did NVIDIA end up closing? Looks like 107.
Yeah, we got a 91 there at the end. So
91?
Turned out to be okay.
Okay.
So, but at the end of the day, yeah, NVIDIA just holds 108.
Yeah.
It's going to be an interesting spot tomorrow.
Well remembered, it was down 10% today. That means NVIDIA is short sell restricted tomorrow.
Oh, man.
And that makes it a little bit more wild. I can't remember the last time we said that. I mean, I remember like Tesla had a good day a while back when it had an SSR day, and the next day was a fantastic one. Don't forget to ask Brian about anchoring VWAP on days like today. So look, it's been an unbelievably wild day in the markets. There's no question about it. Volatility was through the roof. It didn't matter what you were looking at. Nothing could escape the bleed. We looked at the VIX breaking out of highs, and this can be a bit telling. I know you're not at crazy levels here. You need to get a lot higher. We were at 60 on that capitulation Monday or the manic Monday or whatever the heck you're calling it on the beginning of August. But you are creeping up. There's certainly that, as we had Justin Zaks from Mumu mention, you had the potential slowdown in China and oil prices going down. So you're getting it from all ends here. A name like Walmart couldn't even hold up on a day like today. Like a place where you've been able to hide so well. It's just been bleed to the downside. You had this breaking lows. Eli Lilly couldn't hold. Healthcare has been a good place sometimes to find some relative strength. So pretty much everything was nasty. Gatorman, you're not the first person to say Teladoc was strong. So you got me. You're going to make me look. And if Teladoc is in the dumps, like I would have suspected it would be on a day like today, no, Teladoc is very strong. A $7 stock, however. So congratulations to anybody that was long Teladoc off the bottom today. You got yourself a good move. Shout out to everyone in the chat in our community, but a big shout out to both Fabian and Ramin. But in the afternoon, Fabian on the 1s and 2s all by himself. Ramin had to take off. So shout out to you there. Big shout out to the Midday crew, Dara and Sharif, locking it down with trends as the lesson of the day. Pretty apt today to have trends be your lesson of the day. And a big shout out to Brennan. Brennan's back. So he's back on the desk this morning enjoying that vacation. But you know what you got to do? Get it off my ugly mug. There he is. It's Brennan right behind me. Get it off my ugly mug. We got the aftermarket recap show. Lots to go over. And you've got Sean, and you've got Brian Shannon, you've got some Zscaler earnings, and a whole lot to cover. So get right to it.
At Gulp, what a day. I didn't even notice this. The MSOS, marijuana sector, upside today. So that's going to be one of the only ones that we're going to look at today. UNG also up. But boy, oh boy, was that a day today to not remember. I mean, NVIDIA really started the day off. Thank you so much for everybody joining us here today as we watch out for this market and more downside plays into the rest of the day. We had USO. I mean, we're going to go over everything. USO down 4 today. Oil down 4%. OIH down. The oil handlers down. The semis down 7.6%. What was gold? Was gold spared at all? Gold down 0.4. That looks like it's okay. We will welcome Brian Shannon coming through very, very soon, okay? No recession. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be true or not, says Justin there in the chat. But the Nasdaq themselves today get hit. When was the last time we saw the Nasdaq down 3%? Well, guess what? I don't know if that's today, was down 2.96. Yeah, Ackman always does that, man. So I guess it's not going to end the day down 3%, but I'm not sure where it was exactly at 4 o'clock. But down 3% today goes the Nasdaq. And it's an ugly candle for sure. We started off September not properly. Obviously, a nice little downside move. If and when I log into Twitter, I'll be able to show you some things that I had tweeted out today, especially noticing that, hey, September is always the week. Well, the start of September, and I'm going to show you in a second, has been the weakest start to any month. And that does happen again today with the Nasdaq pushing to the downside. SPY, again, down 1.99. Well, you might say, okay, well, a lot of that, there's some big equal weighted parties here like Nvidia and Microsoft and Apple that started this move to the downside. So let's look at the equal weights, right? Well, the RSP today does better. There's no doubt about that. Hold on a second. I just got to log into my Twitter here and probably did it wrong. Right there, we did it right. It's going to come in a second. The equal weight down 1.3%. So that's not as bad. Hold on a second. I just got to get this going. 629. Right there. Okay, we are now logged into Twitter. We'll have to show you some interesting things coming out in a minute. KRE down. Hey, you know what's been great? There's that KRE little break level. That's funny that never disappears. XLF. We talked about what goes up potentially coming down, but not really today, man. Nice move to the downside there for XLF, but really held out. Only 0.57 there into the downside. So nice little break side down. All right, this is what I wanted to show you here. We tweeted this out. The S&P 500, maybe I can zoom in just a, there it is. Zoom in just a little bit more here. So this is the first day of the month, drops 1+% since 1953. So as you can see here, September by far, the biggest day, the biggest first day of the month to drop more than 1%. It's happened 14 times since 1953. And obviously we can see that that's hit one more time there today. So that's pretty interesting. And then also we will talk about Bitcoin as well. But if you're going to be over here in the crypto side of things, Bitcoin September, again, total monthly returns. And I stole this from somebody, so I didn't build this, but total monthly returns for Bitcoin, you could see right here. Month of August, right there. Sorry, month of August, minus 6.4 median, but average 0.24 up, 4.78 to the minus. No other months. The only other negative month for Bitcoin has been June, down 0.35. So September, a huge outlier there for BTC. And you can see there today, not sparred at all, Bitcoin trading to the downside. Let's just refresh this on Binance and get a quick little look here to see where Bitcoin is right now. No, I do not want to log in. 58. So Bitcoin has a move to the downside there today, trying to hold out, but that move 56 and change for BTC coming into play. I just don't want to lose the screen if I do this. No, I do not. So we'll zoom back out there a little bit, trying to hold that bottom. It looks like we did have a nice little bounce up. This again on a daily chart there, obviously to start the year up to 73. And now look, we're trying to hold on to 57,000 now for BTC as that falls in again today. Let's get an exact look from IBIT. How much were we down today on IBIT? Okay, so only down 1%. Actually, that's pretty reasonable there. We were looking at Bitcoin. The name to look at would have been Coinbase as Coinbase continued its plunge down. We looked at a 178 break and we said if it breaks that 180 mark, we would be in trouble. And that's exactly right there for a Coinbase. Now well under the 200 period moving average. And it just hit that last week. So 199 downside move for Coinbase. There's a lot of traders that have been talking nice about Bitcoin. I know our friend there that's going to be joining us in just a minute, Brian Shannon, talked about Bitcoin, talked about Ethereum. We can get his opinion on that again as well, but looks to be losing the top there, Bitcoin. Mara, unfortunately, has technical issues as it does not the company, but the stock there does not break above, and now you get that cross between the 200 and the 50. Nice downside push there for Mara, but you're getting into a level again where maybe you buy these dips on Mara. We'll look out for below on this one, 28% short float for MARA. All right, this segment is brought to you by Mumu. You can see it on the chat there, but I do want to talk about Benzinga because right there, GitLab reports right now, and GitLab is out. So let's have a quick look at GitLab right now. 15 cents beats that 10 cent to the high side there. Sales also beating. Zscaler there as well. 88 cents beats 69. Sales also beating. So let's have a quick look. Maybe this market wants to rally a bit right now. So let's go over there and check out Zscaler to see exactly what's happening. Let's switch over to the 1 minute chart. Downside for Zscaler, so we'll slap a fail on that one initially. Then the other one was GTLB, potentially bad guides, but GitLab, a nice move upside right now. That's nice to see right here. Okay, so here's Zscaler on the guide. So Zscaler's guide right now sees adjusted Q1 EPS of 62 to 63, revenues of 604 to 606, which we do not have the expected, but that must be a little lower right now for Zscaler. So there's the guide, trading lower following Q4 earnings. So Zscaler downside, GitLab, there's the adjusted. We'll wait to see what the forward look is on GitLab. But so far, not the greatest for Zscaler, but GitLab trying to get up to 48. Where does that look like for GTLB? You'd like to see it get above that 55 marker. Hopefully that can come through at some point as well. GitLab right now just back up to the 50-period moving average. So nice move there, but Zscaler going the other way. What you're looking for Zscaler, I guess, is to hold this 156. We're not there yet though, guys. We're at 181. So Zscaler right now back to the downside there. We talked about this with Justin Zacks from Moomoo actually, where he mentioned Zscaler, talking about some AI plays. We have Broadcom, Zscaler coming through again. Aren't these guys, custom computing programming services. So should be an AI play there as well. Into security, I believe a little bit, but Zscaler downside right there as well. Wow, Dr. Copper not saved at all today. Copper to the downside as well. There is a lot of blood in the streets today, and I'm not sure where it's going to stop. When Brian comes on, we'll ask him quickly about his thoughts regarding that. All right, so let's just review some other names here. We talked about a little bit about indexes, man. Marijuana, Donald Trump on, was it Saturday? I'm not sure. We had a long weekend there. Did talk nicely about getting Florida all fixed up. Doesn't want to see, the streets looking the way they are. Talking about getting some of these drugs, especially cannabis, approved and not at that Schedule 1 or whatever it is. Get it going there. Promise to do something about that. So you do get a nice move up there. XLP trying to hold out there again on consumer staples. Where did Tesla wind up today? That could have been a name that we looked at. 1.45 to the downside, but Tesla still holding out okay for now. But not much else spared at all. Real estate. Actually, I believe it was Brian that actually brought this to our attention as well. We can come over to the screen whenever you get a second. Yeah, man. Top side move for XLE right now, the real estate ETF. I also remember the XBI was the one that was also talked about. Look at this, failed breakout. Sometimes you can take the other side on failed breakouts. All right, Fabian, what I want to do now is maybe you can if you're doing something, just keep it on this screen here for a minute, and we'll talk about this real quickly. Tuesday marked a very rough day to the beginning of the month, man. The usual volatility that hit September definitely hit today. Look at the board today. Apple down 2.72%. Both major indices and the Russell selling throughout the day. Bitcoin, historically weak in September, held a little bit, but did break below that 60,000. Semiconductors, man, definitely on watch. That's this little area right now. Obviously being led by NVIDIA, but look at Broadcom, AMD, both down 7 and 6% respectively. SMCI, again, downside as well. CEO addressed the company's recent troubles in a letter to the board. So we'll find out about SMCI downside. Qualcomm down 6. It's Boeing today, guys. Boeing not sparred, down 7% plus on BA as that hits it out. Look at Walmart. What a surprise for Walmart as that continues to tick higher. $77 coming through for Walmart. Barely positive or just negative at 0.08. Procter down or up 1.74. That's nice to see that for Procter. Again, economic data releases today. Final PMI manufacturing print for August and ISM manufacturing as well. Stronger than expected manufacturing employment index. The technology sector severely underperformed and got hit to the downside. But Eli Lilly today holds up okay, only down 0.36. Names like Procter & Gamble, Coke, and Pepsi all help the consumer staple side of things get back there to the upside. So the stock heat map, a little red today, but there are pockets of strength, including some of the healthcare and consumer non-durables there hitting the market. So again, you do want to make sure that you are well diversified. I mean, sitting there in PepsiCo, Pepsi's kind of a good stock. We talk about the GLP-1s and what that's going to affect, but it looks like that might have been overblown down in there to 160 as PEP, Pepsi, tries to get back upside. And you would think Procter & Gamble would be one of the biggest names affected by GLP-1s and people sort of cutting out snack food. No. Nice upside move there for Procter. The demise of some of these names, maybe well documented, but not well received, as it's a nice upside move there for Procter & Gamble. Yeah, Pepsi up nicely as well there today. So yeah, the crypto market definitely got hit a little bit today. Here's a little overview of crypto markets. Again, Binance Coin slightly up. Ethereum down 2.5%. I don't know how well you guys can see that. Banana Coin, TON, we talked about that a couple of times. Some of these random names, but it's the big guys right there. Again, Bitcoin holding out pretty good, man. Bitcoin down 0.58, Ethereum 2.5, Solana down 1.38. So some of the crypto actually is pretty relatively healthy, I feel like. But again, if you're looking at IBIT right now, there it is, pushing off of the 200 period. Still trying to hold out there. Bitcoin looks like it wants to hold out. SMH. We talked about this with Justin from Moomoo today. Look, we've been doing this for a while, the recap show. And when we first talked about this with Chris Bretcher on, as the semis were sort of the new Dow Jones Industrial Transports, right? He had talked about always watching the Dow transports. I said, what about SMH? This is what's going to lead the day, right? And that's been like that for a while. SMH now failing off the 50 and looking to go lower. This is the VanEck Semiconductor ETF. Of course, a lot of that held through with NVDA. So this is going to be a good time there. We have over 3,000 watching. We will call on Brian in a minute. If there are any specific questions, throw them in the chat for Brian. This is going to be a pretty volatile day. We'll ask him about individual names. I'm going to get his idea on the overall market in a couple minutes. But right now, I feel like there's going to be a lot of talk about semis. Get those in there. And Bears versus Bulls, please message me privately with any of the questions that are best deemed for Mr. Brian Shannon. We could get a gap down tomorrow, but that's not going to be just my opinion. Let's get it of Brian's right now with Trader Talk. Hey, there's Brian. Hey, what's going on, Brian? We just had an empty chair there. Do not buy the dip. Do not buy the dip, says Brian. Is that a shirt that you've recently had created, or is that one that you're pulling out of the closet today?
No, I had it recently created. We've got a whole merchandise page for Alpha Trends, all the only price pays and all that stuff. But 100% of the profits go towards planting trees. So I'm not making a penny off of it.
Great, perfect. Okay, so we'll get that retweeted out for you, Brian. So that's a great cause there. And of course, you can pick up the book, Anchored VWAP as well. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Wow. All right, if we're not buying the dip, I guess we're selling the rips. I mean, is there going to be a rip? I lost way more money than I probably should have today trying to find bottoms. That was obviously incorrect. Anything standing out to you, Brian, why we should not be buying the dips? Give me a reason why. What's your strongest case here that the bear action continues?
Well, Sean, we got hit pretty hard today, and a little bit of a bounce seems likely from this level. You spoke about the semiconductors, the SMH. That's right on the year-to-date anchor right now. So maybe we get a bounce, but I'm more inclined to wait for that bounce to roll over and take some short exposure, mainly because of the same thing I talk about all the time, and that is we're below a declining 5-day moving average. And if we're below a declining 5-day moving average, that's that orange line here on the right, then it's guilty until proven innocent. I'm not going to try to be the hero. I'm not going to try to buy it at the anchor off of the August 5th low. I'll look at that level and say that's a level of interest. Let's see if it finds any support. And there was none there. So sellers, are making a strong case here for at least a little while to at the start of September.
The one question from Neil today, you want to make sure I asked you this because, again, it's an anchored VWAP question. Nobody better to ask, obviously. After a volatile day like this, and you just sort of went over SMH, where can us sort of day traders or maybe people looking to play on some swings, if we're just going to look at the Nasdaq, and I think we can look at the triple Qs, if you don't mind, where is a reasonable space or spot to anchor the VWAP? Are we still looking at recent highs and recent lows? Where would you be putting this on the Nasdaq, the triple Qs, if we could lay down some anchors for some possible support and resistance areas?
Sure. We've got, so if we look at the daily chart, you can see we sliced down through the 20-day moving average today. And now when we're looking at the 30-minute time frame over here, we closed right at the end of the day, just on that anchor from the August 5th low. So that makes me think, Sean, that we might get a bounce in here tomorrow, that we could see a little bit of something that looks like this, and then maybe run into some supply at this prior support and then, or lower high, lower low rather, and then begin to roll over. And if it fails there, then I think you'd be looking for, levels such as the year-to-date anchor, just the way the semiconductors did today. So there could be a quick, brutal sell-off out, and I'm hoping that we get a bounce first and then roll over to short somewhere along this level right here, and then with a stop just above there, and maybe we get a nice flush here in the next couple of days.
I can, this next little couple of days is going to be definitely an interesting one. I mean, most of the time we'll look back and we'll say, okay, where is some strength lying, right? I mean, we looked at some of the consumer staple names or consumer durables there with Procter & Gamble and Pepsi, names that had good earnings that continued to sort of look a little bit higher there. Last week we talked, I believe it was with you, and maybe I'm corrected here, and if not, let's go over the XBI. There was a biotech ETF that I thought was breaking out, and I still think it's a good little area to look at here. Biotech, again, obviously with the word tech in it, probably going to have a bad day today, but I don't mind this stock pulling back into the 50-period moving average. I like some of the components of this ETF. Any thoughts here about XBI on a little bit of a pullback, maybe by strength in names that are near highs?
XBI had, as you said, a great start to the day, and it looked like maybe it was going to get going above that recent high there from last week, but it immediately got stuffed, and that makes it a little difficult to trust in the near term. The phrase "from failed moves come fast moves," very similar to this breakout over here, and we saw that sell off. So we've got to be very careful that we trapped buyers there, that shorts got stopped out. Now it's looking like, as you said, perhaps the 50-day moving average, which is down at about 97. And that's approximately, Sean, the anchor off of the August 5th low, right in that general area. So what I'd like to see is for it to come down into that area, stabilize a little bit, and then once that it's going to need some time. It needs that 5-day moving average to flatten out. So there's no hurry there in these biotechs that I can see. And my favorite biotechs, TETX, had some good news today. And that was by the rumor sell the news, I guess, because it got stuffed as well. So these are all just going to, once they do things like this, where they, seem like they're breaking out and they get shoved back in, you got to leave them alone for a little bit and let them, what am I trying to say, rebuild their charts and come back to a place of strength again.
I mean, I just found, if you come over to my screen here, Fabian, I just found this handsome gentleman that seems to be saying, do not buy the dip. And of course, this would be you. And we just talked about this declining 5 SMA. So thanks for going over that again. And here's the examples: SPY, SMH, Qs. Oh, and there's XBI. So there it goes right there. So we asked you, I think, the appropriate question on that one. All right, we're getting some questions in the chat now. I'm going to ask you one as well. You and I have gone back and forth a little bit about Bitcoin. I mean, feel comfortable to talk about if you have stronger opinions on Coinbase or Mara, IBIT, or the coin itself, or if you feel maybe Ethereum or anything, but you're right at the 200 period on IBIT. That's been an area where we've generally bought stock or different, I guess, asset classes that we thought were weak down at the 200 period moving average. If the Nasdaq rolls over, which it's obviously doing, I can't be too bullish on Bitcoin, but this could be a level there as well. Anything in the crypto space getting you excited right now?
I mean, all those stocks, Coinbase, Mara, CLSK, Riot, they're all broken. I'd say just stay away from them. They're below 20 and 50-day moving averages, which are declining. They're going to take a lot of time to heal here. There's just really, and Mara came right up to some prior support, got rejected. They're just looking ugly, Sean. And Bitcoin itself, it's in a slow, steady grind lower. If we look at that IBIT, I just don't see anything really compelling here for Bitcoin. It's one of those markets where I think you got to leave it alone for a while.
So this just in, I mean, we're all going to believe it because it's easy to do the math. But today, with NVIDIA's move to the downside of over 10%, it is the single largest one-day loss, market cap-wise, of any company in the history of what we know to be the markets. NVIDIA today lost over $280 billion.
Wow.
That is 4 Intels. they lost today. So they just kicked that company out to the ground. And yeah, unbelievable. I mean, I think we can name many companies which don't even have market caps near what NVIDIA lost today. But again, how the mighty have fallen. We've seen names like Meta, right, drop 70%. We've seen Netflix do the exact same thing. And today, from 142, the all-time highs in and around for NVIDIA, coming back into 107, we do see 30+% to the downside today on NVIDIA. Absolutely unreal. All right, how about energy, Brian? I mean, look, maybe we can hide somewhere or not. XLE trying to fade back in as well. This is a name that I've been buying on dips, have not bought anything today. I wonder if it's just hands off on all asset classes until we get a change in that declining 5-period SMA. I mean, this continues to go to the downside here, energy sector. Anything specific on energy that maybe you're looking at?
Yeah, we spoke about that last week, Sean, right. And I told you that I was looking at BKR, Baker right. Hughes. And this was, of course, right here. I was hoping, that was 5 days ago, I was hoping we could exceed the prior day's high and take out the anchor from this gap up here. It didn't do that, so that one's broken. You look at XLE, and I always say I don't like to trade these energy names. I don't like commodity names in general. They're just, you look at this chart, and I just continue to see a giant mess. I mean, it's just way too choppy for me. So I say good luck to people who trade this stuff, but it's just not in my personality to see these kind of whipsaws.
Yeah, and that's what, you know what, we sort of said this the other day, like, or a couple weeks ago, and I think you and I talked about this, is trading names that obviously you're comfortable with and that fit your personality. But just the volatility, man, like when the VIX spiked to that 60 or 70 on August 5th, you knew that there was a chance that some of these bids would disappear if they ever sort of got excited. It's not, doesn't feel like a very healthy market, very, very fragile to me right here as well. So I've sort of bounced off a couple indexes to you. You've obviously gone over some of the questions that we've had there in the chat. Is there a name right now to the short side? Are you holding anything short heading into tomorrow? Are you sort of cleaned your slate here, waiting for more action? Anything you want to talk about moving forward? Just a couple minutes left.
Yeah, nothing too exciting, really, Sean. I mean, bonds reversed that little pattern of lower highs and lower lows today. So that was, that's where the only strength was really that I saw of any significance in a ETF large group. If today's low can hold, then maybe this market's going to start to make the turn back up again. It is longer term, still quite bullish when we look at the weekly time frame. We're above, the 100, 150, 200-day moving average, and I think that's where people are hiding out for now. Financials got hit a little bit. That big run might be starting to come to an end here. So I'd say lock in gains if you're in the financials, or know where you're going to lock in the gains. And even the metals were hit today. So it was pretty much across the board except for bonds.
Brian, I'm just on your website right now, and I want to make sure that everybody goes over there because you've already talked about the shirt you're wearing. It's right here. Who's this handsome gentleman? I need to take a stock photo like that, man. I mean, that's an absolutely great photo right there. Go check Brian Shannon. I mean, on all of these, there's his book right there. Find out where you can get the merchandise and make sure that you do that because, again, all funds or all proceeds will go into is it a specific organization or just you're going to go out there and start digging some holes and planting some trees?
No, it's a company called One Tree Planted, and for $1 they plant trees. And I figure, with all those books that you're helping me sell, Sean, that I've killed a lot of trees. So let's give back to the earth. Is there an ebook available, or you didn't go that route yet, or? No, there is. There is on Barnes and Noble. Okay. It's not on Amazon because for whatever different reasons, but it's available. If you look at my website, you'll see the various options there. We'll figure it out one more time. All right, I can have one other question for you. We have DLTR. So Dollar Tree, we had Dollar General come out with a horrible report last week. DLTR, you might have to put like one of those 40-year VWAPs on this again. I'm not sure. But it is starting to go to the downside. And we do, Brian, have earnings tomorrow, September 4th. Wow, September 4th, eh? DLTR broken downside. I mean, we can go down to many different looks, but it's coming out to support here on a weekly, down to $78. I mean, this was $150 just back in March and cut in half almost down for DLTR.
What say you about this name?
Well, we can do a 30-year anchor.
Maybe we should.
And that would get you down to about 41. So I don't think that's really reasonable. But from the place where it handed off, right over in here in 08,
okay,
then maybe we're still going to head down towards that 70 level. Momentum's clearly lower. It's not something I want to go looking near. And look how these rallies to the declining 50-day moving average have been just smushed.
It's so funny that, and I do this trading every single day, and we talked about, I finally went short NVIDIA at the end of the day, which is finally good. It was long all day until the end. But it's like you look back, it's like, oh man, it hit the 50, it hit the 50, it hit this, it hit that. That's part of not having FOMO, right? And we can look at hundreds of charts like I'm sure you do. There's so many good setups that we always miss, which makes a lot of sense to get razor focused on some trade ideas and make sure that you follow your plan, and no better plan than to pick up this book, Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. Brian, thank you so much on such a crazy day to come in and talk all about these different indexes, give us some ideas, and tell us to stay away from Dollar Tree. More pain possible. And as I see, do not anybody buy this current dip until it's about that time. Go pick up those shirts. Thank you, Brian, so much. And promise you'll join me again next week.
You got it.
Thank you, Brian.
Anytime.
That's
Okay.
him, Alpha
Thanks,
Trends. Thank you, Brian. Ay, man. I mean, what a disaster of a day. What a great segment. Thank you so much, Brian, for coming on. Brian Shannon, of course, of Anchored VWAP fame, literally. Thank you so much for coming on every single week. And now a good cause there, One Tree Planted. We'll find out more about that. I'll probably talk about that more on the show tomorrow as well. So thank you, Brian. Thank you to everybody who's joining us today. We can go over the sticky note. I'm quite frankly embarrassed. I mean, I don't have a problem talking about that. And it's not embarrassed about the trading. Well, it is a little bit. There's Jensen. What happened? I lost more money than most companies out there combined today. And it's not his fault. But there goes the downside. Look, man, look at this. Micron short, Intel short, AMD short, the Q long if it gets 69.50, but watch the break of 66. Tesla, the only one we liked long, watch out for a bottom of 212. So I'll give these ideas every single day. But what really got us going today was the fact that, like, for example, let me just go into a daily chart here, and then we'll flip back over to a minute. But the idea was here, like when we're saying AMD short, right? We wrote this down 150, but the problem is, and let's go over to a 3-minute chart. This is what I need to change. 3-minute chart, I said. Okay, that's daily. 3-minute chart, 5-minute chart. This is what I need to change. We had the right motivation. We knew which way it was going. But you see this? When this first candle happens, I'm thinking like, oh my God, we've missed the short. But we haven't. The party's just got started. But we don't have that crystal ball that can predict this kind of a move in the rest of the day, down 7+%. But what you have to do is play pullbacks, right? So when you go into like a 3-minute chart or something like that for AMD, there are opportunities where you pull back. And again, this is not real time 50 period, but I bet you it's a lot closer than this. So you did have opportunities, including right here at the end of the day, to pull this name back and get short, right? I mean, I think NVIDIA had also opportunities. You know, this is the point. I like that. But look right here. It had an opportunity to play off the 50-period moving average. We talk about that as an indicator all of the time. We should have been a little bit more responsible with that. We didn't. We kept on trying to buy the dips. Fail, fail, fail. Part of being a good trader is to get the trades right, but also to be able to say, hey, look, straight up, bad trading there to try to catch some of these longs. Went short at the end, made a little bit back before eventually those imbalances came out and kind of flattened that trade. But we'll be back tomorrow where we'll look for some strength or weakness. Oh, man, I laugh because who knows which way it's going to go, but we can't go anywhere until roll call. The reason why I laugh about all this stuff, and it's never really that funny when you talk about losing money, but it's about following your own sort of guides and sticking with them, looking for longer term trends, looking for, hey, the market is going to the downside. Let's give ourselves some more room to breathe. Let's potentially lower our shares and give ourselves the right trade. Like, I don't need to short AMD at the bottom, but if it pops up, I need to get short. And I think that's something that we'll learn tomorrow. Watch out for NVIDIA. I mean, if that hits that $100 mark, what you going to do? when $100 comes screaming for you. We'll find out tomorrow. Thank you to a big shout out there for Bears versus Bulls, man. Great start to the week. Yeah, not P&L wise, but I think content wise, we definitely nailed it today. Thank you, Jason. Rich Naples as well says thanks, bro. DVD says thank you. TH as well. Racer Vaccine. Jesse's here. Andrew. Hey, look, man, there's over 2,700 of you staying late with us, so we thank you so much for that. Adrian, Sean might be exhausted, but we still got energy. Hey, man, we're tired. We're doing this for you guys, man. Man of the People Media. I like that. I think I'm like a trader of the people, you know. We're trying to get that going. Just African, what's up, you? Raul's here, Blue Arrow's here, Guarev's here. He's always here. I see you, Guarev, Garwev, whatever. Daniel, thank you so much for the fantastic recap. I like that. Thank you so much for that. Look, Neil is absolutely destroying the recap show as well. Glad to be splitting it up with him as we go, give you a little bit of a different look, give you that different energy. I think it's pretty similar. But Kyle Burdett is still listening. Thank you, Kyle. You've been here all day for that. Thank you to everybody that's been here all day. Robert Liu, Bitcoin trader, 1/23, so on and so forth. I actually had some sad news, and I didn't talk about it too much on the show today. Unfortunately, we had to put our cat down today, and it was really sad. And I had like a sort of a rough little lunchtime there with the wife and having to try to deal with our kids tonight. But that was really sad. So we'll say rest in peace, William, today. So that was something that obviously, if I keep talking about, I'll get burnt up. But at the end of the day, that shouldn't affect your trading, but maybe it did. I don't think it did. But I want to say rest in peace to William, that most handsome black cat you'll ever find. But okay, we are out of here. Thank you so much to everybody. Look, we're back tomorrow at 8:30. You're not going to get rid of me. I do have Friday off, as guess what? It's a hockey time again. Our first tournament starts there on Friday. Thank you, everybody, for watching, for listening, and for being a part of Trader TV Live. Thanks to Brian Shannon and Justin for coming through today at 2 p.m. as well, 2:45. Thank you to everybody. It's been a great one. I'll catch everybody on the flip side tomorrow. Ciao.